The officer of the guard must have reasoned as follows. There was no disorder, no infraction of discipline at the previous performance, and the moment they give their word that tonight's performance shall take place in the same manner, they mean to be their own police, the most rigorous police of all. Moreover, he knew well that if he took it upon himself to forbid the representation, these fellows who knows, and with convicts, would have committed some offence which would have placed the officer of the guard in a very difficult position. One final reason ensured his consent. To mount guard is horribly tiresome, and if he authorized the performance he would see the play acted, not by soldiers, but by convicts, a curious set of people. It would certainly be interesting, and he had a right to be present at it. In case the superior officer arrived and asked for the officer of the guard, he would be told that the latter had gone to count the convicts and close the barracks, an answer which could easily be made, and which could not be disproved. That is why our superintendents authorized the performance, and throughout the holidays, the barracks were kept open each evening until the retreat. The convicts had known beforehand that they would meet with no opposition from the officer of the guard. They were quite quiet about him. Towards 6 o'clock Petrov came to look for me, and we went together to the theater. Nearly all the prisoners of our barracks were there, with the exception of the old believer from Chernigov, and the Poles. The latter did not decide to be present until the last day of the representation, the 4th of January, after they had been assured that everything would be managed in a becoming manner. The haughtiness of the Poles irritated our convicts. Accordingly they were received on the 4th of January with formal politeness, and conducted to the best places. As for the Circassians and Isaiah Fomitch, the play was for them a genuine delight. Isaiah Fomitch gave 3 kopecks each time, except the last, when he placed 10 kopecks on the plate, and how happy he looked. The actors had decided that each spectator should give what he thought fit. The receipts were to cover the expenses, and anything beyond was to go to the actors. Petrov assured me that I should be allowed to have one of the best places, however full the theatre might be, first, because being richer than the others, there was a probability of my giving more, and, secondly, because I knew more about acting than anyone else. What he had foreseen took place. But let me first describe the theatre. The barrack of the military section, which had been turned into the theatre, was 15 feet long. From the courtyard one entered, first an antechamber, and afterwards the barrack itself. The building was arranged, as I have already mentioned, in a particular manner, the beds being placed against the wall, so as to leave an open space in the middle. One half of the barrack was reserved for the spectators, while the other, which communicated with the second building, formed the stage. What astonished me directly I entered, was the curtain, which was about 10 feet long, and divided the barrack into 2. It was indeed a marvel, for it was painted in oil, and represented trees, tunnels, ponds, and stars. It was made of pieces of linen, old and new, given by the convicts, shirts, the bandages which our peasants wrapped round their feet in lieu of socks, all sewn together well oriel, and forming together an immense sheet. Where there was not enough linen, it had been replaced by writing paper, taken sheet by sheet from the various office bureaus. Our painters, among whom we had our Brulov, had painted it all over, and the effect was very remarkable. This luxurious curtain delighted the convicts, even the most sombre and most morose. These, however, like the others, as soon as the play began, showed themselves mere children. They were all pleased and satisfied with a certain satisfaction of vanity. The theatre was lighted with candle ends. 2 benches, which had been brought from the kitchen, were placed before the curtain, together with 3 or 4 large chairs, borrowed from the non-commissioned officers' room. These chairs were for the officers, should they think fit to honor the performance. As for the benches, they were for the non-commissioned officers, engineers, clerks, directors of the works, and all the immediate superiors of the convicts who had not officers' rank, and who had come perhaps to take a look at the representation. In fact, there was no lack of visitors. According to the days, they came in greater or smaller numbers, while for the last representation there was not a single place unoccupied on the benches. At the back the convicts stood crowded together, standing up out of respect to the visitors, and dressed in their vests, or in their short pelisses, in spite of the suffocating heat. As might have been expected, the place was too small, so all the Prisoners stood up, heaped together, above all in the last rows. The cambedsteads were all occupied, and there were some amateurs who disputed constantly behind the stage in the other barrack, and who viewed the performance from the back. I was asked to go forward, and Petrov with me, close to the benches, whence a good view could be obtained. They looked upon me as a good judge, a connoisseur, who had seen many other theatres. The convicts remarked that Baklachin had often consulted me, and that he had shown deference to my advice. Consequently they thought that I ought to be treated with honour, and to have one of the best places. These men are vain and frivolous, but only on the surface. They laughed at me when I was at work, because I was a poor workman. Almazov had a right to despise us gentlemen, and to boast of his superior skill in pounding the alabaster. His laughter and raillery were directed against our origin, for we belonged by birth to the caste of his former masters, of whom he could not preserve a good recollection. But here at the theatre these same men made way for me, for they knew that about this matter I knew more than they did. Those, even, who were not at all well disposed towards me, were glad to hear me praise the performance, and gave way to me without the least servility. I judged now by my impressions at that time. I understood that in this new view of theirs there was no lowering of themselves, rather a sentiment of their own dignity. The most striking characteristic of our people is its conscientiousness, and its love of justice. No false vanity, no sly ambition to reach the first rank without being entitled to do so. Such faults are foreign to our people. Take it from its rough shell, and you will perceive, if you study it without prejudice, attentively, and close at hand, qualities which you would never have suspected. Our sages have very little to teach our people. I will even say more, they might take lessons from it. Petrov had told me innocently, on taking me into the theatre, that they would pass me to the front, because they expected more money from me. There were no fixed prices for the places. Each one gave what he liked, and what he could. Nearly every one placed a piece of money in the plate when it was handed round. Even if they had passed me forward in the hope that I should give more than others, was there not in that a certain feeling of personal dignity? You are richer than I am. Go to the first row. We are all equal here, it is true, but you pay more, and the actors prefer a spectator like you. Occupy the first place then, for we are not here with money, and that one of us ever lowered himself to obtain money. Some men used to make up to me, but from love of cunning and of fun rather than in the hope of obtaining any benefit. I do not know whether I explain myself clearly. I am, in any case, forgetting the performance. Let me return to it. Before the rise of the curtain, the room presented a strange and animated look. In the first place, the crowd pressed, crushed, jammed together on all sides, but impatient, full of expectation, every face glowing with delight. In the last ranks was the groveling, confused mass of convicts. Many of them had brought with them logs of wood, which they placed against the wall, on which they climbed up. In this fatiguing position they paused to rest themselves by placing both hands on the shoulders of their companions, who seemed quite at ease. Others stood on their toes, with their heels against the stove, and thus remained throughout the representation, supported by those around them. Massed against the cambedsteads was another compact crowd, for here were some of the best places of all. 5 convicts had hoisted themselves up to the top of the stove, whence they had a commanding view. These fortunate ones were extremely happy. Elsewhere swarmed the late arrivals, unable to find good places. Every one conducted himself in a becoming manner, without making any noise. Each one wished to show advantageously before the distinguished persons who were visiting us. Simple and natural was the expression of these red faces, damp with perspiration, as the rise of the curtain was eagerly expected. What a strange look of infinite delight, of unmixed pleasure, was painted on these scarred faces, these branded foreheads, so dark and menacing at ordinary times. They were all without their caps, and as I looked back at them from my place, it seemed to me that their heads were entirely shaved. Suddenly the signal is given, and the orchestra begins to play. This orchestra deserves a special mention. It consisted of 8 musicians, 2 violins, one of which was the property of a convict, while the other had been borrowed from outside, 3 balalaiki, made by the convicts themselves, 2 guitars, and a tambourine. The violins sighed and shrieked, and the guitars were worthless, but The balalaiki were remarkably good, and the agile fingering of the artists would have done honor to the cleverest executant. They played scarcely anything but dance tunes. At the execution of the motive were always original and distinctive. One of the guitarists knew his instrument thoroughly. It was the gentleman who had killed his father. As for the tambourinist, he really did wonders. Now he whirled round the disc, balanced on one of his fingers. Now he rubbed the parchment with his thumb, and brought from it a countless multitude of notes, now dull, now brilliant. At last 2 harmonigers joined the orchestra. I had no idea until then of all that could be done with these popular and vulgar instruments. I was astonished. The harmony, but, above all, the expression, the very conception of the motive, were admirably rendered. I then understood perfectly, and for the first time, the remarkable boldness, the striking abandonment, which are expressed in our popular dance tunes, and our village songs. At last the curtain rose. Every one made a movement. Those who were at the back raised themselves upon the point of their feet. Someone fell down from his log. At once there were looks that enjoined silence. The performance now began. I was seated not far from Ali, who was in the midst of the group formed by his brothers and the other Circassians. They had a passionate love of the theatre, and did not miss one of our evenings. I have remarked that all the Mohammedans, Circassians, and so on, are fond of all kinds of representations. Near them was Isaiah Fomitch, quite in a state of ecstasy. As soon as the curtain rose he was all ears and eyes. His countenance expressed an expectation of something marvelous. I should have been grieved had he been disappointed. The charming face of Ali shone with a childish joy, so pure that I was quite happy to behold it. Involuntarily, whenever a general laugh echoed an amusing remark, I turned towards him to see his countenance. He did not notice it, he had something else to do. Near him, placed on the left, was a convict, already old, sombre, discontented, and always grumbling. He also had noticed Ali, and I saw him cast furtive glances more than once towards him, so charming was the young Circassian. The prisoners always called him Ali Simeonich, without my knowing why. In the first piece, Falatka and Moroshka, Baklachin, in the part of Falatka, was really marvelous. He played his role to perfection. It could be seen that he had weighed each speech, each movement. He managed to give to each word, each gesture, a meaning which responded perfectly to the character of the personage. Simple, natural, irresistible. If you had seen Baklachin you would certainly have said that he was a genuine actor, an actor by vocation, and of great talent. I have seen Falatka several times at the St. Petersburg and Moscow theaters, and I declare that none of our celebrated actors was equal to Baklachin in this part. They were peasants, from no matter what country, and not true Russian mujiks. Moreover, their desire to be peasant-like was too apparent. Baklachin was animated by emulation, for it was known that the convict Potsiakin was to play the part of Kedril in the second piece, and it was assumed, I do not know why, that the latter would show more talent than Baklachin. The latter was as vexed by this preference as a child. How many times did he not come to me during the last days to tell me all he felt? 2 hours before the representation he was attacked by fever. When the audience burst out laughing, and called out bravo, Baklachin, what a fellow you are, his figure shone with joy, and true inspiration could be read in his eyes. The scene of the kisses between Kiroshka and Falatka, in which the latter calls out to the daughter, wife, your mouth, and then wipes his own, was wonderfully comic. Every one burst out laughing. What interested me was the spectators. They were all at their ease, and gave themselves up frankly to their mirth. Cries of approbation became more and more numerous. A convict nudged his companion with his elbow, and hastily communicated his impressions, without even troubling himself to know who was by his side. When a comic song began, one man might be seen agitating his arms violently, as if to engage his companions to laugh, after which he turned suddenly towards the stage. A third smacked his tongue against his palate, and could not keep quiet a moment, but as there was not room for him to change his position, he hopped first on one leg, then on the other. Towards the end of the piece the general gaiety attained its climax. I exaggerate nothing. Imagine the convict prison, chains, captivity, long years of confinement, of task work, of monotonous life, falling away drop by drop like rain on an autumn day. Imagine all this despair in presence of permission given to the convicts to amuse themselves, to breathe freely for an hour, to forget their nightmare, and to organize a play. And what a play, one that excited the envy and admiration of our town. Fancy those convicts. People said, everything interested them. Take the costumes for instance. It seemed very strange, but then to see Neotsvetaev or Baklachin, he is a convict, a genuine convict, whose chains ring when he walks, and there he is, out on the stage with a frock coat, and a round hat, and a cloak, like any ordinary civilian. He has put on hair, moustaches. He takes a red handkerchief from his pocket and shakes it, like a real nobleman. What enthusiasm is created! The good landlord arrives in an aide-de-camp uniform, a very old one, it is true, but with epaulettes, and a cocked hat. The effect produced was indescribable. There had been two candidates for this costume, and, will it be believed, they had quarreled like two little schoolboys as to which of them should play the part. Both wanted to appear in military uniform with epaulettes. The other actors separated them, and, by a majority of voices, the part was entrusted to Neotsvetaev, not because he was more suited to it than the other, and that he bore a greater resemblance to a nobleman, but only because he had assured them all that he would have a cane, and that he would twirl it and rap it out grand, like a true nobleman, a dandy of the latest fashion, which was more than Vanka and Ospiety could do, seeing they have never known any nobleman. In fact, when Neotsvetaev went to the stage with his wife, he did nothing but draw circles on the floor with his light bamboo cane, evidently thinking that this was the sign of the best breeding, of supreme elegance. Probably in his childhood, when he was still a barefooted child, he had been attracted by the skill of some proprietor in twirling his cane, and this impression had remained in his memory, although 30 years afterwards. Neotsvetaev was so occupied with his process that he saw no one. He gave the replies in his dialogue without even raising his eyes. The most important thing for him was the end of his cane, and the circles he drew with it. The Lady Bountiful was also very remarkable. She came on in an old worn-out muslin dress, which looked like a rag. Her arms and neck were bare. She had a little calico cap on her head, with strings under her chin, an umbrella in one hand, and in the other a fan of colored paper, with which she constantly fanned herself. This great lady was welcomed with a wild laugh. She herself, too, was unable to restrain herself, and burst out more than once. The part was filled by the convict Ivanov. As for Sirotkin, in his girl's dress, he looked exceedingly well. The couplets were all well sung. In a word, the piece was played to the satisfaction of every one, not the least hostile. Criticism was passed. Who, indeed, was there to criticize? The air, Sieni moi Sieni, was played again by way of overture, and the curtain again went up. Kedril, the glutton. Comparison may justly be made, for the master and the servant are both carried away by devils at the end of the piece, and the piece, as the convicts had it, was played quite correctly, but the beginning and the end must have been lost, for it had neither head nor tail. The scene is laid in an inn somewhere in Russia. The innkeeper introduces into a room a nobleman wearing a cloak and a battered round hat. The valet, Kedril, follows his master. He carries a valise, and a fowl rolled up in blue paper. He wears a short pelisse and a footman's cap. It is this fellow who is the glutton. The convict Potsiakin, the rival of Baklachin, played this part, while the part of the nobleman was filled by Ivanov, the same who played the great lady in the first piece. The innkeeper Neotsvetaev warns the nobleman that the room is haunted by demons, and goes away. The nobleman is interested and preoccupied. He murmurs aloud that he has known that for a long time, and orders Kedril to unpack his things and to get supper ready. Kedril is a glutton and a coward. When he hears of devils he turns pale and trembles like a leaf. He would like to run away, but is afraid of his master. Besides, he is hungry, he is voluptuous, he is sensual, stupid, though cunning in his way. And, as before said, a poltroon, he cheats his master every moment, though he fears him like fire. This type of servant is a remarkable one in which may be recognized the principal features of the character of Leporello, but indistinct and confused. The part was played in really superior style by Podsiakin, whose talent was beyond discussion, surpassing as it did in my opinion that of Baklachin himself. But when, the next day I spoke to Baklachin, I concealed my impression from him, knowing that it would give him bitter pain. As for the convict who played the part of the nobleman, it was not bad. Everything he said was without meaning, incomparable to anything I had ever heard before, but his enunciation was pure and his gestures becoming. While Kedril occupies himself with the valise, his master walks up and down, and announces that from that day forth he means to lead a quiet life. Kedril listens, makes grimaces, and amuses the spectators by his reflections aside. He has no pity for his master, but he has heard of devils, would like to know what they are like, and thereupon questions him. The nobleman replies that some time ago, being in danger of death, he asked succor from hell. Then the devils aided and delivered him, but the term of his liberty has expired, and if the devils come that evening, it will be to exact his soul, as has been agreed in their compact. Kedril begins to tremble in earnest, but his master does not lose courage, and orders him to prepare the supper. Hearing of victuals, Kedril revives. Taking out a bottle of wine, he taps it on his own account. The audience expands with laughter, but the door grates on its hinges, the wind shakes the shutters, Kedril trembles, and hastily, almost without knowing what he is doing, puts into his mouth an enormous piece of fowl, which he is unable to swallow. There is another gust of wind. Is it ready? Cries the master, still walking backwards and forwards in his room. Directly, sir. I am preparing it, says Kedril, who sits down, and, taking care that his master does not see him, begins to eat the supper himself. The audience is evidently charmed with the cunning of the servant, who so cleverly makes game of the nobleman, and it must be admitted that Podsiakin, the representative of the part, deserved high praise. He pronounced admirably the words, "Directly, sir. I am preparing it." Kedril eats gradually, and at each mouthful trembles lest his master shall see him. Every time that the nobleman turns round, Kedril hides under the table, holding the fowl in his hand. When he has appeased his hunger, he begins to think of his master. "Kedril, will it soon be ready?" cries the nobleman. "It is ready now," replies Kedril boldly, when all at once he perceives that there is scarcely anything left. Nothing remains but one leg. The master, still sombre and preoccupied, notices nothing, and takes his seat, while Kedril places himself behind him with a napkin on his arm. Every word, every gesture, every grimace from the servant, as he turns towards the audience to laugh at his master's expense, excites the greatest mirth among the convicts. Just at the moment when the young nobleman begins to eat, the devils arrive. They resemble nothing human or terrestrial. The side door opens, and the phantom appears dressed entirely in white, with a lighted lantern in lieu of a head, and with a scythe in its hand. Why the white dress, scythe, and lantern? No one could tell me, and the matter did not trouble the convicts. They were sure that this was the way it ought to be done. The master comes forward courageously to meet the apparitions, and calls out to them that he is ready, and that they can take him. But Kedril, as timid as a hare, hides under the table, not forgetting, in spite of his fright, to take a bottle with him. The devils disappear, Kedril comes out of his hiding place, and the master begins to eat his fowl. 3 devils enter the room, and seize him to take him to hell. "Save me, Kedril," he cries. But Kedril has something else to think of. He has now with him in his hiding place not only the bottle, but also the plate of fowl and the bread. He is now alone. The demons are far away, and his master also. Kedril gets from under the table, looks all round, and suddenly his face beams with joy. He winks, like the rogue he is, sits down in his master's place, and whispers to the audience, "I have now no master but myself." Every one laughs at seeing him masterless, and he says, always in an undertone and with a confidential air, "The devils have carried him off." The enthusiasm of the spectators is now without limits. The last phrase was uttered with such roguery, with such a triumphant grimace, that it was impossible not to applaud. But Kedril's happiness does not last long. Hardly has he taken up the bottle of wine, and poured himself out a large glass, which he carries to his lips. Then the devils return, slip behind, and seize him. Kedril howls like one possessed. But he dare not turn round. He wishes to defend himself, but cannot, for in his hands he holds the bottle and the glass, from which he will not separate. His eyes starting from his head, his mouth gaping with horror, he remains for a moment looking at the audience with a comic expression of cowardice that might have been painted. At last he is dragged, carried away. His arms and legs are agitated in every direction, but he still sticks to his bottle. He also shrieks, and his cries are still heard. When he has been carried from the stage, the curtain falls amid general laughter, and everyone is delighted. The orchestra now attacks the famous dance tune Kamarinskaya. First it is played softly, pianissimo, but little by little, the motive is developed and played more lightly. The time is quickened, and the wood, as well as the strings of the balalaiki, is made to sound. The musicians enter thoroughly into the spirit of the dance. Glinka, who has arranged the Kamarinskaya in the most ingenious manner, and with harmonies of his own devising, for full orchestra should have heard it as it was executed in our convict prison. The pantomimic musical accompaniment is begun, and throughout the Kamarinskaya is played. The stage represents the poor. In this piece, as in the preceding ones, imagination had to supply what was wanting in reality. Instead of a wall at the back of the stage, there was a carpet or a blanket. On the right, shabby screens, while on the left, where the stage was not closed, the camp bedsteads could be seen, but the spectators were not exacting, and were willing to imagine all that was wanting. It was an easy task for them. All convicts are great dreamers. Directly they are told this is a garden, it is for them a garden. Informed that this is a hut, they accept the definition without difficulty. To them it is a hut. Sirotkin was charming in a woman's dress. The miller finishes his work, takes his cap and his whip, goes up to his wife, and gives her to understand by signs, that if during his absence she makes the mistake of receiving anyone, she will have to deal with him, and he shows her his whip. The wife listens, and nods affirmatively her head. The whip is evidently known to her. The hussy has often deserved it. The husband goes out. Hardly has he turned upon his heel, than his wife shakes her fist at him. There is a knock, the door opens, and in comes a neighbor, miller also by trade. He wears a beard, is in a kaftan, and he brings as a present a red handkerchief. The woman smiles. Another knock is heard. At the door. Where shall she hide him? She conceals him under the table, and takes up her distaff again. Another admirer now presents himself, a farrier in the uniform of a non-commissioned officer. Until now the pantomime had gone on capitally, the gestures of the actors being irreproachable. It was astounding to see these improvised players going through their parts in so correct a manner, and involuntarily one said to oneself, what a deal of talent is lost in our Russia, left without use in our prisons and places of exile. The convict who played the part of the farrier had, doubtless, taken part in a performance at some provincial theatre, or had played with amateurs. It seemed to me, in any case, that our actors knew nothing of acting as an art, and bore themselves in the meanest manner. When it was his turn to appear, he came on, like one of the classical heroes of the old repertory, taking a long stride with one foot before he raised the other from the ground, throwing back his head on the upper part of his body and casting proud looks around him. If such a gait was ridiculous on the part of classical heroes, still more so was it when the actor was representing a comic character. But the audience thought it quite natural, and accepted the actor's triumphant walk as a necessary fact, without criticizing it. A moment after the entry of the second admirer there is another knock at the door. The wife loses her head. Where is the farrier to be concealed? In her big box. It fortunately is open. The farrier disappears within it and the lid falls upon him. The new arrival is a Brahmin, in full costume. His entry is hailed by the spectators with a formidable laugh. This Brahmin is represented by the convict Kuchin, who plays the part perfectly, thanks, in a great measure, to a suitable physiognomy. He explains in the pantomime his love of the miller's wife, raises his hands to heaven, and then clasps them on his breast. There is now another knock at the door, a vigorous one this time. There could be no mistake about it. It is the master of the house. The miller's wife loses her head. The Brahmin runs wildly on all sides, begging to be concealed. She helps him to slip behind the cupboard, and begins to spin, and goes on spinning without thinking of opening the door. In her fright she gets the thread twisted, drops the spindle, and, in her agitation, makes the gesture of turning it when it is lying on the ground. Sirotkin represented perfectly this state of alarm. Then the miller kicks open the door and approaches his wife, whip in hand. He has seen everything, for he was spying outside, and he indicates by signs to his wife that she has 3 lovers concealed in the house. Then he searches them out. First, he finds the neighbor, whom he drives out with his fist. The frightened farrier tries to escape. He raises, with his head, the cover of the chest, and is at once seen. The miller thrashes him with his whip, and for once this gallant does not march in the classical style. The only one now remaining is the Brahmin, whom the husband seeks for some time without finding him. At last he discovers him in his corner behind the cupboard, bows to him politely, and then draws him by his beard into the middle of the stage. The Brahmin tries to defend himself, and cries out, "Accursed! Accursed!" the only words pronounced throughout the pantomime. But the husband will not listen to him, and, after settling accounts with him, turns to his wife. Seeing that her turn has come, she throws away both wheel and spindle, and runs out, causing an earthen pot to fall as she shakes the room in her fright. The convicts burst into a laugh, and Ali, without looking at me, takes my hand, and calls out, "See!" There were 2 or 3 more, all broadly humorous and very droll. The convicts had not composed them themselves, but they had contributed something to them. Every actor improvised to such purpose that the part was a different one each evening. The pantomime ended with a ballet, in which there was a burial. The Brahmin went through various incantations over the corpse, and with effect. The dead man returns to life, and, in their joy, all present begin to dance. The Brahmin dances in Brahminical style with the dead man. This was the final scene. The convicts now separated, happy, delighted, and full of praise for the actors and gratitude towards the non-commissioned officers. There was not the least quarrel, and they all went to bed with peaceful hearts, to sleep with a sleep by no means familiar to them. This is no fantasy of my imagination, but the truth, the very truth. These unhappy men had been permitted to live for some moments in their own way, to amuse themselves in a human manner, to escape for a brief hour from their sad position as convicts, and a moral change was effected, at least for a time. The night is already quite dark. Something makes me shudder, and I awake. The old believer is still on the top of the high porcelain stove praying, and he will continue to pray until dawn. Ali is sleeping peacefully by my side. I remember that, when he went to bed he was still laughing and talking about the theater with his brothers. Little by little I began to remember everything, the preceding day, the Christmas holidays, and the whole month. I raised my head in fright and looked at my companions, who were sleeping by the trembling light of the candle provided by the authorities. I look at their unhappy countenances, their miserable beds. I view this nakedness, the wretchedness, and then convince myself that it is not a frightful night there, but a simple reality. Yes, it is a reality. I hear a groan. Someone has moved his arm and made his chains rattle. Another one is agitated in his dreams and speaks aloud, while the old grandfather is praying for the Orthodox Christians. I listen to his prayer, uttered with regularity, in soft, rather drawling tones. Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy upon us. Well, I am not here forever, but only for a few years, I said to myself, and I. Again. Part 2. Chapter 1. The hospital. Shortly after the Christmas holidays I felt ill, and had to go to our military hospital, which stood apart at about half a verst 1/3 of a mile from the fortress. It was a 1-story building, very long, and painted yellow. Every summer a great quantity of ochre was expended in brightening it up. In the immense courtyard stood buildings, including those where the chief physicians lived, while the principal building contained only wards intended for the patients. There were a good many of them, but as only 2 were reserved for the convicts. These latter were nearly always full, above all in summer, so that it was often necessary to bring the beds closer together. These wards were occupied by unfortunates of all kinds, first by our own, then by military prisoners, previously incarcerated in the guardhouses. There were others, again, who had not yet been tried, or who were passing through. In this hospital, too, were invalids from the disciplinary company, a melancholy institution for bringing together soldiers of bad conduct, with a view to their correction. At the end of a year or two, they come back the most thoroughgoing rascals that the earth can endure. When a convict felt that he was ill, he told the non-commissioned officer, who wrote the man's name down on a card, which he then gave to him and sent him to the hospital under the escort of a soldier. On his arrival he was examined by a doctor, who authorized the convict to remain at the hospital if he was really ill. My name was duly written down, and towards 1 o'clock, when all my companions had started for their afternoon work, I went to the hospital. Every prisoner took with him such money and bread as he could, for food was not to be expected the first day, a little pipe, and pouch containing tobacco, with flint, steel, and match paper. The convicts concealed these objects in their boots. On entering the hospital, I experienced a feeling of curiosity, for a new aspect of life was now presented. The day was hot, cloudy, sad, one of those days when places like a hospital assume a particularly disagreeable and repulsive look. Myself and the soldier escorting me went into the entrance room, where there were 2 copper baths. There were 2 convicts waiting there with their warders. An assistant surgeon came in, looked at us with a careless and patronizing air, and went away still more carelessly to announce our arrival to the physician on duty. Soon the physician arrived. He examined me, treating me in a very affable manner, and gave me a paper on which my name was inscribed. The ordinary physician of the wards, reserved for the convicts, was to make the diagnosis of my illness, to prescribe the fitting remedies, together with the necessary diet. I had already heard the convicts say that their doctors could not be too much praised. They are fathers to us, they would say. I took my clothes off to put on another costume. Our clothes and linen were taken away, and we were given hospital linen instead, to which were added long stockings, slippers, cotton nightcaps, and a dressing gown of a very thick brown cloth, which was lined, not with linen, but with filth. The dressing gown was indeed very filthy, but I soon understood its utility. We were afterwards taken to the convict wards, which were at the head of a long corridor, very high, and very clean. The external cleanliness was quite satisfactory. Everything that could be seen shone, so, at least, it seemed to me, after the dirtiness of the convict prison. The 2 prisoners, whom I had found in the entrance hall, went to the left of the corridor, while I entered a room. Before the padlocked door walked a sentinel, musket on shoulder, and not far off was the soldier who was to replace him. The sergeant of the hospital guard ordered him to let me pass, and suddenly I found myself in the middle of a long narrow room, with beds to the number of 22 arranged against the walls. 3 or 4 of them were still unoccupied. These wooden beds were painted green, and, as is notoriously the case with all hospital beds in Russia, were doubtless inhabited by bugs. I went into a corner by the side of the windows. There were very few prisoners dangerously ill and confined to their beds. The inmates of the hospital were, for the most part, convalescents, or men who were slightly indisposed. My new companions were stretched out on their couches, or walking about up and down between the rows of beds. There was just space enough for them to come and go. The atmosphere of the ward kept well heated all day long. My bed was covered with a counterpane, which I took off. The bed itself consisted of a cloth blanket lined with linen, and coarse sheets of more than doubtful cleanliness. By the side of the bed was a little table with a pitcher and a pewter mug, together with a diminutive napkin, which had been given to me. The table could, moreover, hold a tea urn for those patients who were rich enough to drink tea. These men of means, however, were not very numerous. The pipes and the tobacco pouches, for all the patients smoked, even the consumptive ones, could be concealed beneath the mattress. The doctors and the other officials scarcely ever made searches, and when they surprised a patient with a pipe in his mouth, they pretended not to see. The patients, however, were very prudent, and smoked always at the back of the stove. They never smoked in their beds except at night, when no rounds were made by the officers commanding the hospital. Until then I had not been in any hospital in the character of patient, so that everything was quite new to me. I noticed that my entry had mystified some of the prisoners. They had heard of me, and all the inmates now looked upon me with that slight shade of superiority which recognized members of no matter what society show to one newly admitted among them. On my right was lying down a man committed for trial, an ex-secretary and the illegitimate son of a retired captain, accused of having made false money. He had been in the hospital nearly a year. He was not in the least ill, but he assured the doctors that he had an aneurysm, and he so thoroughly convinced them that he escaped both the hard labor and the corporal punishment to which he had been sentenced. He was sent a year later to T.K., where he was attached to an asylum. He was a vigorous young fellow of 28, cunning, a self-confessed rogue, and something of a lawyer. He was intelligent, had easy manners, but was very presumptuous, and suffered from morbid self-esteem. Convinced that there was no one in the world a bit more honest or more just than himself, he did not consider himself at all guilty, and never kept this assurance to himself. This personage was the first to address me, and he questioned me with much curiosity. He initiated me into the ways of the hospital, and, of course, began by telling me that he was the son of a captain. He was very anxious that I should take him for a noble, or at least, for someone connected with the nobility. That he knew a great many nobles who had been exiled, and, to convince me, he repeated to me their Christian names and their patronymics. It was only necessary to see the face of this soldier to understand that he was lying abominably. He was named Chekhunev, and came to pay court to me, because he suspected me of having money. When he saw a packet of tea and sugar, he at once offered me his services to make the water boil and to get me a tea urn. M.D.S.K. had promised to send me my own by one of the prisoners who worked in the hospital, but Chekhunev arranged to get me one forthwith. He got me a tin vessel, in which he made the water boil, and, in a word, he showed such extraordinary zeal, that it drew down upon him bitter laughter from one of the patients, a consumptive man, whose bed was just opposite mine, Ustiantsev by name. This was the soldier condemned to the rods, who, from fear, had swallowed a bottle of vodka, in which he had infused tobacco, this bringing on lung disease. I have spoken of him above. He had remained silent until now, stretched out on his bed, and breathing with difficulty. He looked at me all the time with a very serious air. He did not take his eyes from Chekhunev, whose civility irritated him. His extraordinary gravity rendered his indignation comic. At last he could stand it no longer. "Look at this fellow. He has found his master," he said, stammering out the words with a voice strangled by weakness, for he had now not long to live. Chekhunev, much annoyed, turned round. "Who is the fellow?" he asked, looking at Ustiantsev with contempt. "Why, you are a flunky," replied Ustiantsev, as confidently as if he had possessed the right of calling Chekhunev to order. "A fellow. Yes, you are a flunky, a true flunky. Listen, my good friend, I have a hairy snout." "Yes, certainly you have. You are a nice fellow, you are. If I have a hairy snout, you have a face like a crow's egg. Hairy snout. The merciful Lord has settled your account. You would do much better to keep quiet and die. Why, I would rather prostrate myself before a boot than before a slipper. My father never prostrated himself, and never made me do so," he would have continued, but an attack of coughing convulsed him for some minutes. He spat blood, and a cold sweat broke out on his low forehead. If his cough had not prevented him from speaking, he would have continued to declaim. One could see that from his look, but in his powerlessness he could only move his hand. The result of which was that Chekhunev spoke no more about the matter. I quite understood that the consumptive patient hated me much more than Chekhunev. No one would have thought of being angry with him or of looking down upon him by reason of the services he was rendering me, and the few kopecks that he tried to get from me. Everyone understood that he did it all in order to get himself a little money. The Russian people are not at all susceptible on such points, and know perfectly well how to take them. I had displeased Ustiantsev, as my tea had also displeased him. What irritated him was that, in spite of all, I was a gentleman, even with my chains, that I could not do without a servant, though I neither asked for nor desired one. In reality I tried to do everything for myself, in order not to appear a white-handed, effeminate person, and not to play the part which excited so much envy. I even felt a little pride on this point, but, in spite of everything, I do not know why, I was always surrounded by officious, complaisant people, who attached themselves to me of their own free will, and who ended by governing me. It was I, rather, who was their servant, so that, whether I liked it or not, I was made to appear to everyone a noble, who could not do without the services of others, and who gave himself airs. This exasperated me. Ustiantsev was consumptive, and, therefore, only showed me indifference, tinged with a shade of contempt. They were occupied with a circumstance which now presents itself to my memory. I learned, as I listened to their conversation, that there was to be brought into the hospital that evening a convict who, at that moment, was receiving the rods. The prisoners were looking forward to this new arrival with some curiosity. They said, however, that his punishment was but slight, only 500 strokes. I looked round. The greater number of genuine patients were, as far as I could observe, affected by scurvy and diseases of the eyes, both peculiar to this country. The others suffered from fever, lung disease, and other illnesses. The different illnesses were not separated, all the patients were together in the same room. I have spoken of genuine patients, for certain convicts had come in merely to get a little rest. The doctors admitted them from pure compassion, above all, if there were any vacant beds. Life in the guardhouse and in the prison was so hard compared with that of the hospital, that many persons preferred to remain lying down in spite of the stifling atmosphere and the rules against leaving the room. There were even men who took pleasure in this kind of life. They belonged, nearly all, to the disciplinary company. I examined my new companions with curiosity. One of them puzzled me very much. He was consumptive, and was dying. His bed was a little further on than that of Ustiantsev, and was nearly beside mine. He was named Mikhailov. I had seen him in the convict prison 2 weeks before, when he was already seriously ill. He ought to have been under treatment long before, but he bore up against his malady with surprising courage. He did not go to the hospital until about the Christmas holidays, to die 3 weeks afterwards of galloping consumption. He seemed to have burned out like a candle. What astonished me most was the terrible change in his countenance. I had noticed him the very first day of my imprisonment. By his side was lying a soldier of the disciplinary company, an old man with a bad expression on his face, whose general appearance was disgusting. But I am not going to enumerate all the patients. I just remember this old man, simply because he made an impression on me, and initiated me at once into certain peculiarities of the ward. He had a severe cold in the head, which made him sneeze at every. Seated on his bed he stuffed his nose eagerly with snuff, which he took from a paper bag, in order to sneeze more strongly, and with greater regularity. He sneezed into a checked cotton pocket handkerchief which belonged to him, and which had lost its color through perpetual washing. His little nose then became wrinkled in a most peculiar manner with a multitude of wrinkles, and his open mouth exhibited broken teeth, decayed and black, and red gums moist with saliva. When he sneezed into his handkerchief he unfolded it and wiped it on the lining of his dressing gown. His proceedings disgusted me so much that involuntarily I examined the dressing gown I had just put on myself. It exhaled a most offensive odor, which contact with my body helped to bring out. It smelt of plasters and medicaments of all kinds. It seemed as though it had been worn by patients from time immemorial. The lining had, perhaps, been washed once, but I would not swear to it. Certainly, at the time I put it on, it was saturated with lotions, and stained by contact with poultices and plasters of all imaginable kinds. The men condemned to the rods, having undergone their punishment, were brought straight to the hospital, their backs still bleeding. As compresses and as poultices were placed on their wounds, the dressing gown they wore over their wet shirt received and retained the droppings. During all the time of my hard labor I had to go to the hospital, which often happened. I always put on, with mistrust and abhorrence, the dressing gown that was delivered to me. As soon as Chekunev had given me my tea, I will say, in parenthesis, that the water brought in the morning, and not renewed throughout the day, was soon corrupted, soon poisoned by the fetid air. The door opened, and the soldier, who had just received the rods, was brought in under a double escort. I saw, for the first time, a man who had just been whipped. Later on many were brought in, and whenever this happened it caused great distress to the patients. These unfortunate men were received with grave composure, but the nature of the reception depended nearly always on the enormity of the crime committed, and, consequent to himself. The assistant surgeons knew that they were entrusting their patients to skillful and experienced hands. The usual treatment consisted in applying very often to the back of the man who had been whipped a shirt or a piece of linen steeped in cold water. It was also necessary to withdraw skillfully from the wounds the twigs left by the rods which had been broken on the criminal's back. This last operation was particularly painful to the patients. The extraordinary stoicism with which they supported their sufferings astonished me greatly. I have seen many convicts who had been whipped, and cruelly, I can tell you. Well, I do not remember one of them uttering a groan. Only after such an experience, the countenance becomes pale, decomposed, the eyes glitter, the look wanders, and the lips tremble so that the patient sometimes bites them till they bleed. The soldier who had just come in was 23 years of age. He had a good muscular development, and was rather a fine man, tall, well-made, with a bronzed skin. His back, uncovered down to the waist, had been seriously beaten, and his body now trembled with fever beneath the damp sheet with which his back was covered. For about an hour and a half he did nothing but walk backwards and forwards in the room. I looked at his face. He seemed to be thinking of nothing. His eyes had a strange expression, at once wild and timid. They seemed to fix themselves with difficulty on the various objects. I fancied I saw him looking attentively at my hot tea. The steam was rising from the full cup, and the poor devil was shivering and clattering his teeth. I invited him to have some. He turned towards me without saying a word, and taking up the cup, swallowed the tea at one gulp, without putting sugar in it. He tried not to look at me, and when he had finished he put the cup back in silence without making a sign, and then began to walk up and down as before. He was in too much pain to think of speaking to me or thanking me. As for the other prisoners, they abstained from questioning him. When once they had applied compressors they paid no more attention to him, thinking probably it would be better to leave him alone, and not to worry him by their questions and compassion. The soldier seemed quite satisfied with this view. Meanwhile, night came on and the lamp was lighted. Some of the patients possessed candlesticks of their own, but these were not numerous. In the evening the doctor came round, after which a non-commissioned officer on guard counted the patients and closed the room. The prisoners could not speak in too high terms of their doctors. They looked upon them truly as fathers and respected them. These doctors had always something pleasant to say, a kind word even for reprobates, who appreciated it all the more because they knew it was said in all sincerity. Yes, these kind words were really sincere, for no one would have thought of blaming the doctors had they shown themselves cross and inhuman. They were kind purely from humanity. They understood perfectly that a convict who is sick has as much right to breathe pure air as any other person, even though the latter might be a great personage. The convalescents there had a right to walk freely through the corridors to take exercise, and to breathe air less pestilential than that of our infirmary, which was close and saturated with deleterious emanations. In our ward, when once the doors had been closed in the evening, they had to remain closed throughout the night, and under no pretext was one of the inmates allowed to go out. For many years an inexplicable fact troubled me like an insoluble problem. I must speak of it before going on with my description. I am thinking of the chains which every convict is obliged to wear, however ill he may be. Even consumptives have died beneath my eyes with their legs loaded with irons. Everybody was accustomed to it, and regarded it as an inevitable fact. I do not think anyone, even the doctors, would have thought of demanding the removal of the irons from convicts who were seriously ill, not even from the consumptive ones. The chains, it is true, were not exceedingly heavy. They did not in general weigh more than 8 or 10 pounds, which is a supportable burden for a man in good health. I have been told, however, that after some years the legs of the convicts dry up and waste away. I do not know whether it is true. I am inclined to think it is. The weight, however light it may be, say not more than 10 pounds, if it is fixed to the leg forever, increases the general weight in an abnormal manner, and at the end of a certain time must have a disastrous effect on its development. For a convict in good health this is nothing, but the same cannot be said of one who is sick. For the convicts who were seriously ill, for the consumptive ones whose arms and legs dry up of themselves, this last straw is insupportable. Even if the medical authorities claimed alleviation for the consumptive patients alone, it would be an immense benefit, I assure you. I shall be told convicts are malefactors, unworthy towards him on whom the finger of God already weighs. No one will believe that the object of this aggravation is to reform the criminal. The consumptive prisoners are exempted from corporal punishment by the tribunal. There must be some mysterious, important reason for all this, but what it is impossible to understand. No one believes, it is impossible to believe, that a consumptive man will run away. Who can think of such a thing, especially if the illness has reached a certain degree of intensity? It is impossible to deceive the doctors and make them mistake a convict in good health for one who is in a consumption, for this malady is one that can be recognized at the first glance. Moreover, can the irons prevent the convict not in good health from escaping? Not in the least. The irons are a degradation and shame, a physical and moral burden, but they would not hinder anyone attempting to escape. The most awkward and least intelligent convict can saw through them, or break the rivets by hammering at them with a stone. Chains, then, are a useless precaution, and if the convicts wear them as a punishment, should not this punishment be spared to dying men? As I write these lines, a face stands out from my memory, that of a dying man. A man who died in consumption, this same Mikhailov, whose bed was nearly opposite me, and who expired, I think, 4 days after my arrival at the hospital. When I spoke above of the consumptive patients, I was only reproducing involuntarily the sensations and ideas which occurred to me on the occasion of this death. I knew Mikhailov very little. He was a young man of 25 at most, not very tall, thin, and with a fine face. He belonged to the special section, and was remarkable for his strange, but soft and sad taciturnity. He seemed to have dried up in the convict prison, to use an expression employed by the convicts who had a good recollection of him. I remember he had very fine eyes. I really cannot tell why I think of that. He died at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a clear, dry day. The sun was darting its brilliant rays obliquely through the greenish, frozen panes of our room. A torrent of light inundated the unhappy patient, who had lost all consciousness, and was several hours dying. From the early morning his sight became confused. He was unable to recognize those who approached him. The convicts would gladly have done anything to relieve him, for they saw he was in great suffering. His respiration was painful, deep, and irregular. His breast rose and fell violently, as though he were in one. Then he began to tear up his shirt, which seemed to him a terrible burden. It was taken off. Then it was frightful to see this immensely long body, with fleshless arms and legs, with beating breast, and ribs which were as clearly marked as those of a skeleton. There was nothing now on this skeleton but a cross and the irons, from which his dried-up legs might easily have freed themselves. A quarter of an hour before his death everything was silent in our ward, and the inmates spoke only in whispers. The convicts walked on the tips of their toes. From time to time they exchanged remarks on other subjects, and cast a furtive glance at the dying man. The rattling in his throat grew more and more painful. At last, with a trembling hand, he felt the cross on his breast and endeavored to tear it off. It was also weighing upon him, suffocating him. It was taken off. 10 minutes afterwards, he died. Someone then knocked at the door in order to give notice to the sentinel. The warder entered, looked at the dead man with a vacant air, and went away to get the assistant surgeon. The assistant surgeon was a good fellow enough, but a little too much occupied with his personal appearance, otherwise very agreeable. He soon arrived, went up to the corpse with long strides which made a noise in the silent ward, and felt the dead man's pulse with an unconcerned air which seemed to have been put on for the occasion. He then made a vague gesture with his hand and went out. Information was given at the guardhouse, for the criminal was an important one. He belonged to the special section, and in order to register his death it was necessary to go through some formalities. While we were waiting for the hospital guard to come, one of the prisoners said in a whisper, "The eyes of the defunct might as well be closed." Another one profited by this remark, and approaching Mikhailov in silence, closed his eyes. Then perceiving on the pillow the cross which had been taken from his neck, he took it and looked at it, put it down, and crossed himself. The face of the dead man was becoming ossified. A ray of white light was playing on the surface and illuminated 2 rows of white, good teeth which sparkled between his thin lips, glued to the gums by the mouth. The non-commissioned officer on guard arrived at last, musket on shoulder, helmet on head, accompanied by 2 soldiers. He approached the corpse, slackening his pace with an air of uncertainty. Then he examined with a side glance the silent prison strap, removed his helmet, which was not at all necessary for him to do, and made the sign of the cross. He had a grey head, the head of a soldier who had seen much service. I remember that by his side stood Chekhunev, an old man who was also grey. He looked all the time at the non-commissioned officer, and followed all his movements with strange attention. They glanced across, and I saw that Chekhunev also trembled. He bit and closed his teeth, and said to the non-commissioned officer, as if involuntarily, at the same time nodding his head in the direction of the dead man, "He had a mother, too." These words went to my heart. Why had he said them, and how did this idea occur to him? The corpse was raised with the mattress, the straw creaked, the chains dragged along the ground with a sharp ring. They were taken up and the body was carried out. Suddenly all spoke once more in a loud voice. The non-commissioned officer in the corridor could well be heard crying out to someone to go for the blacksmith. It was necessary to take the dead man's irons off. Chapter 2. The hospital continued. The doctors used to visit the wards in the morning. Towards 11 o'clock, they appeared all together, forming a procession, which was headed by the chief physician. An hour and a half before, the ordinary physician had made his round. He was a quiet young man, always affable and kind, much liked by the prisoners, and thoroughly versed in his art. They only found one fault with him, that he was too soft. He was, in fact, by no means communicative. He seemed confused in our presence, blushed sometimes, and changed the quantity of food at the first representation of the patient. I think he would have consented to give them any medicine they desired. In other respects an excellent young man. A doctor in Russia often enjoys the affection and respect of the people, and with reason, as far as I have been able to see. I know that my words would seem a paradox, above all when the mistrust of this same people for foreign drugs and foreign doctors is taken into account. In fact, they prefer, even when suffering from a serious illness, to address themselves year after year to a witch, or employ old women's remedies which, however, ought not to be despised, rather than consult a doctor, or go into the hospital. In truth, these prejudices may be above all attributed to causes which have nothing to do with medicine, namely, the mistrust of the people for anything which bears an official and administrative character. Nor must it be forgotten that the common people are frightened and prejudiced in regard to the hospitals, by the stories, often absurd, of fantastic horrors said to take place within them. Perhaps, however, these stories have a basis of truth. But what repels them above all is the Germanism of the hospitals, the idea that during their illness they will be attended to by foreigners, the severity of the diet, the heartlessness of the surgeons and doctors, the dissection and autopsy of the bodies, etc. The common people reflect, moreover, that they will be attended by nobles, for in their view the doctors belong to the nobility. Once they have made acquaintance with them there are exceptions, no doubt, but they are rare. Their fears vanish. This success must be attributed to our doctors, especially the young ones, who, for the most part, know how to gain the respect and affection of the people. I speak now of what I myself have seen and experienced in many cases, and in different parts, and I think matters are the same everywhere. In some distant localities the doctors receive presents, make profit out of their hospitals, and neglect the patients. Sometimes they forget even their art. This happens, no doubt, but I am speaking of the majority, inspired as it is by that spirit, that generous tendency which is regenerating the medical art. As for the apostates, the wolves in the sheepfold, they may excuse themselves, and cast the blame on the circumstances amid which they live, but they are absurd, inexcusable, especially if they are no longer humane. It is precisely the humanity, affability, and brotherly compassion of the doctor which prove most efficacious remedies for the patients. It is time to stop these apathetic lamentations on the circumstances surrounding us. There may be truth in the lament, but a cunning rogue who knows how to take care of himself never fails to blame the circumstances around him when he wishes his faults to be forgiven, above all, if he writes or speaks with eloquence. I have again departed from my subject. I wish only to say that the common people mistrust and dislike officialism and the government doctors, rather than the doctors themselves, but on personal acquaintance many prejudices disappear. Our doctor generally stopped before the bed of each patient, questioned him seriously and attentively, then prescribed the remedies, potions, etc. He sometimes noticed that the pretended invalid was not ill at all, he had come to take rest after his hard work, and to sleep on a mattress in a warm room, far preferable to the naked planks in a damp guardhouse among a mass of pale, broken-down men, waiting for their trial. In Russia the prisoners in the house of detention are almost always broken down, which shows that their moral and material condition is worse even than those of the convicts. In cases of feigned sickness our doctor would describe the patient as suffering from febris catharalis, and sometimes allowed him to remain a week in the hospital. Everyone laughed at this febris catharalis, for it was known to be a formula agreed upon between the doctor and the patient to indicate no malady at all. Often the robust invalid who abused the doctor's compassion remained in the hospital until he was turned out by force. Our doctor was worth seeing then. Confused by the prisoners, "You must go, you know you are cured now, and we have no place for you, we are very much cramped here," etc. At last, ashamed to remain any longer, the patient would consent to go. The physician-in-chief, although compassionate and just the patients were much attached to him, was incomparably more severe and more decided than our ordinary physician. In certain cases he showed merciless severity which only gained for him the respect of the convicts. He always came into the room accompanied by all the doctors of the hospital. When his assistants visited all the beds and diagnosed on each particular case, he stopped longest at the beds of those who were seriously ill, and had an encouraging word for them. He never sent back the convicts who arrived with febris catharalis, but if one of them was determined to remain in the hospital, he certified that the man was cured. "Come," he would say, "you have had your rest. Now go, you must not take liberties." Those who insisted upon remaining were, above all, the convicts who were worn out by field labor, performed during the great summer heat, or prisoners who had been sentenced to be whipped. I remember that they were obliged to be particularly severe, merely in order to get rid of one of them. He had come to be cured of some disease of the eyes, which were red all over. He complained of suffering a sharp pain in the eyelids. He was incurable. Plasters, blisters, leeches. Nothing did him any good, and the diseased organ remained in the same condition. Then it occurred to the doctors that the illness was feigned, for the inflammation neither became worse nor better, and they soon understood that a comedy was being played, although the patient would not admit it. He was a fine young fellow, not ill-looking, though he produced a disagreeable impression upon all his companions. He was suspicious, sombre, full of dissimulation, and never looked anyone straight in the face. He also kept himself apart as if he mistrusted us all. I remember that many persons were afraid that he would do someone harm. When he was a soldier he had committed some will do incredible things. On the eve of the fatal day, they will stick a knife into one of their chiefs, or into a comrade, in order that they may be tried again for this new offense, which will delay their punishment for a month or two. It matters little to them that their punishment be doubled or tripled, if they can escape this time. What they desire is to put off temporarily the terrible minute at whatever cost, so utterly does their heart fail them. Many of the patients thought the man with the sore eyes ought to be watched, lest in his despair he should assassinate someone during the night, but no precaution was taken, not even by those who slept next to him. It was remarked, however, that he rubbed his eyes with plaster from the wall, and with something else besides, in order that they might appear red when the doctor came round. At last the doctor-in-chief threatened to cure him by means of acetone. When the malady resists all ordinary treatment, the doctors determined to try some heroic, however painful, remedy. But the poor devil did not wish to get well. He was either too obstinate or too cowardly, for, however painful the proposed operation may be, it cannot be compared to the punishment of the rods. The operation consists in seizing the patient by the nape of the neck, taking up the skin, drawing it back as much as possible, and making in it a double incision, through which is passed a skein of cotton about as thick as the finger. Every day at a fixed hour this skein is pulled backwards and forwards in order that the wound may continually suppurate and may not heal. The poor devil endured this torture, which caused him horrible suffering, for several days. At last he consented to quit the hospital. In less than a day his eyes became quite well, and, as soon as his neck was healed, he was sent to the guard-house, which he left next day to receive the first 1,000 strokes. Painful is the minute which precedes such a punishment, so painful, that perhaps I am wrong in taxing with cowardice those convicts who fear it. It must be terrible for the convicts to risk a double or triple punishment, merely to postpone it. I have spoken, however, of convicts who have thus wished to quit the hospital before the wounds caused by the first part of the flogging were healed, in order to receive the last part and make an end of it. For life in a guardroom is certainly worse than in a convict prison. The habit, decision to convicts. Those who have been often flogged, are hardened both in body and mind, and have at last looked upon such a punishment as merely a disagreeable incident no longer to be feared. One of our convicts of the special section was a converted Tatar, who was named Alexander, or Alexandrina, as they called him in fun at the convict prison, who told me how he had received 4,000 strokes. He never spoke of this punishment, except with amusement and laughter, but he swore very seriously that if he had not been brought up in his horde, from his most tender infancy, on whipping and flogging, and as the scars which covered his back, and which refused to disappear, were there to testify, he would never have been able to support those 4,000 strokes. He blessed the education of sticks that he had received. I was beaten for the least thing, Alexander Petrovich, he said one evening, when we were sitting down before the fire. I was beaten without reason for 15 years, as long as I can ever remember, and several times a day. Anyone who liked beat me, so that, at last, it made no impression upon me. I do not know how it was he became a soldier, for perhaps he lied, and had always been a deserter and vagabond. But I remember his telling me one day of the fright he was seized with when he was condemned to receive 4,000 strokes for having killed one of his officers. I know that they will punish me severely, he said to himself, that, accustomed as I am to be whipped, I shall perhaps die on the spot. The devil, 4,000 strokes is not a trifle, and then all my officers were in a fearful temper with me on account of this affair. I knew well that it would not be rose water. I even believed that I should die under the rods. I determined to get baptized. I said to myself, that perhaps they would not then flog me, at any rate it was worth trying. My comrades had told me that it would be of no good. But, I said to myself, who knows, perhaps they will pardon me, they will have more compassion on a Christian than on a Mohammedan. They baptized me, and give me the name of Alexander, but, in spite of that, I had to take my flogging. They did not let me off a single stroke. I was, however, very savage. Wait a bit, I said to myself, and I will take you all in, and would you believe it, Alexander? I did take 'em all in. I knew how to look like a dead man, not that I appeared altogether battalion to receive my first 1,000. My skin was burning, I began to howl. They gave me my second 1,000, and I said to myself, it's all over now. I had lost my head, my legs seemed broken, so I fell to the ground, with the eyes of a dead man. My face blue, my mouth full of froth, I no longer breathed. When the doctor came, he said I was on the point of death. I was carried to the hospital, and at once returned to life. Twice again they flogged me. What a rage they were in. I took them all in on each occasion. I received my third 1,000, and died again. On my word, when they gave me the last 1,000 each stroke ought to have counted for 3, it was like a knife in my heart. Oh, how they did beat me. They were so severe with me. Oh, that cursed 4,000, it was well worth 3 firsts put together. If I had pretended to be dead when I had still 200 to receive, I think they would have finished me, but they did not get the better of me. I had 'em again and again, for they always thought it was all over with me, and how could they have thought otherwise? The doctor was sure of it. But as for the 200 which I had still to receive, they might have struck as hard as they liked, they were worth 2,000. I only laughed at them. Why? Because, when I was a youngster, I had grown up under the whip. Well, I am well and alive now, but I have been beaten in the course of my life, he repeated, with a passive air, as he brought his story to an end. As he did so, He seemed to recollect and count anew the blows he had received. After a brief silence, he said, "I cannot count them, nor can anyone else. There are not figures enough." He looked at me, and burst into a laugh, so simple and natural, that I could not help smiling in return. "Do you know, Alexander Petrovich, when I dream at night, I always dream that I am being flogged. I dream of nothing else." He, in fact, talked in his sleep, and woke up the other prisoners. "What are you yelling about, you demon?" they would say to him. This strong, robust fellow, short in stature, about 44 years of age, active, good-looking, lived on good terms with everyone, though he was very fond of taking what did not belong to him, and afterwards got beaten for it. Me palpitation of the heart, not a shadow of hatred or rancor could be detected. They laughed at what they had suffered like children. It was not the same, however, with Mtitsky, when he told me of his punishment. As he was not a noble, he had been sentenced to be flogged. He had never spoken to me of it, and when I asked him if it were true, he replied affirmatively in 2 brief words, but with evident suffering, and without looking at me. He at the same time turned red, and when he raised his eyes, I saw flames burning in them, while his lips trembled with indignation. I felt that he would not forget, that he could never forget this page of his history. Our companions generally, on the other hand, though theirs might have been exceptions, looked upon their adventures with quite another eye. It is impossible, I sometimes thought, that they can be conscious of their guilt, and not acknowledge the justice of their punishment, above all, when their offences were against their companions and not against some chief. The greater part of them did not acknowledge their guilt. I have already said that I never observed in them the least remorse, even when the crime had been committed against people of their own station. As for the crimes committed against a chief, they did not even speak of them. It seems to me that for those cases, they had special views of their own. They looked upon them as accidents caused by destiny, by fatality, into which they had fallen unconsciously, as the result of some extraordinary impulse. The convict always justifies the crimes he has committed against his chief. He does not trouble himself about the matter. But he admits that the chief cannot share his view, and consequently, that he must naturally be punished, and then he will be quits with him. The struggle between the administration and the prisoner is of the severest character on both sides. What in a great measure justifies the criminal in his own eyes, is his conviction that the people among whom he has been born and has lived will acquit him. He is certain that the common people will not look upon him as a lost man, unless, indeed, his crime has been committed against persons of his own class, against his brethren. He is quite calm about that. Supported by his conscience, he will not lose his moral tranquility, and that is the principal thing. He feels himself on firm ground, and has no particular hatred for him, hacks him to pieces, kills him. It must not be thought, moreover, that all of these stories were told with indifference and in cold blood. When the name of Jerebiatnikov was mentioned, it was always with indignation. I made the acquaintance of this officer during my first stay in the hospital, only by the convict stories, it must be understood. I afterwards saw him one day when he was commanding the guard at the convict prison. He was about 30 years old, very stout and very strong, with red cheeks hanging down on each side, white teeth, and a formidable laugh. One could see in a moment that he was in no way given to reflection. He took the greatest pleasure in whipping and flogging, when he had to superintend the punishment. I must hasten to say that the other officers looked upon Jerebiatnikov as a monster, and the convicts did the same. This was in the good old time, which is not very far off, but in which it is already difficult to believe executioners delighted in their office. But, generally speaking, the strokes were administered without enthusiasm. This lieutenant was an exception, and he took a real pleasure and delight in punishment. He had a passion for it, and liked it for its own sake. He looked to this art for unnatural delights in order to tickle and excite his base soul. A prisoner is conducted to the place of punishment. Jerebiatnikov is the officer superintending the execution. Arranging a long line of soldiers, armed with heavy rods, he walks along the front with a satisfied air, and encourages each one to do his duty. Conscientiously or otherwise, the soldiers know before what otherwise means. The criminal is brought out. If he does not yet know Jerebiatnikov, if he is not in the secret of the mystery, the lieutenant plays him the following trick, one of the inventions of Jerebiatnikov, very ingenious in this style of thing. The prisoner, whose back has been bared, and whom the non-commissioned officers have fastened to the butt end of a musket in order to drag him afterwards through the whole length of the Green Street. He begs the officer in charge, with a plaintive and tearful voice, not to have him struck too hard, not to double the punishment by any undue severity. "Your nobility," cries the unhappy wretch, "have pity on me, treat me fraternally, so that I may pray God throughout my life for you. Do not destroy me, show mercy." Jerebiatnikov had waited for this, engaged the prisoner in conversation, speaking to him in a sentimental, compassionate tone. "But, my good fellow," he would say, "what am I to do? It is the law that punishes you. It is the law. Your nobility. You can make it everything. Have pity upon me. Do you really think that I have no pity on you? Do you think it is any pleasure to me to see you whipped? I am a man, am I not? Answer me, am I not a man? Certainly, your nobility. We know that the officers are our fathers and we their children. Be to me a venerable father," the prisoner would cry, seeing some possibility of escaping punishment. "Then, my friend, judge for yourself. You have a brain to think with, you know. I am human, I ought to take compassion on you, sinner though you be. Your nobility says the absolute truth. Yes, I ought to be merciful to you however guilty you may be. But it is not I who punish you, it is the law. I serve God and my country, and consequently I commit a grave sin if I mitigate the punishment fixed by the law. Only think of that, your nobility. Well, what am I to do? Only think, I know that I am doing wrong, but it shall be as you wish. I will have mercy upon you, you shall be punished lightly. But if I really do this on one occasion, if I show mercy, if I punish you lightly, you will think that at another time I shall be merciful, and you will recommence your follies. What do you say to that? Your nobility, preserve me before the throne of the heavenly Well, listen, I will have mercy on you on account of your tears, your orphans. Tears, for you are an orphan, are you not? Orphan on both sides, your nobility, I am alone in the world. Well, on account of your orphans' tears I have pity on you," he added, in a voice so full of emotion that the prisoner could not sufficiently thank God for having sent him so good an officer. The procession went out, the drum rolled, the soldiers brandished their arms. "Flog him," Jerebiatnikov would roar from the bottom of his lungs, "flog him, burn him, skin him alive. Harder, harder. Give it harder to this orphan. Give it him, the rogue." The soldiers lay on the strokes with all their might on the back of the unhappy wretch, whose eyes dart fire, and who howls while Jerebiatnikov runs after him in front of the line, holding his sides with laughter. He puffs and blows so that he can scarcely hold himself upright. He is happy. He thinks it droll. From time to time, his formidable resonant laugh is heard, as he keeps on repeating, "Flog him, thrash him, this brigand, this orphan." He had composed variation on this motive. The prisoner has been brought to undergo his punishment. He begs the lieutenant to have pity on him. This time, Jerebiatnikov does not play the hypocrite. He is frank with the prisoner. "Look, my dear fellow, I will punish you as you deserve, but I can show you one act of mercy. I will not attach you to the butt end of the musket, you shall go along in a new style. You have only to run as hard as you can along the front. Each rod will strike you as a matter of course, but it will be over sooner. What do you say to that? Will you try?" The prisoner, who has listened, full of mistrust and doubt, says to himself, "Perhaps this way will not be so bad as the other. If I run with all my might, it will not last quite so long, and perhaps all the rods will not touch me. Well, your nobility, I consent. I also consent. Come, mind your business," cries the lieutenant to the soldiers. He knew beforehand that not one rod would spare the back of the unfortunate wretch. The soldier who failed to hit him would know what to expect. The convict tries to run along the Green Street, but he does not go beyond 15 men before the rods rain upon his poor spine like hail, so that the unfortunate man shrieks out, and falls as if he had been struck by a bullet. "No, your nobility, I prefer to be flogged in the ordinary way," he says, managing to get up, pale and frightened. while Jerebiatnikov, who knew beforehand how this affair would end, held his sides and burst into a laugh. But I cannot relate all the diversions invented by him, and all that was told about him. My companions also spoke of a Lieutenant Smekolov, who fulfilled the functions of commandant before the arrival of our present major. They spoke of Jerebiatnikov with indifference, without hatred, but also without exalting his high achievements. They did not praise him, they simply despised him, whilst at the name of Smekolov the whole prison burst into a chorus of laudation. The lieutenant was by no means fond of administering the rods. There was nothing in him of Jerebiatnikov's disposition. How did it happen that the convicts remembered his punishments, severe as they were, with sweet satisfaction? How did he manage to please them? How did he gain the popularity he certainly enjoyed? Our companions, like Russian people in general, were ready to forget their tortures if a kind word was said to them. I speak of the effect itself without analyzing or examining it. It is not difficult, then, to gain the affections of such a people and become popular. Lieutenant Smekolov had gained such popularity, and when the punishments he had directed were spoken of, they were always mentioned with a certain sympathy. He was as kind as a father, the convicts would sometimes say, as, with a sigh, they compared him with their present chief, the major who had replaced him. He was a simple-minded man, and kind in a manner. There are chiefs who are naturally kind and merciful, but who are not at all liked and are laughed at, whereas Smekolov had so managed that all the prisoners had a special regard for him. This was due to innate qualities, which those who possess them do not understand. Strange thing. There are men who are far from being kind, and who have yet the talent of making themselves popular. They do not despise the people who are beneath their rule. That, I think, is the cause of this popularity. They do not give themselves lordly airs. They have no feeling of caste. They have a certain odor of the people. They are men of birth, and the people at once sniff it. They will do anything for such men. They will gladly change the mildest and most humane man for a very severe chief, if the latter possesses this sort of odor, and especially if the man is also genial in his way. Oh, then he is beyond price. Lieutenant Smekolov, as I have said, ordered sometimes very severe punishments, but he seemed to inflict them in such a way that the prisoners felt no rancor against him. On the contrary, they recalled his whipping affairs with laughter. He did not punish frequently, for he had no artistic imagination. He had invented only one practical joke, a single one which amused him for nearly a year. In our convict prison, this joke was dear to him, probably, because it was his only one, and it was not without humor. Smekolov assisted himself at the executions, joking all the time, and laughing at the prisoner as he questioned him about the most out-of-the-way things, such, for instance, as his private affairs. He did this without any bad motive, and simply because he really wished to know something about the man's affairs. A chair was brought to him, together with the rods which were to be used for chastising the prisoner. The lieutenant sat down and lighted his long pipe. The prisoner implored him, "No, comrade, lie down. What is the matter with you?" The convict stretched himself on the ground with a sigh. "Can you read fluently?" "Of course, your nobility. I am baptized, and I was taught to read when I was a child." "Then read this." The convict knows beforehand what he is to read, and knows how the reading will end, because this joke has been repeated more than 30 times, but Smekolov knows also that the convict is not his dupe any more than the soldier who now holds the rod suspended over the back of the unhappy victim. The convict begins to read. The soldiers armed with the rods await motionless. Smekolov ceases even to. Officer bursts into a laugh, and the soldiers around him also laugh. The man who is whipping laughs, and the man who is being whipped also. Chapter 3. The hospital continued. I have spoken here of punishments and of those who have administered them, because I got a very clear idea on the subject during my stay in the hospital. Until then I knew of them only by general report. In our room were confined all the prisoners from the battalion who were to receive the Spitzruten rods, as well as those from the military establishment in our town and in the district surrounding it. During my first few days I looked at all that surrounded me with such greedy eyes that these strange manners, these men who had just been flogged or were about to be flogged, left upon me a terrible impression. I was agitated, frightened. As I listened to the conversation or narratives of the other prisoners on this subject, I put to myself questions which I endeavored in vain to solve. I wished to know all the degrees of the sentences, the punishments, and their shades, and to learn the opinion of the convicts themselves. I tried to represent to myself the psychological condition of the men flogged. It rarely happened, as I have already said, that the prisoner approached the fatal moment in cold blood, even if he had been beaten several times before. The condemned man experiences a fear which is very terrible, but purely physical, an unconscious fear which upsets his moral nature. During my several years' stay in the convict prison, I was able to study at leisure the prisoners who wished to leave the hospital, where they had remained some time to have their damaged backs cured before receiving the second half of their punishment. This interruption in the punishment is always called for by the doctor who assists at the execution. If the number of strokes to be received is too great for them to be administered all at once, it is divided according to advice given by the doctor on the spot. It is for him to see if the prisoner is in a condition to undergo the whole of his punishment, or if his life is in danger. 500, 1,000, and even 1,500 strokes with the stick are administered at once. But if it is 2 or 3,000, the punishment is divided into 2 or 3 doses. Those whose back had been cured after the first administration, and who are to undergo a second, were sad, sombre and silent the day they went out, and the evening before. They were almost in a state of torpor. They engaged in no conversation, and remained perfectly silent. It is worthy of remark that the prisoners avoid addressing those who are about to be punished, and, above all, never make any allusion to the subject, neither in consolation nor in superfluous words. No attention whatever is paid to them, which is certainly the best thing for the prisoner. There are exceptions, however. The convict Orloff, of whom I have already spoken, was sorry that his back did not get more quickly cured, for he was anxious to get his leave ticket in order that he might take the rest of his flogging, and then be assigned to a convoy of prisoners. When he meant to escape during the journey, he had a passionate, ardent nature, and with only that object in view. A cunning rascal, he seemed very pleased when he first came, but he was in a state of abnormal excitement, though he endeavored to conceal it. He had been afraid of being left on the ground, and dying before half of his punishment had been undergone. He had heard steps taken in his case, by the authorities, when he was still being tried, and he thought he could not survive the punishment. But when he had received his first dose, he recovered his courage. When he came to the hospital, I had never seen such wounds as his, but he was in the best spirits. He now hoped to be able to live. The stories which had reached him were untrue, or the execution would not have been interrupted. He now began to think of a long Siberian journey, possibly of escaping to liberty, fields, and forests. 2 days after he had left the hospital, he came back to die, on the very couch which he had occupied during my stay there. He had been unable to support the second half of his punishment, but I have already spoken of this man. All the prisoners without exception, even the most pusillanimous, even those who were beforehand tormented night and day, supported it courageously when it came. I scarcely ever heard groans during the night following the execution. Our people, as a rule, knew how to endure pain. I questioned my companion often in reference to this pain, that I might know to what kind of suffering it might be compared. It was no idle curiosity which urged me. I repeat that I was moved and frightened, but it was in vain. I could get no satisfactory reply. "It burns like fire," was the general answer. They all said the same thing. First I tried to question Emsky. "It burns like fire, like hell. It seems as if one's back were in a furnace." I made one day a strange observation, which may or may not have been well founded, although the opinion of the convicts themselves confirms my views, namely, that the rods are the most terrible punishment in use among us. At first it seems absurd, impossible, yet 500 strokes of the rods, 400 even, are enough to kill a man. Beyond 500 death is almost certain. The most robust man will be unable to support 1,000 rods, whereas 500 sticks are endured without much inconvenience, and without the least risk in the world of losing one's life. A man of ordinary build supports 1,000 sticks without danger. Even 2,000 sticks will not kill a man of ordinary strength and constitution. All the convicts declared that rods were worse than sticks or ramrods. Rods hurt more and torture more, they said. They must torture more than sticks, that is certain, that is evident, for they irritate much more forcibly the nervous system, which they excite beyond measure. I do not know whether any person still exists, but such did a short time ago, to whom the whipping of a victim procured a delight which recalls the Marquis de Chardet and the Marchioness Brinvilliers. I think this delight must consist in the sinking of the heart, and that these nobles must have experienced pain and delight at the same time. There are people who, like tigers, are greedy for blood. Those who have possessed unlimited power over the flesh, blood, and soul of their fellow creatures, of their brethren according to the law of Christ, those who have possessed this power and who have been able to degrade with a supreme degradation another being made in the image of God, these men are incapable of resisting their desires and their thirst for sensations. Tyranny is a habit capable of being developed, and at last becomes a disease. I declare that the best man in the world can become hardened and brutified to such a point, that nothing will distinguish him from a wild beast. Blood and power intoxicate. They aid the development of callousness and debauchery. The mind then becomes capable of the most abnormal cruelty in the form of pleasure. The man and the citizen disappear forever in the tyrant, and then a return to human dignity, repentance, moral resurrection, becomes almost impossible. That the possibility of such license has a contagious effect on the whole of society there is no doubt. A society which looks upon such things with an indifferent eye is already infected to the marrow. In a word, the right granted to a man to inflict corporal punishment on his fellow men is one of the plague spots of our society. It is the means of annihilating all civic spirit. Such a right contains in germ the elements of inevitable, imminent decomposition. Society despises an executioner by trade, but not a lordly executioner. Every manufacturer, every master of works, must feel an irritating pleasure when he reflects that the workman he has beneath his orders is dependent upon him with the whole of his family. A generation does not, I am sure, extirpate so quickly what is hereditary in it. A man cannot renounce what is in his blood, what has been transmitted to him with his mother's milk. These revolutions are not accomplished so quickly. It is not enough to confess one's fault. That is very little indeed. It must be rooted out, and that is not done so quickly. I have spoken of the executioners. The instincts of an executioner are in germ in nearly every one of our contemporaries, but the animal instincts of the man have not developed themselves in a uniform manner. When they stifle all other faculties, the man becomes a hideous monster. There are two kinds of executioners, those who of their own will are executioners and those who are executioners by duty, by reason of office. He who, by his own will, is an friends, who found it necessary that a culprit should be whipped until he would implore and beg for mercy, it seemed to them a natural thing, a thing recognized as indispensable. If the victim did not choose to cry out, his executioner, whom in other respects I should consider a good man, looked upon it as a personal offense. He meant, in the first instance, to inflict only a light punishment, but directly he failed to hear the habitual supplications, "Your nobility, have mercy. Be a father to me. Let me thank God all my life." He became furious, and ordered that 50 more blows should be administered, hoping thus, at last, to obtain the necessary cries and supplications, and at last they came. "Impossible, he is too insolent," cried the man in question, very seriously. As for the executioner by office, he is a convict who has been chosen for this function. He passes an apprenticeship with an old hand, and as soon as he knows his trade remains in the convict prison, where he lives by himself. He has a room, which he shares with no one. Sometimes, indeed, he has a separate establishment. But he is always under guard. A man is not a machine. Although he whips by virtue of his office, he sometimes becomes furious, and beats with a certain pleasure. Notwithstanding, he has no hatred for his victim. A desire to show his skill in the art of whipping may sharpen his vanity. He works as an artist. He knows well that he is a reprobate, and that he excites everywhere superstitious dread. It is impossible that this should exercise no influence upon him, and not irritate his brutal instincts. Even little children say that this man has neither father nor mother. Strange thing. All the executioners I have known were intelligent men, possessing a certain degree of conceit. This conceit became developed in them through the contempt which they everywhere met with, and was strengthened, perhaps, by the consciousness of the fear with which they inspired their victims, and of the power over unfortunate wretches. The theatrical paraphernalia surrounding them developed, perhaps, in them a certain arrogance. I had for some time an opportunity of meeting and observing at close quarters an ordinary executioner. He was a man about 40, muscular, dry, with an agreeable, intelligent face, surrounded by long curly hair. His manners were quiet and grave, his general demeanor becoming. He replied clearly and sensibly to all questions put to him, but with a sort of condescension, as if he were in some way my superior. The officers of the guard spoke to him with a certain respect, which he fully appreciated, for which reason, in presence of his chiefs, he became polite, and more dignified than ever. He never departed from the most refined politeness. I am sure that, when I was speaking to him, he felt incomparably superior to the man who was addressing him. I could read that in his countenance. Sometimes he was sent under escort, in summer, when it was very hot, to kill the dogs of the town with a long, very thin spear. These wandering dogs increased in numbers with such prodigious rapidity, and became so dangerous during the dog days, that, by the decision of the authorities, the executioner was ordered to destroy them. This degrading duty did not in any way humiliate him. It should have been seen with what gravity he walked through the streets of the town, accompanied by a soldier escorting him, how, with a single glance, he frightened the women and children, and how, from the height of his grandeur, he looked down upon the passers-by generally. Executioners live at their ease. They have money to travel comfortably, and drink vodka. They derive most of their income from presents which the prisoners condemned to be flogged slip into their hands before the execution. When they have to do with convicts who are rich, they then fix a sum to be paid in proportion to the means of the victim. They will exact 30 rubles, sometimes more. The executioner has no right to spare his victim, and he does so at the risk of his own back. But for a suitable present he agrees not to strike too hard. People almost always give what he asks. Should they in any case refuse, he would strike like a savage, and it is in his power to do so. He sometimes exacts a heavy sum from a man who is very poor. Then all the relations of the victim are put in movement. They bargain, try and beat him down, supplicate him, but it will not be well if they do not succeed in satisfying him. In such a case the superstitious fear inspired by the executioner stands them in good part. I had been told the most wonderful things, that at one blow the executioner can kill his man. Is this your experience? I asked. Perhaps so. Who knows? Their tone seemed to decide, if there could be any doubt about it. Gives the first blow with all his strength. It is the custom. Then he administers the other blows with less severity, above all if he has been well paid. I do not know why this is done. Is it to prepare the victim for the succeeding blows, which will appear less painful after the first cruel one, or do they want to frighten the criminal, so that he may know with whom he has to deal, or do they simply wish to display their vigor from vanity? In any case the executioner is slightly excited before the execution, and he is conscious of his strength and of his power. He is acting at the time, the public admires him, and is filled with terror. Accordingly, it is not without satisfaction that he cries out to his victim, "Look out, you are going to have it," customary and fatal words which precede the first blow. It is difficult to imagine a human being degraded to such a point. The first day of my stay at the hospital I listened attentively to the stories of the convicts, which broke the monotony of the long days. In the morning, the doctor's visit was the first diversion. Then came dinner, which it will be believed was the most important affair of our daily life. The portions were different according to the nature of the illness. Some of the prisoners received nothing but broth with groats in it, others nothing but gruel, others a kind of semolina, which was much liked. The convicts ended by becoming effeminate and fastidious. The convalescents received a piece of boiled beef. The best food, which was reserved for the scorbutic patients, consisted of roast beef with onions, horseradish, and sometimes a small glass of spirits. The bread was, according to the illness, black or brown. The precision preserved in distributing the rations would make the patients laugh. There were some who took absolutely nothing. The portions were exchanged in such a way that the food intended for one patient was eaten by another. Those who were being kept on low diet, who received only small rations, bought those of the scorbutic patients. Others would give any price for meat. There were some who ate 2 entire portions. It cost them a good deal, for they were generally sold at 5 kopecks each. If one had no meat to sell in our room, the warder was sent to another section, and if he could not find any there, he was asked to get some from the mill, and those who possessed a few kopecks used to send out to buy cakes and white bread, or other delicacies, at the market. Warders executed these commissions in a disinterested manner. The most painful moment was that which followed the dinner. Some went to sleep, if they had no other way of passing their time. Others either wrangled or told stories in a loud voice. When no new patients were brought in, everything became very dull. The arrival of a new patient caused always a certain excitement. Above all, if no one knew anything about him, he was questioned about his past life. The most interesting ones were the birds of passage. They had always something to tell. Of course they never spoke of their own little faults. If the prisoner did not enter upon this subject himself, no one questioned him about it. The only thing he was asked was, what quarter he came from, who were with him on the road, what state the road was in, where he was being taken to, etc. Stimulated by the stories of the newcomers, our comrades in their turn began to tell what they had seen and done. What was most talked about was the convoys, those in command of them, the men who carried the sentences into execution. About this time, too, towards evening, the convicts who had been scourged came up. They always made a rather strong impression, as I have said, but it was not every day that any of these were brought to us, and everybody was bored to extinction, when nothing happened to give a fillip to the general relaxed and indolent state of feeling. It seemed, then, as though the sick themselves were exasperated at the very sight of those near them. Sometimes they squabbled violently. Our convicts were in high glee when a madman was taken off for medical examination. Sometimes those who were sentenced to be scourged feigned insanity that they might get off. The trick was found out, or it would sometimes be that they voluntarily gave up the pretense. Prisoners, who during 2 or 3 days had done all sorts of wild things, suddenly became steady and sensible people, quieted down, and, with a gloomy smile, asked to be taken out of the hospital. Neither the other convicts nor the doctors said a word of remonstrance to them about the deceit, or brought up the subject of their mad, taken elsewhere. After the lapse of some days they came back to us with their backs all wounds and blood. On the other hand, the arrival of a genuine lunatic was a miserable thing to see. All through the place, those of the mentally unsound who were gay, lively, who uttered cries, danced, sang, were greeted at first with enthusiasm by the convicts. "Here's fun," said they, as they looked on the grins and contortions of the unfortunates. But the sight was horribly painful and sad. I have never been able to look upon the mad calmly or with indifference. There was one who was kept 3 weeks in our room. We would have hidden ourselves, had there been any place to do it. When things were at the worst they brought in another. This one affected me very powerfully. In the first year, or, to be more exact, during the first month of my exile, I went to work with a gang of kiln men to the Tuileries situated 2 versts from our prison. We were set to repairing the kiln in which the bricks were baked in summer. That morning, in which M.Sky and B made me acquainted with the non-commissioned officer, superintendent of the works. This was a Pole already well on in life, 60 years old at least, of high stature, lean, a decent and even somewhat imposing exterior. He had been a long time in service in Siberia, and although he belonged to the lower orders he had been a soldier, and in the rising of 1830. M.Sky and B loved and esteemed him. He was always reading the Vulgate. I spoke to him. His talk was agreeable and intelligent. He told a story in a most interesting way. He was straightforward and of excellent temper. For 2 years I never saw him again. All I heard was that he had become a case, and that they were inquiring into it, and then one fine day they brought him into our room. He had gone quite mad. He came in yelling, uttering shouts of laughter, and began to dance in the middle of the room with indecent gestures which recalled the dance known as Kamarinskaya. The convicts were wild with enthusiasm, but, for my part, account for it as you will. I felt utterly miserable. 3 days after, we were all of us upset with it. He got into violent disputes with everybody, fought, groaned, sang in the dead of the night. His aberrations were so inordinate and disgusting as to bring our very stomachs up. He feared nobody. They put the strait waistcoat on him, but we were no whit better off for it, for he went on quarrelling and fighting all round. At the end of 3 weeks, the room put up an unanimous entreaty to the head doctor that he might be removed to the other apartment reserved for the convicts. But after 2 days, at the request of the sick people in that other room, they brought him back to our infirmary. As we had 2 madmen there at once, both rooms kept sending them back and forward, and ended by taking one or the other of the 2 lunatics, turn and turn about. Everybody breathed more freely when they took him away from us, a good way off, somewhere or other. There was another lunatic whom I remember, a very remarkable creature. They had brought in, during the summer, a man under sentence, who looked like a solid and vigorous fellow enough, of about 45 years. His face was sombre and sad, pitted with smallpox, with little red and swollen eyes. He sat down by my side. He was extremely quiet, spoke to nobody, and seemed utterly absorbed in his own deep reflections. Night fell. Then he addressed me, and, without a word of preface, told me in a hurried and excited way, as if it were a mighty secret he were confiding, that he was to have 2,000 strokes with the rod, but that he had nothing to fear, as the daughter of Colonel G was taking steps on his behalf. I looked at him with surprise, and observed that, as I saw the affair, the daughter of a colonel could be of little use in such a case. I had not yet guessed what sort of person I had to do with, for they had brought him to the hospital as a bodily sick person, not mentally. I then asked him what illness he was suffering from. He answered that he knew nothing about it, that he had been sent among us for something or other, but that he was in good health, and that the colonel's daughter had fallen in love with him. 2 weeks before she had passed in a carriage before the guard-house, where he was looking through the barred window, and she had gone head over ears in love at the mere sight of him. After that important moment she had come 3 times to the guard-house on different pretexts. The first time with her father, ostensibly to visit her brother, who was the officer on service, the second with her mother, to distribute arms to the prisoners. As she passed, he told me all this nonsense with minute and exact details, all of it pure figment of his poor disordered head. He believed devoutly and implicitly that his punishment would be graciously remitted. He spoke very calmly, and with all assurance of the passionate love he had inspired in this young lady. This odd and romantic delusion about the love of quite a young girl of good breeding, for a man nearly 50 years and afflicted with a face so disfigured and gloomy, simply showed the fearful effect produced by the fear of the punishment he was to have upon the poor, timid creature. It may be that he had really seen someone through the bars of the window, and the insanity, germinating under excess of fear, had found shape and form in the delusion in question. This unfortunate soldier, who, it may be warranted, had never given a thought to young ladies, had got this romance into his diseased fancy, and clung convulsively to this wild hope. I heard him in silence, and then told the story to the other convicts. When these questioned him in their natural curiosity, he preserved a chastely discreet silence. Next day the doctor examined him. As the madman averred that he was not ill, he was put down on the list as qualified to be sent out. We learned that the physician had scribbled sanit est on the page, when it was quite too late to give him warning. Besides, we were ourselves not by any means sure what was really the matter with the man. The error was with the authorities who had sent him to us, without specifying for what reason it was thought necessary to have him come into the hospital, which was unpardonable negligence. However, 2 days later the unhappy creature was taken out to be scourged. We understood that he was dumbfounded by finding, contrary to his fixed expectation, that he really was to have the punishment. To the last moment he thought he would be pardoned, and when conducted to the front of the battalion, he began to cry for help. As there was no room or bedding place now in our apartment, they said, as to the treatment of the sick and the remedies prescribed, those who were but slightly indisposed paid no attention whatever to the directions of the doctors, and never took their medicines, while, speaking generally, those really ill were very careful in following the doctor's orders. They took their mixtures and powders, they took all the possible care they could of themselves, but they preferred external to internal remedies. Cupping glasses, leeches, cataplasms, blood-lettings, in all which things the populace has so blind a confidence, were held in high honor in our hospital. Inflictions of that sort were regarded with satisfaction. There was one thing quite strange, and to me interesting. Fellows, who stood, without a murmur, the frightful tortures caused by the rods and scourges, howled, and grinned, and moaned for the least little ailment. Whether it was all pretense or not, I really cannot say. We had cuppings of a quite peculiar kind. The machine with which instantaneous incisions in the skin are produced was all out of order, so they had to use the lancet. For a cupping, 12 incisions are necessary. With a machine these are not painful at all, for it makes them instantaneously. With the lancet it is a different affair altogether, that cuts slowly, and makes the patient suffer. If you have to make 10 openings there will be about 120 pricks, and these very painful. I had to undergo it myself. Besides the pain itself, it caused great nervous irritation, but the suffering was not so great that one could not contain himself from groaning if he tried. It was laughable to see great, hulking fellows wriggling and howling. One couldn't help comparing them to some men, firm and calm enough in really serious circumstances, but all ill temper or caprice in the bosom of their families for nothing at all. If dinner is late or the like, then they'll scold and swear. Everything puts them out. They go wrong with everybody. The more comfortable they really are, the more troublesome are they to other people. Characters of this sort, common enough among the lower orders, were but too numerous in our prison, by reason of insulted to make 'em hold their tongues. Dostoyevsky was no friend of grimacings of this kind, and never let slip an opportunity of bringing that sort of delinquent to his bearings. Besides, he was fond of scolding. It was a sort of necessity with him, engendered by illness and also his stupidity. He would first fix his gaze upon you for some time, and then treat you to a long speech of threatening and warning, and a tone of calm and impartial conviction. It looked as though he thought his function in this world was to watch over order and morality in general. He must poke his nose into everything, the prisoners with a laugh used to say, for they pitied, and did what they could to avoid conflicts with him. Has he chatted enough? 3 wagons wouldn't be too much to carry away. All his talk. Why need you put your oar in? One is not going to put himself about for a mere idiot. What's there to cry out about at a mere touch of a lancet? What harm in the world do you fancy that is going to do you? No, comrades, a prisoner strikes in, the cuppings are a mere nothing. I know, the taste of them, but the most horrid thing is when they pull your ears for a long time together. That just shuts you up. All the prisoners burst out laughing. Have you had them pulled? By Jove, yes, I should think he had. That's why they stick upright, like hop poles. This convict, Chapkin by name, really had long and quite erect ears. He had long led a vagabond life, was still quite young, intelligent, and quiet, and used to talk with a dry sort of humor with much seriousness on the surface, which made his stories very comical. How in the world was I to know you had had your ears pulled and lengthened? Brainless idiot, began Dostoyevsky, once more wrathfully addressing Chapkin, who, why, the police superintendent. By Jove, comrades, our offense was wandering about without fixed place of abode. We had just got into K. I and another tramp, Eptini. He had no family name, that fellow. On the way we had fixed ourselves up a little in the hamlet of Tolmina. Yes, there is a hamlet that's got just that name, Tolmina. Well, we get to the town, and are just looking about us a little to see if there's a good stroke of tramp business to do, after which we mean to flit. You know, out in the open country you're as free as air, but it is not exactly the same thing in the town. First thing, we go into a public house. As we open the door we give a sharp look all round. What's there? A sunburnt fellow in a German coat all out at elbows, walks right up to us. One thing and another comes up, when he says to us, "Pray excuse me for asking if you have any papers passport with you." Single quote. No, we haven't. Single quote. Nor have we either. I have 2 comrades besides these with me who are in The service of general cuckoo forest tramps, i.e. who hear the birds sing. We have been seeing life a bit, and just now haven't a penny to bless ourselves with. May I take the liberty of requesting you to be so obliging as to order a quart of brandy? Single quote. With the greatest pleasure, that's what we say to him. So we drink together. Then they tell us of a place where there's a real good stroke of business to be done, a house at the end of the town belonging to a wealthy merchant fellow. Lots of good things there, so we make up our minds to try the job during the night. 5 of us, and the very moment we are going at it they pounce on us, take us to the station house, and then before the head of the police. He says, I shall examine 'em myself. Out he goes with his pipe, and they bring in for him a cup of tea, a sturdy fellow it was, with whiskers. Besides us 5, there were 3 other tramps, just brought in. You know, comrades, that there's nothing in this world more funny than a tramp, because he always forgets everything is done. You may thump his head till you're tired with a cudgel, all the same, you'll get but one answer, that he has forgotten all about everything. The police superintendent then turns to me and asks me squarely, who may you be? Single quote. I answer just like all the rest, I've forgotten all about it, your worship. Just you wait, I've a word or 2 more to say to you. I know your fits. Then he gives me a good long stare. But I hadn't seen him anywhere before. That's a fact. Then he asks another of them, who are you? Mizzle and Scud, your worship. Single quote. They call you Mizzle and Scud. Single quote. Precisely that, your worship. Single quote. Well and good, your Mizzle and Scud. And you, too, are third along of him, your worship. Single quote. But what's your name, your name? Single quote. Me. I'm called along of him, your worship. Single quote. Who gave you that name, hound? Single quote. Very worthy people, your worship. There are lots of worthy people about. Nobody knows that better than your worship. Single quote. And who may these worthy people be? Single quote. Oh, Lord, it has slipped my memory, your worship. Do be so kind and gracious as to overlook it. So you've forgotten them, all of them, these worthy people. Single quote. Every mother's son of them, your worship. Single quote. But you must have had relations, a father, a mother. Do you remember them? Single quote. I suppose I must have had, your worship, but I've forgotten about my memory is so bad. Now I come to think about it, I'm always in the woods. Single quote. Winter too. Single quote. Never saw any winter, your worship. Single quote. Get along with you. And you, what's your name? Hatchets and axes, your worship. Single quote. And yours. Single quote. Sharp and mum, your worship. And you. Single quote. Keen and spry, your worship. Single quote. And not a soul of you remembers anything that ever happened to you. Single quote. Not a mother's son of us anything whatever. Single quote. He couldn't help it, he laughed out loud. All the rest began to laugh at seeing him laugh. But the thing does not always go off like that. Sometimes they lay about them, these police, with their fists, till you get every tooth in your jaw smashed. Devilish big and strong these fellows, I can tell you. Take 'em off to the lock-up, said he. I'll see to them in a bit. As for you, stop here. Single quote. That's me. Just you go and sit down there. Single quote. Where he pointed to there was paper, a pen, and ink. So thinks I, what's he up to now? Single quote. Sit down, he says again. Take the pen and write. Single quote. And then he goes and clutches at my ear and gives it a good pull. I looked at him in the sort of way the devil may look at a priest. I can't write, your worship. And all the while he keeps pulling my ear, pulling and twisting. Pals, I'd rather have had 300 strokes of the cat. I tell you it was hell. Right, that was all he said. Had the fellow gone mad? What the mischief was it? Bless us, no. A little while before, a secretary had done a stroke of business at Tobol's. He had robbed the local treasury and gone off with the money. He had very big ears, just as I have. They had sent the fact all over the country. I answered to that description. That's why he tormented me with his, right. He wanted to find out if I could write, and to see my hand. A regular sharp chap that. Did it hurt? Single quote. Oh, Lord, don't say a word about it, I beg. Single quote. Everybody burst out laughing. Well, you did right. Single quote. What the deuce was there to write? I set my pen going over the paper, and did it to such good account that he left off torturing me. He just gave me a dozen thumps, regulation allowance, and then let me go about my business. To prison, that is. Do you really know how to write? Single quote. Of course I did. What do ye mean? Used to very well. Forgotten the whole blessed thing, though, ever since they began to use pens for it. Thanks to the gossip talk of the convicts who filled the hospital, time was somewhat quickened for us. But still, almighty God, how wearied and bored we were. Long, long were the days, suffocating in their monotony, one absolutely the same as another. If only I had had a single book. For all that I went often to the infirmary, especially in the early days of my banishment, either because I was ill or because I needed rest, just to get out of the worst parts of the prison. In those life was indeed made a burden to us, worse even than in the hospital, especially as regards the effect upon moral sentiment and good feeling. We of the nobility were the never-ceasing objects of envious dislike, quarrels picked with us all the time, something done every moment to put us in the wrong, looks filled with menacing hatred Here, in the sick rooms, one lived on a sort of footing of equality, there was something of comradeship. The most melancholy moment of the 24 hours was evening, when night set in. We went to bed very early. A smoky lamp just gave us one point of light at the very end of the room, near the door. In our corner we were almost in complete darkness. The air was pestilential, stifling. Some of the sick people could not get to sleep, would rise up, and remain sitting for an hour together on their beds, with their heads bent, as though they were in deep reflection. These I would look at steadily, trying to guess what they might be thinking of. Thus I tried to kill time. Then I became lost in my own reveries. The past came up to me again, showing itself to my imagination in large powerful outlines filled with highlights and massive shadows. Details that at any other time would have remained in oblivion, presented themselves in vivid force, making on me an impression impossible under any other circumstances. Then I would begin to muse dreamily on the future. When shall I leave this place of restraint, this dreadful prison? Whither betake myself? What will then befall me? Shall I return to the place of my birth? So I brood, and brood, until hope lives once again in my soul. Another time I would begin to count, 1, 2, 3, etc. to see if sleep could be won that way. I would set sometimes as far as 3,000, and was as wakeful as ever. Then somebody would turn in his bed. Then there's Dostoyevsky coughing, that cough of the hopelessly gone consumptive, and then he would groan feebly, and stammer, "My God, I've sinned, I've sinned." How frightful it was, that voice of the sick man, that broken, dying voice, in the midst of that silence so dead and complete. In a corner there are some sick people not yet asleep, talking in a low voice, stretched on their pallets. One of them is telling the story of his life, all about things infinitely far off, things that have fled forever. He is talking of his trampings through the world, of his children, his wife, the old ways of his life. And the very accent of the man's voice tells you that all those things are forever over for him, that he is as a limb cut off from the world of men, cut off, thrown aside. There is another, listening intently to what he is saying. Remember that one time, during a winter night that seemed as if it would never end, I heard a story which at first seemed as if it were the stammerings of a creature in nightmare, or the delirium of fever. Here it is. What I relate about corporal punishment took place during my time. Now, as I am told, everything is changed. Chapter 4. The husband of Akoulka. It was late at night, about 11 o'clock. I had been sleeping some time and woke up with a start. The wan and weak light of the distant lamp barely lit the room. Nearly everybody was fast asleep, even Dostoyevsky. In the quiet of the night I heard his difficult breathing, and the rattlings in his throat with every respiration. In the antechamber sounded the heavy and distant footsteps of the patrol as the men came up. The butt of a gun struck the floor with its low and heavy sound. The door of the room was opened, and the corporal counted the sick, stepping softly about the place. After a minute or so he closed the door again, leaving a fresh sentinel there. The patrol went off, silence reigned again. It was only then that I observed two prisoners, not far from me, who were not sleeping, and who seemed to be holding a muttered conversation. Sometimes, in fact, it would happen that a couple of sick people, whose beds adjoined and who had not exchanged a word for weeks, would all of a sudden break out into conversation with one another, in the middle of the night, and one of them would tell the other his history. Probably they had been speaking for some considerable time. I did not hear the beginning of it, and could not at first seize upon their words, but little by little I got familiar with the muttered sounds, and understood all that was going on. I had not the least desire for sleep on me, so what could I do but listen? One of them was telling his story with some warmth, half lying on his bed, with his head lifted and stretched towards his companion. He was plainly excited to no little degree. The necessity of speech was on him. The man listening was sitting up on his pallet, with a gloomy and indifferent air, his legs stretched out flat on the mattress, and now and again murmured some words in reply, more out of politeness than interest, and kept stuffing his nose with snuff from a horn box. This was the soldier Tekerevin, one of the company of discipline, a morose, cold reasoning pedant, an idiot full of amour propre. While the narrator was Chichkov, about 30 years old. This was a civilian convict, whom up to that time I had not at all observed, and during the whole time I was at the prison I never could get up the smallest interest in him, for he was a conceited, heady fellow. Sometimes he would hold his tongue for weeks together, and look sulky and brutal enough for anything. Then all of a sudden he would strike into anything that was going on, behave insufferably, go into a white heat about nothing at all, and tell you long stories with nothing in 'em whatever about one barrack or another, blowing abuse on all the world, and acting like a man beside himself. Then one would give him a hiding, and he would have another fit of silence. He was a mean and cowardly fellow, and the object of general contempt. His stature was low, he had little flesh on him, he had wandering eyes, though they sometimes got mixed and seemed filled with a stupid sort of thinking. When he told you anything he worked himself into a fever, gesticulated wildly, suddenly broke off and went to another subject, lost himself in fresh details, and at last forgot altogether what he was talking about. He often got into squabbles, this Chichkov, and when he poured insult on his adversary, he spoke with a sentimental whine and was affected nearly to tears. He was not a bad hand at playing the balalaika, and had a weakness for it. On fete days he would show you his dancing powers when others set him at it. And he danced by no means badly. You could easily enough make him do what you wanted, not that he was of a complying turn, but he liked to please and to get intimate with fellows. For some considerable time I couldn't understand the story Chichkov was telling. That night I mean. It seemed to me as though he were constantly rambling from the point to talk of something else. Perhaps he had observed that Cherevine was paying little attention to the narrative, but I fancy that he was minded to overlook this indifference, so as not to take offense. When he went out on business, he continued, everyone saluted him politely, paid him every respect, a fellow with money that. You say that he was in some trade or other. Yes, trade indeed. The trading class in my country is wretchedly ill off, just poverty-stricken. The women go to the river and fetch water from ever such a distance to water their gardens. They wear themselves to the very bone, and, for all that, when winter comes, they haven't got enough. A cattle dealer too, a much-respected man in our parts. He was very old and quite grey, his 70 years lay heavy on his old bones. When he came to the marketplace with his fox-skin pelisse, everybody saluted him. Good day, Daddy Orkudum. Trofimtik. Good day, he'd return. How are you getting along? He never looked down on anyone. God keep you, Orkudum Trofimtik. Single quote. How goes business with you? Single quote. Business is as good as Taller's white with me, and how's yours, Daddy? We've just got enough of a livelihood to pay the price of sin, always sweating over our bit of land. Single quote. Lord preserve you, Orkudum Trofimtik. Single quote. He never looked down on anybody. All his advice was always worth having, every one of his words was worth a ruble. A great reader he was, quite a man of learning, but he stuck to religious books. He would call his old wife and say to her, listen, woman, take well in what I say, then he would explain things. His old Marie Stepanovna was not exactly an old woman, if you please, it was his second wife. He had married her to have children, his first wife had not brought him any. He had 2 boys still quite young, for the second of them was born when his father was close on 60. Akolka, his daughter, was 18 years old. She was the eldest. Your wife. Isn't it so? Wait a bit, wait. Then Filka Marasov begins to kick up a row. Says he to Orkudum, let's split the difference. Give me back my 400 rubles. I'm not your beast of burden. I don't want to do any more business with you, and I don't want to marry your Akolka. I want to have my fling now that my parents are dead. I'll liquor away my money, then I'll engage myself, list for a soldier, and in 10 years I'll come back here a field marshal. Orkudum gave him back his money, all he had of his. You see he and Filka's, whether I'm a lost man or not, old grey beard, you're the biggest cheat I know. You'd try to screw a fortune out of 4 farthings, and pick up all the dirt. About to do it with. I spit upon it. There you are piling up here, digging deep there, the devil only knows why. I've got a will of my own, I tell you. All the same I won't take your Akolka. I've slept with her already. Single quote. How dare you insult a respectable father, a respectable girl? When did you sleep with her, you spawn of the sucker, you dog, you hound, you, said Orkudum shaking with passion. Filka told us all this later. I'll not only not marry your daughter, but I'll take good care that nobody marries her, not even Mikita Grigorich, for she's a disreputable girl. We had a fine time together, she and I, all last autumn. I don't want her at any price. All the money in the world wouldn't make me take her. Then the fellow went and had high jinks for a while. All the town was as one man in sending up a cry against him. He got a lot of other fellows round him, for he had a heap of money. 3 months he had of it. Such recklessness as you never heard of. Every penny went. I want to see the end of this money. I'll sell the house, everything, then I'll list or go on the tramp. Single quote. He was drunk from morning to evening, and went about with a carriage and pair. The girls liked him well, I tell you, for he played the guitar very nicely. Then it is true that he had been too well with this Akolka. Wait, can't you? I had just buried my father. My mother lived by baking gingerbread. We got our livelihood by working for Orkudum, barely enough to eat, a precious hard life it was. We had a bit of land the other side of the woods, and grew corn there, but when my father died I went on a spree. I made my mother give me money, but I had to give her a good hiding first. You were very wrong to beat her, a great. Marasov and I were always together day and night. Play the guitar to me, he'd say, and I'll lie in bed the while. I'll throw money to you, for I'm the richest chap in the world. The fellow could not speak without lying. There was only one thing. He wouldn't touch a thing if it had been stolen. I'm no thief, I'm an honest man. Let's go and daub Akolka's door with pitch, 5 for I won't have her marry Mikita Grigorich, I'll stick to that. Single quote. The old man had long meant to give his daughter to this Mikita Grigorich. He was a man well on in life, in trade too, and wore spectacles. When he heard the story of Akolka's bad conduct, he said to the old father, that would be a terrible disgrace for me, Orkudum Trofimtic. On the whole, I've made up my mind not to marry, it is too late. Single quote. So we went and daubed Akolka's door all over with pitch. When we'd done that, her folks beat her so that they nearly killed her. Her mother, Marie Stepanovna, cried, I shall die of it, while the old man said, if we were in the days of the patriarchs, I'd have hacked her to pieces on a block. But now everything is rottenness and corruption in this world. Sometimes the neighbors from one end of the street to the other heard Akolka's screams. She was whipped from morning to evening, and Filka would cry out in the marketplace before everybody. Akolka's a jolly girl to get drunk with. I've given it those people between the eyes, they won't forget me in a hurry. Single quote. Well, one day, I met Akolka. She was going for water with her bucket, so I cried out to her, a fine morning, Pet Akolka Kudumoana. You're the girl who knows how to please fellows. Who's living with you now, and where do you get your money for your finery? That's just what I said to her. She opened her eyes as wide as you please. No more flesh on her than on a log of wood. She had only just given me a look, but her mother thought she was larking with me, and cried from her doorstep, impudent hussy, what do you mean by talking with that fellow? And from that moment they began to beat her again. Sometimes they all the time with Filka. One day when I was abed, mother comes and says, "What do ye mean by lying in bed, you hound, you thief?" She abused me for some time, then she said, "Marry a kolka. They'll be glad to give her to you, and they'll give 300 rubles with her." "But," says I, "all the world knows that she's a bad girl." Single quote. Hist, the marriage ceremony cures all that. Besides, she'll always be in fear of her life from you, so you'll be in clover together. Their money would make us comfortable. I've spoken about the marriage already to Marie Stepanovna, we're of one mind about it. So I say, let's have 20 rubles down on the spot, and I'll have her. Well, you needn't believe it unless you please, but I was drunk right up to the wedding day. Then Filka Marasov kept threatening me all the time. "I'll break every bone in your body, a nice fellow you to be engaged, and to a kolka. If I like I'll sleep every blessed night with her when she's your wife." Single quote. "You're a hound, and a liar," that's what I said to him. But he insulted me so, in the street, before everybody, that I ran to Orkudum's and said, "I won't marry her unless I have 50 rubles down this moment." Single quote. "And they really did give her to you in marriage?" Me. "Why not, I should like to know. We were respectable people enough. Father had been ruined by a fire a little before he died. He had been a richer man than Orkudum Trofimtic. A fellow without a shirt to his back like you ought to be only too happy to marry my daughter." That's what old Orkudum said. "Just you think of your door, and the pitch that went on it," I said to him. "Stuff and nonsense," said he, "there's no proof whatever that the girl's gone wrong." Single quote. "Please yourself. There's the door, and you can go about your business, but give back the money you've had." Single quote. Then Filka Marasov and I settled it together to send Mitri Bykov to Father Orkudum to tell him that we'd insult him to his face before everybody. Well, I had my skin as full as into the church. When they took us home after church, the girl's uncle, Mitrofon Stepanich, said, "This isn't a nice business, but it is over and done now." Single quote. Old Orkudum was sitting there crying, the tears rolled down on his grey beard. "Comrade, I'll tell you what I had done. I had put a whip into my pocket before we went to church, and I'd made up my mind to have it out of her with that, so that all the world might know how I'd been swindled into the marriage, and not think me a bigger fool than I am." "I see, and you wanted her to know what was in store for her." "Ah, was quiet, Nunky, quiet. Among our people I'll tell you how it is. Directly after the marriage ceremony they take the couple to a room apart, and the others remain drinking till they return. So I'm left alone with Akolka. She was pale, not a bit of color on her cheeks, frightened out of her wits. She had fine hair, supple and bright as flax, and great big eyes. She scarcely ever was known to speak. You might have thought she was dumb, an odd creature, Akolka, if ever there was one. Well, you can just imagine the scene. My whip was ready on the bed. Well, she was as pure a girl as ever was, not a word of it all was true. Impossible. True, I swear, as good a girl as any good family might wish. Then, brother, why had she had to undergo all that torture? Why had Filka Marasov slandered her so? Yes, why, indeed. Well, I got down from the bed, and went on my knees before her, and put my hands together as if I were praying, and just said to her, "Little mother, pet, Akolka Kudumoana, forgive me for having been such an idiot as to believe all that slander, forgive me. I'm a hound." Single quote. She was seated on the bed, and gazed at me fixedly. She put her 2 hands on my shoulders and began to laugh, but the tears were running all down her cheeks. She sobbed and laughed all at once. Then I went out and said to the people in the other room, "Let Filka Marasov look to himself. If I come across him he won't be long for this world." Single quote. The old people were beside themselves with delight. Akolka's mother was ready to throw herself at her daughter's feet, and sobbed. Then the old man said, "If we had known really how it was, my dearest child, we wouldn't have given you a husband of that sort." Single quote. You ought to have seen how we were dressed the first Sunday after our marriage, when we left church. I'd got a long coat of fine cloth, a fur cap, with plush breeches. She had a pelisse of hareskin, quite new, and a silk kerchief on her head. One was as fine as the other. Everybody admired us. I must say I looked well. And Peter Kolka did too. One oughtn't to boast, but one oughtn't to sing small. I tell you, people like us are not turned out by the dozen. Not a doubt about it. Just you listen, I tell you. The day after my marriage I ran off from my guests, drunk as I was, and went about the streets crying, "Where's that scoundrel of a Fyodor Marasov? Just let him come near me, the hound, that's all." I went all over the marketplace yelling that out. I was as drunk as a man could be, and stand. They went after me and caught me close to Vlasov's place. It took 3 men to get me back again to the house. Well, nothing else was spoken about all over the village. The girls said, when they met in the marketplace, "Well, you've heard the news. A Kolka was all right." Single quote. A little while after I do come across Fyodor Marasov, who said to me before everybody, strangers to the place, to sell your wife, and spend the money on drink. Jacka the soldier only married for that. He didn't sleep one night with his wife, but he got enough to keep his skin full for 3 years. Single quote. I answered him, "Hound." Single quote. "But," says he, "you're an idiot. You didn't know what you were about when you married. You were drunk. How could you tell all about it?" Single quote. So off I went to the house, and cried out to them, "You married me when I was drunk." Single quote. A Kolka's mother tried to fasten herself on me, but I cried, "Mother, you don't know about anything but money." And didn't I beat her? I tell you, I beat her for 2 hours running, till I rolled on the floor myself with fatigue. She couldn't leave her bed for 3 weeks. "It's a dead sure thing," said Cherevine phlegmatically, "if you don't beat they. Did you find her with her lover?" "No, to tell the truth, I never actually caught her," said Chichkov after a pause, speaking with effort. "But I was hurt, a good deal hurt, for everyone made fun of me. The cause of it all was Filka. Your wife is just made for everybody to look at," said he. One day he invited us to see him, and then he went at it. "Do just look what a good little wife he has. Isn't she tender, fine, nicely brought up, affectionate, full of kindness for all the world? I say, my lad, have you forgotten how we daubed their door with pitch?" I was full at that moment, drunk as may be. Then he seized me by the hair and had me down upon the ground before I knew where I was. "Come along, dance, aren't you a Kolka's husband? I'll hold your hair for you, and you shall dance, it will be good fun." "Dog," said I to him, "I'll bring some jolly fellows to your house," said he, "and I'll whip your Kolka before your very eyes just as long as I please." Would you believe it? For a whole month I daren't go out of the house. I was so afraid he'd come to us and drag my wife through the dirt. And how I did beat her for it. What was the use of beating her? You can tie a woman's hands, but not her tongue. You oughtn't to give 'em a hiding too often. Beat 'em a bit, then scold 'em well, then fondle 'em. That's what a woman is made for. Chichkov remained quite silent for a few moments. "I was very much hurt," he went on. "I began it again just as before. I beat her, from morning till night for nothing, because she didn't get up from her seat the way I liked, because she didn't walk to suit me. When I wasn't hiding her, time hung heavy on my hands. Sometimes she sat by the window crying silently. It hurt my feelings sometimes to see her cry, but I beat her all the same. Sometimes her mother abused me for it. 'You're a scoundrel, a gallows bird. Don't say a word or I'll kill you. You made me marry her when I was drunk, you swindled me.' Old Orkudum wanted at first to have his finger in the pie. Said he to me one day, 'Look here, you're not One day she came to me crying her eyes out and said, 'My heart is almost broken, Ivan Semyonich. What I'm going to ask of you is a little thing for you, but it is a good deal to me. Let her go, let her leave you, Daddy Ivan.' Then she throws herself at my feet. Do give up being so angry. Wicked people slander her, you know quite well she was good when you married her." Then she threw herself at my feet again and cried. But I was as hard as nails. "I won't hear a word you have to say. What I choose to do, I do, to you or anybody, for I'm crazed with it all. As to Fyodor Marasov, he's my best and dearest friend." Single quote. "You'd begun to play your pranks together again, you and he." No, by Jove. He was out of the way by this time. He was killing himself with drink, nothing less. He had spent all he had on drink, and had listed for a soldier, as substitute for a citizen body in the town. In our parts, when a lad makes up his mind to be substitute for another, he is master of that house and everybody there till is called to the ranks. He gets the sum agreed on the day he goes off, but up to then he lives in the house of the man who buys him, sometimes 6 whole months, and there isn't a horror in the whole world those fellows are not guilty of. It's enough to make folks take the holy images out of the house. From the moment he consents to be substitute for the son of the family, then he considers himself their patron and benefactor, and makes them dance as he pipes, or else he goes off the bargain. So Fyodor Dostoyevsky played the very mischief at the home of this townsman. He slept with the daughter, pulled the master of the house by the beard after dinner, did anything that came into his head. They had to heat the bath for him every day, and, what's more, give him brandy fumes with the steam of the bath, and he would have the women lead him by the arms to the bathroom. 6. When he came back to the man's house after a revel elsewhere, he would stop right in the middle of the road and cry out, "I won't go in by the door, pull down the fence." And they actually had to pull down the fence, though there was the door right. He made a salute on all sides, right and left. Just at that moment a Kolka was returning from the kitchen garden. Directly Fyodor saw her he cried out to her feet, "Stop," and down he jumped from the cart and threw himself down at her. "My soul, my sweet little strawberry, I've loved you 2 years long. Now, they're taking me off to the regiment with the band playing. Forgive me, good, honest girl of a good honest father, for I'm nothing but a hound, and all you've gone through is my fault." Then he flings himself down before her a second time. At first Akolka was exceedingly frightened, but she made him a great bow, which nearly bent her double. "Forgive me, too, my good lad, but I am really not at all angry with you." As she went into the house I was at her heels. "What did you say to him, you she-devil, you?" Now you may believe it or not as you like, but she looked at me as bold as you please, and answered, "I love him better than anything or anybody in this world." I say. That day I didn't utter one single word. Only towards evening I said to her, "Akolka, I'm going to kill you now." I didn't close an eye the whole night. I went into the little room leading to ours and drank kvass. At daybreak I went into the house again. "Akolka, get ready and come into the fields." I had arranged to go there before. My wife knew it. "You are right," said she. "It's quite time to begin reaping. I've heard that our laborer is ill and doesn't work a bit." I put to the cart without saying a word. As you go out of the town there's a forest 15 versts in length. At the end of it is our field. When we had gone about 3 versts through the wood I stopped the horse. "Come, get up, you've tormented me enough. Say your prayers." I seized her by the hair. She had long, thick tresses. I rolled them round my arm. I held her between my knees, took out my knife, threw her head back, and cut her throat. She screamed. The blood spurted out. Then I threw away my knife. I pressed her with all my might in my arms. I put her on the ground and embraced her, yelling with all my might. She screamed. I yelled. She struggled and struggled. The blood, her blood, splashed my face, my hands. It was stronger than I was, stronger. Then I took fright. I left her, left my horse and began to run, ran back to the house. I went in the back way and hid myself in the old ramshackle bathhouse, which we never used now. I lay myself down under the seat, and remained hid till the dead of the night. And Akolka. She got up to come back to the house. They found her later, 100 steps from the place. "So you hadn't finished her?" "No." Chichkov stopped a while. "Yes," said Cherevine, "there's a vein. If you don't cut it at the first the man will go on struggling. The blood may flow fast enough, but he won't die." But she was dead all the same. They found her in the evening, and she was cold. They told the police, and hunted me up. They found me in the night in the old bath. And there you have it. I've been 4 years here already, added he, after a pause. "Yes, if you don't beat him you make no way at all," said Cherevine sententiously, taking out his snuff box once more. He took his pinches very slowly, with long pauses. For all that, my lad, you behaved like a and then I gave it her with my halter, beat her for an hour and a half, till at last she was quite spent, and cried out, I'll wash your feet and drink the water afterwards. Single quote. Her name was Crodotia. Daubing the door of a house, where a young girl lives, is done to show that she is. Chapter 5. The summer season. April is come. Holy Week is not far off. We set about our summer tasks. The sun becomes hotter and more brilliant every day, the atmosphere has the spring in it, and acts upon our nervous system powerfully. The convict, in his chains, feels the trembling influence of the lovely days like any other creature. They rouse desires in him, inexpressible longings for his home, and many other things. I think that he misses his liberty, yearns for freedom more when the day is filled with sunlight than during the rainy and melancholy days of autumn and winter. You may observe this positively among convicts. If they do feel a little joy on a beautiful clear day, they have a reaction into greater impatience and irritability. I noticed that in spring there was much more squabbling in our prison, there was more noise, the yelling was greater, there were more fights. During the working hours we would see a man sometimes fixed in a meditative gaze, which seemed lost in the blue distance somewhere, the other side of the Irtysh, where stretched the boundless plain, with its flight of hundreds of versts, the free Kirgitz steppe. Long-drawn sighs came to one's ear, sighs breathed from the depths of the chest. It might seem that the air of those wide and free regions, haunted by their thought, forced the convicts to draw deep respirations, and was a sort of solace to their crushed and fettered souls. Ah! Cries at last the poor prisoner all at once, with a long, sighing cry, then he seizes his pick furiously, or picks up the bricks, which he has to carry from one place to another. But after a brief minute he seems to forget the passing impression, and begins laughing, or insulting people near, so fitful is his humor. Then he attacks the work he has to do with unusual fire, labors with might and main, as if trying to stifle by fatigue the grief that has him by the throat. You see, they are fellows of unimpaired vigor, all in the very flower of life, with all their physical and other strength about them. How heavy the irons are during this season. All this is not sentimentality, it is the report of rigorous observation. During the hot season, under a fiery sun, when all unspeakably strong resurrection of nature going on everywhere, it is more difficult to support the confinement, the perpetual surveillance, the tyranny of a will other than one's own. Besides this, it is in spring with the first song of the lark that throughout all Siberia and Russia men set out on the tramp. God's creatures, if they can, break their prison and escape into the woods. After the stifling ditch where they work. After the boats, the irons, the rods and whips, they go vagabondizing where they please, wherever they can make it out best. They eat and drink what they can get, 'tis all the time potluck with them, and by night they sleep undisturbed in the woods or in a field, without a care, without the agony of knowing themselves in prison, as if they were God's own birds. Their good night is said to the stars, and the eye that watches them is the eye of God. Not altogether a rosy life, by any means. Sometimes hunger and fatigue are heavy on them in the service of General Cuckoo. Often enough the wanderers have not a morsel of bread to keep their teeth going for days and days. They have to hide from everybody, run to earth like marmots. Sometimes they are driven to robbery, pillage, nay, even murder. Send a man there and he becomes a child, and just throws himself on all he sees. That is what people say of those transported to Siberia. This saying may be applied even more fitly to the tramps. They are almost all brigands and thieves, by necessity rather than inclination. Many of them are hardened to the life. Irreclaimable. There are convicts who go off after having served their time, even after they have been put on some land as their own. They ought to be happy in their new state, with their daily bread assured them. Well, it is not so. An irresistible impulse sends them wandering off. This life in the woods, wretched and fearful as it is, but still free and adventurous, has a mysterious seduction for those who have experienced it. Among these fugitives you may find, to your surprise, people of good habit of mind, peaceable temper, who had shown every promise of becoming settled creatures, good tillers of the land. A convict will marry, have children, live for 5 years in the same place, then all of a sudden he will disappear one fine morning, abandoning wife and children, to the stupefaction of his family and the whole neighborhood. The family hearthstone. He had committed no crime, at least, he was under suspicion of none, but all through his life he had been a deserter from every post. He had been to the southern frontier of the empire, the other side of the Danube, in the Kyrgyz steppe, in eastern Siberia, the Caucasus, in a word, everywhere. Who knows, under other conditions this man might have been a Robinson Crusoe, with the passion of travel so on him. These details I have from other convicts, for he did not like talk, and never opened his mouth except when absolutely necessary. He was a peasant, of quite small size, of some 50 years, very quiet in demeanor, with a face so still as to seem quite without any sort of meaning, impassive almost to idiocy. His delight was to sit for hours in the sun, humming a sort of song between his teeth so softly, that 5 steps off he was inaudible. His features were, so to speak, petrified. He ate little, principally black bread. He never bought white bread or spirits. My belief is, he never had any money, and that he couldn't have counted it if he had. He was indifferent to everything. Sometimes he fed the prison dogs with his own hand, a thing no one else was known to do. Speaking generally, Russians don't like giving dogs things to eat from the hand. People said that he had been married, twice even, and that he had children somewhere. Why he had been sent as a convict, I have not the least idea. We fellows were always fancying that he would escape, but his hour did not come, or perhaps had come and gone. Anyhow, he went through with his punishment without resistance. He seemed an element quite foreign to the medium wherein he had his being, an alien, self-concentrated creature. Still, there was nothing in this deep surface calm which could be trusted. Yet, after all, what good would it have been to him to escape from the place? Compared with life at the convict prison, the vagabond age of the forests is as the joys of paradise. The tramp's lot is wretched enough, but at least free. So it is that every prisoner all over the soil of Russia becomes restless with the first rays of the smiling spring. Comparatively few form any settled plan for flight. They fear the hindrances in the way and the punishment that may ensue. Only 1 in 100, not more, make up his mind to it, but how to do it is a thought that never ceases to haunt the minds of the 99 others. Filled as they are with this longing, anything that looks like giving a chance of success is a comfort to them. Then they set about comparing the facts with cases of successful escape. I speak only of prisoners after and under sentence, for prisoners not yet tried and condemned are much more ready to try it and escape. And those who have been sentenced rarely get away unless they attempt it in early days. When they have spent 2 or 3 years of their time, they put them to a sort of credit account in their minds, and conclude that it is better to finish with the law and be put on land as a free man, rather than forfeit that time if they fail in escaping, which is always a possibility. Certainly not more than 1 convict in 10 succeeds in changing his lot. Those who do, are nearly always men sentenced to an extremely long punishment, or for life. 15, 20 years seem like an eternity to them. Then there is the branding, which is a great difficulty in the way of complete escape. Changing your lot is a technical expression. When a convict is caught trying to escape, he is subjected to formal interrogatory, and will say he wanted to change his lot. This somewhat literary formula exactly represents the act in question. No escaped prisoner ever hopes to become a perfectly free man, for he knows that it is nearly impossible. What he looks for is to be sent to some other convict establishment, or to be put on the land, or to be tried again for some offense committed when on the tramp. In a word, to be sent anywhere else, it matters not where, so that he get out of his present prison which has become insufferable to him. All these fugitives, unless they find some unexpected shelter for the winter, unless they meet someone interested in concealing them, or if, last resort, they cannot procure, and sometimes are murdered as it, the legal document which enables them to go about unmolested everywhere, all these fugitives present themselves in crowds, during the autumn, in the towns and at the prisons. They confess themselves to be escaped tramps, pass the winter in jail, and live in the secret hope of getting away the following summer. On me, as well as others, the spring exercised its influence. Well do I remember the avidity with which my gaze fed upon the horizon through the gaps in the palisades. Long, long did I stand with my head glued to the pickets, obstinately and insatiably gazing on the grass greening in the ditch surrounding the fortress, and at the blue of the distant sky as it grew denser and denser. My anguish, my melancholy, were heavier on me, as each day wore away the jail became odious. Detestable. Hatred for me, as a man of the nobility, filled the hearts of the convicts during these first years, and this feeling of theirs simply poisoned my life. For you nobles have beaks of iron, and you tore us to pieces with your beaks when we were serfs, is what the convicts used to say to us. How I envied the people of the lower class who came into the place as prisoners. It was different with them, they were in comradeship with all there from the very first moment. So was it that, in the spring, freedom showing herself as a sort of phantom of the season, the joy diffused throughout all nature, translated themselves within my soul into a more than doubled melancholy and nervous irritability. As the 6th week of Lent came, I had to go through my religious exercises, for the convicts were divided by the sub-superintendent into 7 sections, answering to the weeks in Lent, and these had to attend to their devotions. According to this roster, each section was composed of about 30 men. This week was a great solace to me. We went 2 or 3 times a day to the church, which was close to the prison. I had not been in church for a long time. The Lenten services, familiar to me from early childhood in my father's house, the solemn prayers, the prostrations, all stirred in me the fibers of the memory of things long, long past, and woke my earliest impressions to fresh life. Well do I remember how happy I was when at morn we went into God's house, treading the ground which had frozen in the night, under the escort of soldiers with loaded guns. The escort remained outside the church. Once within, we were massed close to the door so that we could scarcely hear anything except the deep voice of the ministering deacon. Now and again we caught a glimpse of a black chasuble or the bare head of the priest. Then it came into my mind how, when a child, I used to look at the common people who formed a compact mass at the door, and how they would step back in a servile way before some important epauletted fellow, or some nobleman with a big paunch, some lady splendidly dressed and of high devotion who, in a hurry to get at the front benches, and ready for a row if there was any difficulty as to their being honoured with the best of places. As it seemed to me then, it was only there, near the church door, not far from the entry, that prayer was put up with genuine fervour and humility, only there that, when people did prostrate themselves on the floor, it was done with real abasement of self and full sense of unworthiness. And now I myself was in that place of the common people, no, not in their place, for we who were there were in chains and degradation. Everybody kept himself at a distance from us. We were feared, and arms were put in our hands as if we were beggars. I remember that all this gave me the strange sensation of a refined and subtle pleasure. Let it even be so, such was my thought. The convicts prayed with deep fervour. Every one of them had with him his poor farthing for a little candle, or for their collection for the church expenses. I too, I am a man. Each one of them perhaps said, as he made his offering, before God we are all equal. After the 6 o'clock Mass we went up to communion. When the priest, Sephorium in hand, recited the words, "Have mercy on me as thou hadst on the thief whom thou didst save," nearly all the convicts prostrated themselves, and their chains clanked. I think they took these words literally as applied to themselves, and not as being in Scripture. Holy Week came. The authorities presented each of us with an Easter egg, and a small piece of wheaten bread. The townspeople loaded us with benevolences. As at Christmas there was the priest's visitation with the cross, inspecting visit of the heads of departments, larded cabbage, general enlargement of soul, and unlimited lounging, the only difference being that one could now walk about in the courtyard, and warm oneself in the sun. Everything seemed filled with more light, larger than in the winter, but also more fraught with sadness. The long, endless, summer days seemed peculiarly unbearable on church holidays. Work days were at least shortened to our sense by the fatigue of work. Our summer labours were much more trying than the winter tasks. Our business was principally that of carrying out engineering works. The convicts were set to building, digging, bricklaying, or repairing government buildings, locksmith's work, or carpentering, or painting. Others went into the brick fields, and that was looked upon by us as the hardest of all we had laid on us. The brickfields were situated about 4 versts from the fortress. Through all the summer, they sent there, every morning at 6 o'clock, a gang of 50 convicts. For this gang, they used to pick out workmen who had learned no trade in particular. The convicts took with them their bread for the day. The distance was too great for them to come back, ate useless versts, for dinner with the others, so they had a meal when they returned in the evening. Work was assigned to each for the day, but there was so much of it that it was all a man could do, nay, more, to get to the end of it. First, we had to dig and carry the clay, moisten it, and mold it in the ditch, and then make a goodly quantity of bricks, 200 or so, sometimes 50 more than that. I was only twice sent to the brick field. The convicts sent to this labor came back in the evening dead tired. And every one of them complained of the others, that he had had the worst of the work put on him. I believe that reproaches of this kind were a pleasure, a consolation to them. Some of them, however, liked the brick field work, because they got away from the town, and to the banks of the Irtyk into open, agreeable country, with the sky overhead. The surroundings were more agreeable than those frightful government buildings. They were allowed to smoke there in all freedom, and to remain lying down for half an hour or so, which was a great pleasure. As for me, I was sent to one of the shops, or else to pound up alabaster, or to carry bricks, which last job I had for 2 months together. I had to take my tale of bricks from the banks of the Irtyk to a distance of about 140 yards, and to pass the ditch of the fortress before getting to the barrack which they were putting up. This work suited me well enough, although the cord with which I carried my bricks sored my shoulders. What particularly pleased me was that my strength increased sensibly. At the outset I could not carry more than 8 bricks at once, each of them weighed about 12 pounds. I got to be able to carry 12, or even 15, which delighted me much. You wanted physical as well as moral strength to be able to bear all the discomforts of that accursed life. There was this, too. I wanted, when I left the place, really to live, not to be half-dead. I took pleasure in carrying my bricks, then. It was not merely that this labor strengthened my body, but because it took me always to the banks of the Irtyk. I speak often of this spot. It was the only one where we saw God's own world, a pure and bright horizon, the free desert steppes, whose bareness always produced a strange impression on me. All the other workyards were in the fortress itself, or in its neighborhood, and the fortress, from the earliest days I was there, was the object of my hatred, and, above all, its appurtenant buildings. The house of the major commandant seemed to me a repulsive, accursed place. I never could pass it without casting upon it a look of detestation, while at the river bank I could forget my miserable self as I sent my gaze over the immense desert space, just as a prisoner may when he looks at the world of freedom through the barred casement of his dungeon. Everything in that place was dear and gracious to my eyes, the sun shining in the infinite blue of heaven, the distant song of the Kirgits that came from the opposite. Sometimes I would fix my sight for a long while upon the poor smoky cabin of some baygouch. I would study the bluish smoke as it curled in the air, the Kirgits woman busy with her 2 sheep. The things I saw were wild, savage, poverty-stricken, but they were free. I would follow the flight of a bird threading its way in the pure transparent air. Now it skims the water, now disappears in the azure sky, now suddenly comes to view again, a mere point in space. Even the poor wee floweret fading in a cleft of the bank, which would show itself when spring began, fixed my attention and would draw my tears. The melancholy of this first year of convict life and hard labor was unendurable, too much for my strength. The anguish of it was so great, I could not notice my immediate surroundings at all. I merely shut my eyes and would not see. Among the creatures with spoiled lives with whom I had to live, I did not yet note those who were capable of thinking and feeling, in spite of their external repulsiveness. There came not to my ears, or if there did, I knew it not, one word of kindliness in the midst of the rain of poisonous talk that came down all the time. Still one such utterance there was, simple, straightforward, of pure motive, and it came from the heart of a man who had suffered and endured more than myself. But it is useless to enlarge on this. The great fatigue I underwent was a source of satisfaction. It gave me hope of sound sleep. During the summer, sleep was torment, more intolerable than the closeness and infection winter brought with it. Some of the nights were certainly very beautiful. The sun, which had not ceased to inundate the courtyard all the day, hid itself at last. The air freshened, and the night of the steppe, became comparatively cold. The convicts, until shut up in their barracks, walked about in groups, especially on the kitchen side, for that was the place where questions of general interest were by preference discussed, and comments were made upon the rumors from without, often absurd indeed, but always keenly exciting to these men cut off from the world. For example, we suddenly learn that our major had been roughly dismissed from his post. Convicts are as credulous as children. They know the news to be false, or most unlikely, and that the fellow who brings it is a past master in the art of lying. Kvasov, for all that they clutch at the nonsensical story, go into high delight over it, are much consoled, and at last quite ashamed to have been duped by a Kvasov. I should like, but, says another, he has his superiors over him. This one is a warm controversialist, and has seen the world. Wolves don't feed on one another, says a third gloomily, half to himself. This one is an old fellow, growing grey, and he always takes his sour cabbage soup into a corner, and eats it there. Do you think his superiors will take your advice whether they shall show him the door or not? Adds a fourth, who doesn't seem to care about it at all, giving a stroke to his balalaika. Well, why not? Replies the second angrily. If you are asked, answer what's in your mind. But no, with us fellows it is all mere cry, and when you ought to go at things with a will, everybody sneaks out. That's so, says the one playing with the balalaika. Hard labor and prison are just the things to cause that. It was like that the other day, says the second one, without hearing the remark made to him. There was a little wheat left, sweepings, a mere nothing. There was some idea of turning the refuse into money. Well, look here, they took it to him, and he confiscated it. All economy, you see. Was that so, and was it right? Yes or no? But whom can you complain to? To whom? Why, the Spectre Inspector who's coming. What, Spectre? It's true, pals, Spectre is coming soon, said a youthful convict, who had got some sort of knowledge, had read the Duchesse de la Valliere, or some book of that sort, and who had been quartermaster in a regiment, a bit of a wag, whom, as a man of information, the convicts held in a sort of respect. Without paying the least attention to the exciting debate, he goes straight to the cook, and asks him for some liver. Our cooks often deal in victuals of that kind. They used to buy a whole liver, cut it in pieces, and sell it to the other convicts. 2 kopecks worth, or 4. This news produces an extraordinary effect. For a quarter of an hour they ask each other who this general can be, what's his title, whether his grade is higher than that of the generals of our town. The convicts delight in discussing ranks and degrees, in finding out who's at the head of things, who can make the other officials crook their backs, and to whom he crooks his own. So they get up an argument and quarrel about their generals, and rude words fly about, all in honor of these high officers. Fights, too, sometimes. What interest can they possibly have in it? When one hears convicts speaking of generals and high officials, one gets a measure of their intelligence as they were while still in the world before the prison days. It cannot be concealed that among our people, even in much higher circles, talk about generals and high officials is looked upon as the most serious and refined conversation. Well, you see, they have sent our major to the right about, don't ye, observes Kvasov, a little, rubicund, choleric, small-brained fellow, the same who had announced the supersession of the major. We'll just grease their palm for them, this, in staccato tones from the morose old fellow in the corner who had finished his sour cabbage soup. I should think he would grease their palms, by Jove, says another. He has stolen money enough, the brigand. And, only think, he was only a regimental major before he came here. He's feathered his nest. Why, a little while ago he was engaged to the head priest's daughter. But he didn't get married. They turned him off, and that shows he's poor. Pretty sort of fellow to get engaged. He's got nothing but the coat on his back. Last year, Easter time, he lost all he had at cards. Fedka told me so. Well, pals, I've been married myself, but it is a bad thing for a poor devil. Taking a wife is soon done, but the fun of it is more like an inch than a mile, observes Skowaratov, who had just joined in the general talk. Do you fancy we're going to amuse ourselves by discussing you, says the ex-quartermaster in a superior manner. Kvasov, I tell you you're a big idiot. If you fancy that the major can grease the palm of an inspector general, you've got things finely muddled. Do ye fancy they send a man from Petersburg just to inspect your major? You're a precious dolt, my lad, take it from me that it is so. And you fancy because he's a general he doesn't take what's offered? Someone in the crowd in a skeptical tone. I should think he did indeed, and plenty of it whenever he can. A dead sure thing that gets bigger, and more, and worse, the higher the rank. A general always has his palm greased, says Kvasov, sententiously. Did you ever give them money, as you're so sure of it? Asks Bakluchin, suddenly striking in a tone of contempt. Come, now, did you ever see a general? In all your life? Yes. Liar. Liar, yourself. Well, boys, as he has seen a general, let him say which. Come, quick about it. I know, all, every man jack. I've seen General Zibit, says Kvasov in tones far from sure. Zibit. There's no general of that name. That's the general, perhaps, who was looking at your back when they gave you the cat. This Zibit was, perhaps, a lieutenant colonel, but you were in such a fright just then, you took him for a general. No, just hear me, cries Skowaratov, for I've got a wife. There was really a general of that name, a German, but a Russian subject. He confessed to the Pope every year, all about his peccadilloes with gay women, and drank water like a duck. At least 40 glasses of Moskva water one after the other. That was the way he got cured of some disease. I had it from his valet. I say, and the carp didn't swim in his belly. This from the convict with the balalaika. Be quiet, fellows, can't you? One's talking seriously, and there they are, beginning their nonsense again. Who's the spectre that's coming? This was put by a convict who always, it's nothing of the sort, observes Kulikov, majestically silent hitherto, in dogmatic tones. The man coming is big and fat, about 50 years, with regular features, and proud, contemptuous manners, on which he prides himself. Kulikov is a Sigan, a sort of veterinary surgeon, makes money by treating horses in town, and sells wine in our prison. He's no fool, plenty of brain, memory well stocked, lets his words fall as carefully as if every one of them was worth a ruble. It's true, he went on very calmly, I heard of it only last week, it is a general with bigger epaulets than most, and he's going to inspect all Siberia. They grease his palm well for him, that's sure enough, but not our major with his 8 eyes in his head. He won't dare to creep in about him, for you see, pals, there are generals. And generals, as there are faggots and faggots. It's just this, and you may take it from me, our major will remain where he is. We're fellows with no tongue, we've no right to speak, and as to our chiefs here, they're not going to say a word against him. The spectre will come into our jail, give a look round, and go off at once. He'll say it was all right. Yes, but the major's in a fright, he's been drunk since morning. And this evening he had 2 van loads of things taken away. Fedka says so. You may scrub a nigger, he'll never be white. Is it the first time you've seen him drunk? Hey, no, it will be a devil of a shame if the general does nothing to him, said the convicts, who began to get highly excited. The news of the arrival of the inspector went through the prison. The prisoners went everywhere about the courtyard retailing the important fact. Some held their tongues and kept cool, trying to look important. Some were really indifferent to it. Some of the convicts sat down on the steps of the doors to play the balalaika, while some went on with their gossip. Some groups were singing in a drawling voice, but the whole courtyard was upset and excited generally. About 9 o'clock they counted us, and quartered us in our barracks, which were closed for the night. A short summer night it was, so we were roused up at 5 o'clock in the morning, yet nobody had managed to sleep before 11, for up to that hour there was conversation and all sort of movement was going on. Sometimes, too, games of cards were intolerable, stifling. True, the open window let in some of the cool night air, but the convicts kept tossing themselves on their wooden beds as if delirious. Fleas countless. There were enough of them in winter, but when spring came, they multiplied in proportions so formidable that I couldn't believe it before I had to endure them. And as the summer went on the worse it was with them. I found out that one could get used to fleas, but for all that, the torment of them is so great that it throws you into a fever. Even when you get slumber you quite feel it is not sleep, you are half delirious, and know it. At last, towards morning, when the enemy is tired and you are deliciously asleep in the freshness of the early hours, suddenly sounds the pitiless morning drum call. How you curse as you hear them, those sharp, quick strokes. You cower in your semi-palace, and then, you can't help it, comes the thought that it will be so tomorrow, the day after, for many, many years, till you are set at liberty. When will it come, this freedom, freedom? Where is it in this world? Where is it hiding? You have to get up, they are walking about you in all directions. The usual noisy row begins. The convicts dress, and hurry to their work. It's true you have an hour you can spend in sleep at noon. What we had been told about the inspector was really true. The reports were more confirmed every day, and at last it became certain that a general, high in office, was coming from Petersburg to inspect all Siberia, that he was already at Tobolsk. Every day we learned something fresh about it. These rumors came from the town. They told us that there was alarm in all quarters, and that everybody was making preparations to show himself in as favorable a light as might be. The authorities were organizing receptions, balls, fetes of every kind. Gangs of convicts were sent to level the ways in the fortress, smooth away hummocks in the ground, paint the palings and other woodwork, to plaster, do up, and generally repair everything that was conspicuous. Our prisoners perfectly well understood the object of this labor, and their discussions became all the more animated and excited. Their imaginations passed all bounds. They even set about formulating some demands to be set before the general on his arrival, but that did not prevent their going on with their quarrels and violent speeches. Our major was over the cleanliness and good order of the barracks. Just then, there occurred a little event which did not at all painfully affect this officer as one might have expected, but, on the contrary, caused him a lively satisfaction. One of the convicts struck another with an all right in the chest, in a place quite near the heart. The delinquent's name was Lomov. The name the victim was known by in the jail was Gavrilka. He was one of those seasoned tramps I've spoken about earlier. Whether he had any other name, I don't know. I never heard any attributed to him. Except that one, Gavrilka. Lomov had been a peasant comfortably off in the government of T and district of K. There were 5 of them living together, 2 brothers Lomov, and 3 sons. They were quite rich peasants. The talk throughout the district was that they had more than 300,000 rubles in paper money. They worked at currying and tanning, but their chief business was usury, harboring tramps, and receiving stolen goods, all sorts of petty irregular doings. Half the peasants of their district owed them money, and so were in their clutches. They passed for being intelligent and full of cunning, and gave themselves very great airs. A great personage of their province had stopped on his way once at the Father Lomov's house, and this official had taken a fancy to him, because of his hearty and unscrupulous talk. Then they took it in their heads they might do exactly as they pleased, and mixed themselves up more and more with illegal doings. Everybody had a grievance against them, and would like to have seen them 100 feet under the ground, but they got bolder and bolder every day. They were not afraid of the local police or the district tribunals. At last fortune betrayed them. Their ruin came, not out of their secret crimes, but from an accusation which was all calumny and falsehood. 10 versts from their hamlet they had a farm where 6 Kirghiz laborers, long since brought down by them to be no better than slaves, used to pass the autumn. One fine day these Kirghiz were found murdered. An inquiry was set on foot that lasted long, thanks to which no end of atrocious things were brought to light. The Lomovs were accused of having assassinated their workmen. They had themselves told their story to the convicts. All the jail knew it perfectly. They were suspected of owing a great deal of money to the Kirghiz, and, as they were full of greed and avarice in spite of their large fortunes, it was believed they had paid the debt by taking the lives of the poor fellows. While the inquiry and trial went on, their property melted away utterly. The father died, the sons were transported. One of these, with the uncle, was condemned to 15 years of hard labor. Now, they were perfectly innocent of the crime imputed to them. One fine day, Gavrilka, a thorough-paced rascal, known as a tramp, but of very gay and lively turn, avowed himself the author of the crime. As a matter of fact, I don't know whether he actually made this avowal himself, but what is sure is that the convicts held him to be the murderer of the Kirghiz. This Gavrilka, while still tramping about, had been mixed up in some way with The Lomov's confinement in one jail was for quite a short sentence, for desertion from the army and tramping. He had cut the throats of the Kirgits. 3 other marauding fellows had been in it with him, in the hope of setting themselves up a bit with the plunder of the farm. The Lomovs were no favorites with us, I really don't know why. One of them, the nephew, was a sturdy fellow, intelligent and sociable, but his uncle, the one that struck Gavrilka with the awl, was a choleric, stupid rustic, always quarrelling with the convicts, who knocked him about like plaster. All the jail liked Gavrilka for his gaiety and good humor. The Lomovs got to know, like the rest, that he was the man who committed the crime they were condemned for, but they never got into any quarrel with him. Gavrilka paid no attention whatever to them. The row with Uncle Lomov began about some disgusting girl they had quarreled over. Gavrilka had boasted of the favor she had shown him. The peasant, mad with jealousy, ended by driving an awl into his chest. Although the Lomovs had been ruined by their trial and sentence, they passed in the jail for being very rich. They had money, a samovar, and drank tea. Our major knew all about it, and hated the 2 Lomovs, sparing them no vexation. The victims of his hate explained it by a desire to have them grease his palm well, but they could not, or would not, bring themselves to do it. If Uncle Lomov had struck his awl 1 hair's breadth further in Gavrilka's breast he would certainly have killed him. As it was, the wound did not much signify. The affair was reported to the major. I think I see him now as he came up out of breath, but with visible satisfaction. He addressed Gavrilka in an affable, fatherly way. Tell me, lad, can you walk to the hospital or must they carry you there? No, I think it will be better to have a horse. Let 'em put a horse to this moment, he cried out to the sub-officer with a gasp. But I don't feel it at all, your worship. He's only given me a bit of a prick, your worship. You don't know, my dear fellow, you don't know, you'll see. A nasty place he's struck you in. All depends upon the place. He has given it you just below the heart, the scoundrel. Wait, he howled to Lomov. I've got you tight, take him to the guardhouse. He kept his promise. Lomov was tried, and, though the wound was slight, there was plainly malice aforethought. His sentence of hard labor was extended for several years, and they gave him 1,000 strokes with the rod. The major was delighted. The inspector arrived at last. The day after he reached the town, he came to the convict establishment to make his inspection. It was a regular fete day. For some days everything had been brilliantly clean, washed with great precision. The convicts were all just shaven. Their linen quite white and without a stain. According to the regulations, they wore in summer waistcoats and pantaloons of canvas. Every one had a round black piece sewn in at the back, 8 centimeters in diameter. For a whole hour the prisoners had been drilled as to what they should answer, the very words to be used. Particularly if the high functionary should take any notice of them. There had been even regular rehearsals. The major seemed to have lost his head. An hour before the coming in of the inspector, all the convicts were at their posts, as stiff as statues, with their little fingers on the seams of their pantaloons. At last, just about 1 o'clock, the inspector made his entry. He was a general, with a most self-sufficing bearing, so much so, that the mere sight of it must have sent a tremor into the hearts of all the officials of West Siberia. He came in with a stern and majestic air, followed by a crowd of generals and colonels doing service in our town. There was a civilian, too, of high stature and regular features, in frock coat and shoes. This personage bore himself very independently and airily, and the general addressed him every moment with exquisite politeness. This civilian owed him such deference. We learned who he was and what his office later, but he was a good deal talked about before we knew. Our major, all spick and span, with orange-colored collar, made no too favorable impression upon the general. The bloodshot eyes and fiery rubicund complexion plainly told their own story. Out of respect for his superior he had taken off his spectacles, and stood some way off, as straight as a dart, in feverish expectation that something would be asked of him, that he might run and carry out His Excellency's wishes, but no particular need of his services seemed to be felt. The general went all through the barracks without saying a word, threw a glance into the kitchen, where he tasted the sour cabbage soup. They pointed me out to him, telling him that I was an ex-nobleman who had done this, that, and the other. Ah, answered the general. And how does he conduct himself? Satisfactorily for the time being, Your Excellency, satisfactorily. The general nodded, and left the jail in a couple of minutes more. The convicts were dazzled and disappointed, and did not know what to be at. As to laying complaints against the major, that was quite over, could not be thought of. He had, no doubt, been. Chapter 6. The animals at the convict establishment. Nyeko, a bay horse, was bought a little while afterwards, and the event furnished a much more agreeable and interesting diversion to the convicts than the visit of the high personage I have been talking about. We required a horse at the jail for carrying water, refuse matter, etc. He was given to a convict to take care of and use. This man drove him, under escort, of course. Our horse had plenty to do morning and night. It was a worthy sort of beast, but a good deal worn, and had been in service for a long time already. One fine morning, the eve of St. Peter's Day, Nyeko, our bay, who was dragging a barrel of water, fell all of a heap, and gave up the ghost in a few minutes. He was much regretted, so all the convicts gathered round him to discuss his death. Those who had served in the cavalry, the Tsigans, the veterinary fellows, and others, showed a profound knowledge of horses in general and fiercely argued the question, but all that did not bring our bay horse to life again. There he was stretched out and dead, with his belly all swollen. Every one thought it incumbent on him to feel about the poor thing with his hands. Finally the major was informed of what Providence had done in the horse's case, and it was decided that another should be bought at once. St. Peter's Day, quite early after Mass, all the convicts being together, horses that were on sale were brought in. It was left to the prisoners to choose an animal, for there were some thorough experts among them, and it would have been difficult to take in 250 men with whom horse dealing had been a speciality. Tsigans, Lesgians, professional horse dealers, townsmen, came in to deal. The convicts were exceedingly eager about the matter as each fresh horse was brought up, and were as amused as children about it all. It seemed to tickle their fancy very much, that they had to buy a horse like free men, just as if it was for themselves and the money was to come out of their own pockets. 3 horses were brought and taken away before purchase. The 4th was settled on. The horse dealers seemed astonished and a little awed at the soldiers of the escort who watched the business. 200 men, clean-shaven, branded as they were, with chains on their feet, were well calculated to inspire respect, all the more as they were in their own place. At home, so to speak, in their own convict's den, where nobody was ever allowed to come. Our fellows seemed to be up to no end of tricks for finding out the real value of a horse brought up. They carefully examined it, handled it with the most serious demeanor, went on as if the welfare of the establishment was bound up with the purchase of this beast. The Circassians took the liberty of jumping upon his back. Their eyes shone wildly, they chatted rapidly in their incomprehensible dialect, showed their white teeth, dilating the nostrils of their hooked copper-colored noses. There were some Russians who paid the most lively attention to their discussion, and seemed ready to jump down their throats. They did not understand a word, but it was plain they did what they could to gather from the expression of the eyes of the fellows whether the horse was good or not. But what could it matter to a convict, especially to some of them, who were creatures altogether down and done for, who never ventured to utter a single word to the others? What could it matter to such as these, whether one horse or another was bought? Yet it seemed as if it did. The Circassians appeared to be most relied on for their opinion, and besides these a foremost place in the discussion was given to the Tsigans, and those who had formerly been horse dealers. There was a regular sort of duel between 2 convicts, the Tzigan Kulikov, who had been a horse dealer and stealer, and another who had been a professional veterinary, a tricky Siberian peasant, who had been at the establishment and at hard labor for some time, and who had succeeded in getting all Kulikov's practice in the town. I ought to mention that the veterinary practitioners at the prison, though without diploma, were very much sought after, and that not only the townspeople and tradespeople, but high officials in the city, took their advice when their horses fell ill, rather than that of several regularly diplomatized veterinaries who were at the place. Till Jolkin came, the Siberian peasant Kulikov had had plenty of clients from whom he had had fees in good hard cash. He was looked on as quite at the head of his business. He was a Cigan all over in his doings, liar and cheat, and not at all the master of his art he boasted of being. The income he made had raised him to be a sort of aristocrat among our convicts. He was listened to and obeyed, but he spoke little, and expressed an opinion only in great emergencies. He blew his own trumpet loudly, but he really was a fellow of great energy. He was of ripe age, and of quite marked intelligence. When he spoke to us of the nobility, he did so with exquisite politeness and perfect dignity. I am sure that if he had been suitably dressed, and introduced into a club at the capital with the title of Count, he would have lived up to it, played whist, talked to admiration like a man used to command, and one who knew when to hold his tongue. I am sure that the whole evening would have passed without any one guessing that the Count was nothing but a vagabond. He had very probably had a very large and varied experience in life. As to his past, it was quite unknown to us. They kept him among the convicts who formed a special section reserved from the others. But no sooner had Jolkin come, he was a simple peasant, one of the old believers, but just as tricky as it was possible for a mujik to be. The veterinary glory of Kulikov paled sensibly. In less than 2 months the Siberian had got from him all his town practice, for he cured in a very short time horses Kulikov had declared incurable, and which had been given up by the regular veterinaries. This peasant had been condemned and sent to hard labor for coining. It is an odd thing he should ever have been tempted to go into that line of business. He told us all about it himself, and joked about their wanting 3 coins of genuine gold to make 1 false. Kulikov was not a little put out at this peasant's success, while his own glory so rapidly declined. There was he who had had a mistress in the suburbs, who used to wear a plush jacket and top boots, and here he was now obliged to turn tavern-keeper. So everybody looked out for a regular row when the new horse was bought. The thing was very interesting. Each of them had his partisans, the more eager among them got to angry words about it on the spot. The cunning face of Jolkin was all wrinkled into a sarcastic smile, but it turned out quite differently from what was expected. Kulikov had not the least desire for argument or dispute. He managed cunningly without that. At first he gave way on every point, and listened deferentially to his rival's criticisms. Then he caught him up sharply on some remark or other, and pointed out to him modestly but firmly that he was all wrong. In a word, Jolkin was utterly discomfited in a surprisingly clever way, so Kulikov's side was quite well pleased. I say, boys, it is no use talking. You can't trip him up. He knows what he is about, said some. Jolkin knows more about the matter than he does, said others, not offensively, however. Both sides. Then, he's got a lighter hand, besides having more in his head. I tell you that, when it comes to stock, horses, or anything else, Kulikov needn't duck under to anybody. Nor need Jolkin, I tell you. There's nobody like Kulikov. The new horse was selected and bought. It was a capital gelding, young, vigorous, and handsome, an irreproachable beast altogether. The bargaining began. The owner asked 30 rubles. The convicts wouldn't give more than 25. The higgling went on long and hotly. At length the convicts began laughing. Does the money come out of your own purse? Said some. What's the good of all this? Do you want to save for the government cash box? Cried others. But it is money that belongs to us all, pals, said one. Us all. It's plain enough that you needn't trouble to grow idiots. They'll come up of themselves without it. At last the business was settled at 28 rubles. The major was informed, the purchase sanctioned. Bread and salt were brought at once, and the new boarder led in triumph into the jail. There was not one of the convicts, I think, that did not pat his neck or caress his head. The day we got him he was at once put to fetching water. All the convicts gazed on him curiously as he pulled at his barrel. Our waterman, the convict Roman, kept his eyes on the beast with a stupid sort of satisfaction. He was formerly a peasant, about 50 years of age, serious and silent, like all the Russian coachmen, whose behavior would really seem to acquire some extra gravity by reason of their being always with horses. Roman was a quiet creature, affable all round, said little, took snuff from a box. He had taken care of the horses at the jail for some time before that. The one just bought was the third given into. Nobody dreamed of accusing Roman of imprudence, not even the major. It was the will of God, that was all. As to Roman, he knew his business. That bay horse had become the pet of the jail at once. The convicts were not particularly tender fellows, but they could not help coming to pet him often. Sometimes when Roman, returning from the river, shut the great gate which the sub-officer had opened, Nyeko would stand quite still waiting for his driver, and turning to him as for orders. "Get along, you know the way," Roman would cry to him. Then Nyeko would go off peaceably to the kitchen and stop there, and the cooks and other servants of the place would fill their buckets with water, which Nyeko seemed to know all about. "Nyeko, you're a trump. He's brought his water barrel himself. He's a delight to see," they would cry to him. "That's true. He's only a beast, but he knows all that's said to him. No end of a horse is our Nyeko." Then the horse shook his head and snorted, just as if he really understood all about his being praised. Then someone would bring him bread and salt, and when he had finished with them he would shake his head again, as if to say, "I know you. I know you. I'm a good horse, and you're a good fellow." I was quite fond of regaling Nyeko with bread. It was quite a pleasure to me to look at his nice mouth, and to feel his warm, moist lips licking up the crumbs from the palm of my hand. Our convicts were fond of live things, and if they had been allowed would have filled the barracks with birds and domestic animals. What could possibly have been better than attending to such creatures for raising and softening the wild temper of the prisoners? But it was not permitted, it was not in the regulations, and, truth to say, there was no room there for many creatures. However, in my time some animals had established themselves in the jail. Besides Nyeko, we had some dogs, geese, undeserving of attention. Nobody minded him. He lived in the jail itself, slept in the courtyard, ate the leavings of the kitchen, and had no hold whatever on the sympathy of the convicts, all of whom he knew, however, and regarded as masters and owners. When the men assigned to work came back to the jail, at the cry of "Corporal," he used to run to the great gate and gaily welcome the gang, wagging his tail and looking into every man's eyes, as though he expected a caress. But for several years his little ways were as useless as they were engaging. Nobody but myself did caress him, so I was the one he preferred to all others. Somehow, I don't know in what way, we got another dog. Snow he was called. As to the third, Koltiapka, I brought him myself to the place when he was but a pup. Our Snow was a strange creature. A teliga had gone over him and driven in his spine, so that it made a curve inside him. When you saw him running at a distance, he looked like twin dogs born with a ligament. He was very mangy, too, with bleary eyes, and his tail was hairless, and always hanging between his legs. Victim of ill fate as he was, he seemed to have made up his mind to be always as impassive as possible, so he never barked at anybody, for he seemed to be afraid of getting into some fresh trouble. He was nearly always lurking at the back of the buildings, and if anybody came near he rolled on his back at once, as though he meant to say, "Do what you like with me. I've not the least idea of resisting you." And every convict, when the dog upset himself like that, would give him a passing obligatory kick, with "Ooh, the dirty brute." But Snow dared not so much as give a groan, and if he was too much hurt, would only utter a little, dull, strangled yelp. He threw himself down just the same way before Bull or any other dog when he came to try his luck at the kitchen, and he would stretch himself out flat if a mastiff or any other big dog came barking at him. Dogs like submission and humility in other dogs, so the angry brute quieted down at once, and stopped short reflectively before the poor, humble beast, and then sniffed him curiously all over. I wonder what poor Snow, trembling with fright, used to think at such moments. Is this brigand of a fellow going to bite me? No doubt something like that. When he had Snow knew quite well that no Yuchka would ever condescend to the like of him, that she was too proud for that, but it was some consolation to him in his troubles to limp after her. As to decent behavior, he had but a very vague notion of any such thing. Being totally without any hope in his future, his highest aim was to get a bellyful of victuals, and he was cynical enough in showing that it was so. Once I tried to caress him. This was such an unexpected and new thing to him, that he plumped down on the ground quite helplessly, and quivered and whined in his delight. As I was really sorry for him I used to caress him often, so as soon as he caught sight of me he began to whine in a plaintive, tearful way. He came to his end at the back of the jail. In the ditch, some dogs tore him to pieces. Kolyapka was quite a different style of dog. I don't know why I brought him in from one of the workshops, where he was just born, but it gave me pleasure to feed him, and see him grow big. Bull took Kolyapka under his protection, and slept with him. When the young dog began to grow up, Bull was remarkably complaisant with him. He allowed the pup to bite his ears, and pull his skin with his teeth. He played with him as mature dogs are in the habit of doing with the youngsters. It was a strange thing, but Kolyapka never grew in height at all, only in length and breadth. His hide was fluffy and mouse-colored. One of his ears hung down, while the other was always cocked up. He was, like all young dogs, ardent and enthusiastic, yelping with pleasure when he saw his master, and jumping up to lick his face precisely as if he said, "As long as he sees how delighted I am, I don't care, let etiquette go to the devil." Wherever I was, at my call, Kolyapka, out he came from some corner, dashing towards me with noisy satisfaction, making a ball of himself, and rolling over and over. I was exceedingly fond of the little wretch, and I used to fancy that destiny had reserved for him nothing but joy and pleasure in this world of ours. But one fine day the convict Dostoyevsky, who made women's shoes and prepared skins, cast his eye on him. Something had evidently struck him, for he called Kolyapka, felt his skin, and turned him over on the ground in a friendly way. The unsuspicious dog barked with pleasure, but next day he was nowhere to be found. I hunted for him for some time, but in vain. At last, after 2 weeks, all was explained. Kolyapka's natural cloak had been too much for Dostoyevsky, who had flayed him to make up with the skin some boots of inside lining was magnificent, all Kolyapka, poor fellow. A good many convicts worked at tanning, and often brought with them to the jail dogs with a nice skin, which soon was seen no more. They stole them or bought them. I remember one day I saw a couple of convicts behind the kitchens laying their heads together. One of them held in a leash a very fine black dog of particularly good breed. A scamp of a footman had stolen it from his master, and sold it to our shoemakers for 30 kopecks. They were going to hang it, that was their way of disposing of them. Then they took the skin off, and threw the body into a ditch used for ejector, which was in the most distant corner of the court, and which stank most horribly during the summer heats, for it was rarely seen to. I think the poor beast understood the fate in store for him. It looked at us one after another in a distressed, scrutinizing way. At intervals it gave a timid little wag with its bushy tail between its legs, as though trying to reach our hearts by showing us every confidence. I hastened away from the convicts, who finished their vile work without hindrance. As to the geese of the establishment, they had established themselves there quite fortuitously. Who took care of them? To whom did they belong? I really don't know, but they were a huge delight to our convicts, and acquired a certain fame throughout the town. They had been hatched in the convict establishment somewhere, and their headquarters was the kitchen, whence they emerged in gangs of their own, when the gangs of convicts went out to their work. But as soon as the drum beat and the prisoners massed themselves at the great gate, out ran the geese after them, cackling and flapping their wings. Then they jumped one after the other over the elevated threshold of the gateway. While the convicts were at their work, the geese pecked about at a little distance from them. As soon as they had done and set out for the jail, again the geese joined the procession, and people who passed by would cry out, "I say, there are the prisoners with their friends, the geese. How did you teach them to follow you?" Someone would ask. "Here's some money for your geese." Another said, "Prison, or who had brought it?" It was a white kid, and very pretty. After some days it had won all hearts. It was diverting and winning. As some excuse was needed for keeping it in the jail, it was given out that it was quite necessary to have a goat in the stables, but he didn't live there, but in the kitchen principally, and after a while he roamed about all over the place. The creature was full of grace and as playful as could be, jumped on the tables, wrestled with the convicts, came when it was called, and was always full of spirits and fun. One evening, the Lesgian Babai, who was seated on the stone steps at the doors of the barracks among a crowd of other convicts, took it into his head to have a wrestling bout with Vaska, whose horns were pretty long. They butted their foreheads against one another. That was the way the Convicts amused themselves with him, when all of a sudden Vaska jumped on the highest step, lifted himself up on his hind legs, drew his 4 feet to him and managed to strike the lesbian on the back of the neck with all his might, and with such effect that Babai went headlong down the steps to the great delight of all who were by as well as of Babai himself. In a word, we all adored our Vaska. When he attained the age of puberty, a general and serious consultation was held, as the result of which, he was subjected to an operation which one of the prison veterinaries executed in a masterly manner. "Well," said the prisoners, "he won't have any goat smell about him, that's one comfort." Vaska then began to lay on fat in the most surprising way. I must say that we fed him quite unconscionably. He became a most beautiful fellow, with magnificent horns, corpulent beyond anything. Sometimes as he walked, he rolled over on the ground heavily out of sheer fatness. He went with us out to work too, which was very diverting to the convicts and all others who saw, and everybody got to know Vaska, the jailbird. When they worked at the riverbank, the prisoners used to cut willow branches and other foliage, and gather flowers in the ditches to ornament Vaska. They used to twine the branches and flowers round his horns and decorate his body with garlands. Vaska then came back at the head of the gang in a splendid state of ornamentation, and we all came after in high pride at seeing him such a beauty. This love for our goat went so far that prisoners raised the question, not a very wise one, whether Vaska ought not to have his horns gilded. It was a vain idea. Nothing came of it. I asked Akim Akimich, the best gilder in the jail, whether you really could gild a goat's horns. He examined Vaska's quite closely, thought a bit, and then said that it could be done, but that it would not last, and would be quite useless. So nothing came of it. Vaska would have lived for many years more, and, no doubt, have died of asthma at last, if, one day as he returned from work at the head of the convicts, his path had not been crossed by the major, who was seated in his carriage. Vaska was in particularly gorgeous array. "Halt!" yelled the major. "Whose goat is that?" They told him. "What? A goat in the prison, and that without my leave?" "Sub-officer." The sub-officer received orders to kill the goat without a moment's delay, flay him, and sell his skin, and put the proceeds to the prisoner's account. As to the meat, he ordered it to be cooked with the convicts' cabbage soup. The occurrence was much discussed. The goat was much mourned, but nobody dared to disobey the major. Vaska was put to death close to the ditch I spoke of just now. One of the convicts bought the carcass, paying a ruble and 50 kopecks. With this money white bread was bought for everybody. The man who had bought the goat sold him at retail in a roasted state. The meat was delicious. We had also, during some time, in our prison a steppe eagle, a quite small species. A convict brought it in, wounded, half dead. Everybody came flocking around it. It could not fly, its right wing being quite powerless. One of its legs was badly hurt. It gazed on the curious crowd wrathfully, and opened its crooked beak, as if prepared to sell its life dearly. When we had looked at him long enough, and the crowd dispersed, the lame bird went off, hopping on one paw and flapping his wing, and hid himself in the most distant part of the place he could find. There he huddled himself in a corner against the palings. During the 3 months that he remained in our courtyard he never came out of his corner. At first we went to look at him pretty often, and sometimes they set Bull at him, who threw himself forward with fury, but was frightened to go too near, which mightily amused the convicts. A wild chap that. He won't stand any nonsense. But Bull after a while got over his fright, and began to worry him. When he was roused to it, the dog would catch hold of the bird's bad wing, and the creature defended itself with beak and claws, and then got up closer into his corner with a proud, savage sort of demeanor, like a wounded king, fixing his eyes steadily on the fellows looking at his misery. They tired of the sport after a while, and the eagle seemed quite forgotten, but there was someone who, every day, put close to him a bit of fresh meat in a vessel, with some water. At first, and for several days, the eagle would eat nothing. At last, he made up his mind to take what was left for him, but he never could be got to take anything from the hand, or in public. Sometimes I succeeded in watching his proceedings at some distance. When he saw nobody, and thought he was alone, he ventured upon leaving his corner and limping along the palisade for a dozen steps or so, then went back, and So forwards and backwards, precisely as if he were taking exercise for his health under medical orders. As soon as ever he caught sight of me he made for his corner. As quickly as he possibly could, limping and hopping. Then he threw his head back, opened his mouth, ruffled himself, and seemed to make ready for fight. In vain I tried to caress him. He bit and struggled as soon as he was touched. Not once did he take the meat I offered him, and all the time I remained by him he kept his wicked, piercing eye upon me. Lonely and revengeful he waited for death, defying, refusing to be reconciled with everything and everybody. At last the convicts remembered him, after 2 months of complete forgetfulness, and then they showed a sympathy I did not expect of them. It was unanimously agreed to carry him out. Let him die, but let him die in freedom, said the prisoners. Sure enough, a free and independent bird like that will never get used to the prison, added others. He's not like us, said someone. Oh well, he's a bird, and we're human beings. The eagle, pals, is the king of the woods, began Skoratov, but that day nobody paid any attention to him. One afternoon, when the drum beat for beginning work, they took the eagle, tied his beak for he struck a desperate attitude, and took him out of the prison onto the ramparts. The 12 convicts of the gang were extremely anxious to know where he would go to. It was a strange thing, they all seemed as happy as though they had themselves got their freedom. Oh, the wretched brute. One wants to do him a kindness, and he tears your hand for you by way of thanks, said the man who held him, looking almost lovingly at the spiteful bird. Let him fly off, Mikitka. It doesn't suit him being a prisoner. Give him his freedom, his jolly freedom. They threw him from the ramparts onto the steppe. It was just at the end of autumn, a grey, cold day. The wind whistled on the bare steppe and went groaning through the yellow dried-up grass. The eagle made off directly, flapping his wounded wing, as if in a hurry to quit us and get himself a shelter from our piercing eyes. The convicts watched him intently as he went along with his head just above the grass. Do you see him, hey? Said one very pensively. He doesn't look round, said another. He hasn't looked behind once. Did you happen to fancy he'd come back to thank us? Said a third. Sure enough, he's free, he feels it. It's freedom. Yes, freedom. You won't see him any more, pals. What are you about sticking there? March, march, cried the Chapter 7. Grievances. At the outset of this chapter, the editor of the Recollections of the late Alexander Petrovich Goryanchikov thinks it his duty to communicate what follows to his readers. In the first chapter of the Recollections of the House of the Dead, something was said about a parricide, of noble birth, who was put forward as an instance of the insensibility with which the convicts speak of the crimes they have committed. It was also stated that he refused altogether to confess to the authorities in the court, but that, thanks to the statements of persons who knew all the details of his case and history, his guilt was put beyond all doubt. These persons had informed the author of the Recollections that the criminal had been a dissolute life and overwhelmed with debts, and that he had murdered his father to come into the property. Besides, the whole town where this parricide was imprisoned told his story in precisely the same way, a fact of which the editor of these Recollections has fully satisfied himself. It was further stated that this murderer, even when in the jail, was of quite a joyous and cheerful frame of mind, a sort of inconsiderate giddy-pated person, although intelligent, and that the author of the Recollections had never observed any particular signs of cruelty about him, to which he added, so I, for my part, never could bring myself to believe him guilty. Single quote. Some time ago the editor of the Recollections of the House of the Dead had intelligence from Siberia of the discovery of the innocence of this parricide, and that he had undergone 10 years of the imprisonment with hard labor for nothing. This was recognized and avowed by the authorities. The real criminals had been discovered and had confessed, and the unfortunate man in question set at liberty. All this stands upon unimpeachable and authoritative grounds. To say more would be useless. The tragical facts speak too clearly for themselves. All words are weak in such a case, where a life has been ruined by such an accusation. Such mistakes as these are among the dreadful possibilities of life, and such possibilities impart. To continue. I have said that I became at last, in some sense, accustomed, if not reconciled, to the conditions of convict life, but it was a long and dreadful time before I was It took me nearly a year to get used to the prison, and I shall always regard this year as the most dreadful of my life. It is graven deep in my memory, down to the very least details. I think that I could minutely recall the events and feelings of each successive hour in it. I have said that the other prisoners, too, found it as difficult as I did to get used to the life they had to lead. During the whole of this first year, I used to ask myself whether they were really as calm as they seemed to be. Questions of this kind pressed themselves upon me. As I have mentioned before, all the convicts felt themselves in an alien element to which they could not reconcile themselves. The sense of home was an impossibility. They felt as if they were staying, as a stage upon a journey, in an evil sort of inn. These men, exiles for and from life, seemed either in a perpetual smouldering agitation, or else in deep depression, but there was not one who had not his ordinary ideas of one thing or another. This restlessness, which, if it did not come to the surface, was still unmistakable, those vague hopes of the poor creatures which existed in spite of themselves, hopes so ill-founded that they were more like the promptings of incipient insanity than aught else, all this stamped the place with a character, an originality, peculiarly its own. One could not but feel when one went there that there was nothing like it anywhere else in the whole world. There everybody went about in a sort of waking dream, nor was there anything to relieve or qualify the impressions the place made on the system of every man, so that all seemed to suffer from a sort of hyperaesthetic neurosis, and this dreaming of impossibilities gave to the majority of the convicts a sombre and morose aspect, for which the word morbid is not strong enough. Nearly all were taciturn and irascible, preferring to keep to themselves the hopes they secretly and vainly cherished. The result was that anything like ingenuousness or frank statement was the object of general contempt. Precisely because these wild hopings were impossible, and, despite themselves, were felt to be so, confessed to their more lucid selves to be so, they kept them jealously concealed in the most secret recesses of their souls, while to renounce them was beyond their powers of self-control. It may be they were ashamed of their imagination. God knows. The Russian character is, in its normal conditions, so positive and sober in its way of looking at life, so pitiless in criticism of its own weaknesses. Perhaps it was this inward misery of self-dissatisfaction which was at the bottom of the impatience and intolerance the convicts showed among themselves, and of the cruel biting things they said to each other. If one of them, more naive or impartial than the rest, put into words what every one of them had in his mind, painted his castles in the air, told his dreams of liberty, or plans of escape, they shut him up with brutal promptitude, and made the poor fellow's life a burden to him with their sarcasms and jests. And I think those did it most unscrupulously who had perhaps themselves gone furthest in cherishing futile hopes, and indulging in senseless expectations. I have said, more than once, that those among them who were marked by simplicity and candor were looked on rather as being stupid and idiotic. There was nothing but contempt for them. The convicts were so soured and, in the wrong sense, sensitive, that they positively hated anything like amiability or unselfishness. I should be disposed to classify them all broadly, as either good or bad men, morose or cheerful, putting by themselves, as a sort of separate creatures, the ingenious fellows who could not hold their tongues. But the sour-tempered were in far the greatest majority. Some of these were talkative, but these were usually a slanderous and envious disposition, always poking their noses into other people's business, though they took good care not to let anybody have a glimpse of the secret thoughts of their own souls. That would have been against the fashions and conventions of this strange, little world. As to the fellows who were really good, very few indeed were they. These were always very quiet and peaceable, and buried their hopes, if they had any, in strict silence, but more of real faith went with their hopes than was the case with the gloomy-minded among the convicts. Stay. There was one category further among our convicts, which ought not to be forgotten. The men who had lost all hope, who were despairing and desperate, like the old man of Starodub, but these were very few indeed. The old man of Starodub. This was a very subdued, quiet, old man, but there were some indications of what went on in him, which he could not help giving, and from which, I could not help seeing, that his inward life was one of intolerable horror. Still he had something to fall back upon for help and consolation, prayer, and the notion that he was a martyr. The convict who was always reading the Bible. of whom I spoke earlier, the one that went mad and threw himself, brick in hand, upon the Major, was also probably one of those whom hope had altogether abandoned, and, as it is perfectly impossible to go on living without hope of some sort, he threw away his life as a sort of voluntary sacrifice. He declared that he attacked the Major though he had no grievance in particular, all he wanted was to have some torments inflicted on himself. Now, what sort of psychological operation had been going on in that man's soul? No man can live, without having some object in view, and making efforts to attain that object. But when object there is none, and hope is entirely fled, anguish often turns a man into a monster. The object we all had in view was liberty, and getting out of our place of confinement and hard labor. So I try to place our convicts in separately defined classes and categories, but it cannot well be done. Reality is a thing of infinite diversity, and defies the most ingenious deductions and definitions of abstract thought, nay, abhors the clear and precise classifications we so delight in. Reality tends to infinite subdivision of things, and truth is a matter of infinite shadings and differentiations. Every one of us who were there had his own peculiar, interior, strictly personal life, which lay altogether outside of the world of regulations and our official superintendence. But, as I have said before, I could not penetrate the depths of this interior life. In the early part of my prison career, for everything that met my eyes, or challenged my attention in any way, filled me with a sadness for which there are no words. Sometimes I felt nothing short of hatred for poor creatures whose martyrdom was at least as great as mine. In those first days I envied them, because they were among persons of their own sort, and understood one another. So I thought, but the truth was that their enforced companionship, the comradeship where the word of command went with the whip or the rod, was as much an object of aversion to them as it was to myself, and every one of them tried to keep himself as much to himself as possible. This envious hatred of them, which came to me in moments of irritation, was not without its reasonable cause, for those who tell you so confidently that a cultivated man of the higher class does not suffer as a mere peasant does, are utterly in the wrong. That is a thing I have often heard said, and read too. In the abstract, the notion seems correct, and it is founded in generous sentiment, for all convicts are human beings alike, but in reality it is different. In the real living facts of the problem there come in a quantity of practical complications, and only experience can pronounce upon these, experience which I have had. I do not mean to lay it down peremptorily, that the nobleman and the man of culture feel more acutely, sensitively, deeply, because of their more highly developed conditions of being. On the other hand, it is impossible to bring all souls to one common level or standard. Neither the grade of education, nor any other thing, furnishes a standard according to which punishment can be meted out. It is a great satisfaction to me to be able to say that among these dreadful sufferers, in a state of things so barbarous and abject, I found abundant proof that the elements of moral development were not wanting. In our convict establishment, there were men whom I was familiar with for several years, and whom I looked upon as wild beasts and abhorred as such. Well, all of a sudden, when I least expected it, these very men would exhibit such an abundance of feeling of the best kind, so keen a comprehension of the sufferings of others, seen in the light of the consciousness of their own, that one might almost fancy scales had fallen from their eyes. So sudden was it as to cause stupefaction. One could scarcely believe one's eyes or ears. Sometimes it was just the other way. Educated men, well brought up, would occasionally display a savage, cynical brutality which nearly turned one's stomach, conduct of a kind impossible to excuse or justify, however much you might be charitably inclined to do so. I lay no stress on the entire change in the habits of life, the food, etc., as to which there come in points where the man of the higher classes suffers so much more keenly than the peasant or working man, who often goes hungry when free, while he always has his stomach full in prison. We will leave all that out. Let it be admitted that for a man with some force of character these external things are a trifle in comparison with privations of a quite different kind. For all that, such total change of material conditions and habits is neither an easy nor a slight thing. But, in the convict status there are elements of horror before which all other horrors pale, even the mud and filth everywhere about, the scantiness and uncleanness of the food, the irons on your limbs, the suffocating sense of being always held tight, as in a vice. The capital, the most important point of all is, that after a couple of hours or so, every newcomer to a convict establishment, who is of the lower class, shakes down into equality with the rest. He is at home among them, he has his freedom of this city of the enslaved, this community of convicted scoundrels, in which one man is superficially like every other man. He understands and is understood, he is looked upon by everybody as one of themselves. Now all this is not so in the case of the nobleman. However kindly, just-minded, intelligent a man of the higher class may be, every soul there will hate and despise him during long years. They will neither understand nor believe in him, not one whit. He will be neither friend nor comrade in their eyes. If he can get them to stop insulting him it will be as much as he can do, but he will be alien to them from the first to the last. He will have to feel the grief of a ceaseless, hopeless, causeless solitude and sequestration. Sometimes, it is the case that sheer ill will on the part of the prisoners has nothing to do with bringing about this state of things, it simply cannot be helped. The nobleman is not one of the gang, and there's the whole secret. There is nothing more horrible than to live out of the social sphere to which you properly belong. The peasant, transported from Taganrog to Petropavlovsk, finds there Russian peasants like himself. Between him and them there can be mutual intelligence. In an hour they will be friends, and live comfortably together in the same izba or the same barrack. With the nobleman it is wholly otherwise. A bottomless abyss separates him from the lower classes, how deep and impassable is only seen when a nobleman forfeits his position and becomes as one of the populace himself. You may be your whole life in daily relations with the peasant, 40 years you may do business with him regularly as the day comes. Let us suppose it so, at all events, by the calls of official position or administrative duty. You may be his benefactor, all but a father to him. Well, you'll never know what is at the bottom of the man's mind or heart. You may think you know something about him, but it is all optical illusion, nothing more. My readers will charge me with exaggeration, but I am convinced I am quite right. I don't go on theory or book reading in this. In my case the realities of life have given me only too ample time and opportunity for reviewing and correcting my theoretic convictions, which, as to this, are now fixed. Perhaps everybody will someday learn how well-founded I am in what I say about this. All this was theory when I first went into the convict establishment, but events and things observed soon came to confirm me in such views, and what I experienced so affected my system as to undermine its health. During the first summer I wandered about the place, so far as I was free to move, a solitary, friendless man. My moral situation was such that I could not distinguish those among the convicts who, in the sequel, managed to care for me a little in spite of the distance that always remained between us. There were there men of my own position, ex-nobles like myself, but their companionship was repugnant to me. Here is one of the incidents which obliged me to see at the outset how solitary a creature I was, and all the strangeness of my position at the place. One day in August, a fine warm day, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a time when, as a rule, everybody took a nap before resuming work, the convicts rose as one man and massed themselves in the courtyard. I had not the slightest idea, up to that moment, that anything was going on. So deeply had I been sunk in my own thoughts, that I saw nearly nothing of what was happening about me of any kind. But it seems that the convicts had been in a smouldering sort of unusual agitation for 3 days. Perhaps it had begun sooner, so I thought later when I remembered stray remarks, bits of talk that had come to my ears, the palpable increase of ill humor among the prisoners, their unusual irritability for some time past. I had attributed it all to the trying summer work, the insufferably long days, to their dreamings about the woods and freedom which the season brought up, to the nights too short for rest. It may be that all these things came together to form a mass of discontent, that only wanted a tolerably good reason for exploding. It was found in the food. For several days the convicts had not concealed their dissatisfaction with it in open talk in their barracks, and they showed it plainly when assembled for dinner or supper. One of the cooks had been changed, but, after a couple of days, the new comer was sent to the right about, and the old one brought back. The restlessness and ill humor were general, mischief was brewing. Here are we slaving to death, and they give us nothing but filth to eat, grumbled one in the kitchen. If you don't like it, why don't you order jellies and blancmange, said another. Sour cabbage soup, why, that's good. I delight in it, there's nothing more juicy, exclaimed a third. Well, if they gave you nothing but beef, he fills his pockets, don't you fear. It isn't your business. Whose business is it? My belly's my own. If we were all to make a row about it together, you'd soon see. Yes, haven't we been beaten enough for complaining, dolt that you are? True enough. What's done in a hurry is never well done. And how would you set about making a raid over it? Tell me that. I'll tell you, by God. If everybody will go, I'll go too, for I'm just dying of hunger. It's all very well for those who eat at a better table, apart, to keep quiet, but those who eat the regulation food. There's a fellow with eyes that do their work, bursting with envy he is. Don't. His eyes glisten when he sees something that doesn't belong to him. Well, pals, why don't we make up our minds? Have we gone through enough? They flay us, the brigands. Let's go at them. What's the good? I tell you, you must chew what they give you, and stuff your mouth full of it. Look at the fellow, he wants people to chew his food for him. We're in prison, and have got to stand it. Yes, that's it, we're in prison. That's it always. The people die of hunger, and the government fills its belly. That's true. Our 8 eyes the major has got finely fat over it. He's bought a pair of grey horses. He don't like his glass at all, that fellow, said a convict ironically. He had a bout at cards a little while ago with the vet. For 2 hours he played, without a halfpenny in his pocket. Fedka told me so. That's why we get cabbage soup that's fit for nothing. You're all idiots. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. I tell you, if we all join in complaining, we shall see what he has to say for himself. You'll get his fist on your pate, that's just all. I tell you, they'll have him up, and try him. All the prisoners were in great agitation. The truth is, the food was execrable. The general anguish, suffering, and suspense seemed to be coming to a head. Convicts are, by disposition, or, as such, quarrelsome and rebellious, but a general revolt is rare, for they can never agree upon it. We all of us felt that since there was, as a rule, more violent talk than doing. This time, however, the agitation did not fall to the ground. The men gathered, in groups in their barracks, talking things over in a violent way, and going over all the particulars of the major's misdoings, and trying to get to the bottom of them. In all affairs of that sort there are ringleaders and firebrands. The ringleaders on such occasions are generally rather remarkable fellows, not only in convict establishments, but among all large organizations of workmen, military detachments, etc. They are always people of a peculiar type, enthusiastic men, who have a thirst for justice, very naive, simple, and strong, convinced that their desires are fully capable of realization. They have as much sense as other people. Some are of high intelligence, but they are too full of warmth and zeal to measure their acts. When you come across people who really do know how to direct the masses, and get what they want, you find a quite different sort of popular leaders, and one excessively rare among us Russians. The more usual type of leader, the one I first alluded to, does certainly in some sense accomplish their object, so far as bringing about a rising is concerned, but it all ends in filling up the prisons and convict establishments. Thanks to their impetuosity they always come off second best, but it is this impetuosity that gives them their influences over the masses. Their ardent, honest indignation does its work, and draws in the more irresolute. Their blind confidence of success seduces even the most hardened skeptics, although this confidence is generally based on such uncertain, childish reasons that it is wonderful how people can put faith in them. The secret of their influence is that they put themselves at the head, and go ahead, without flinching. They dash forward, heads down, often without the least knowledge worth the name of what they are about, and have nothing about them of the Jesuitical practical faculty by dint of which a vile and worthless man often hits his mark and comes uppermost, and will sometimes come all white out of a tub of ink. They must dash their skulls against stone walls. Under ordinary circumstances these people are bilious, irascible, intolerant, contemptuous, often very warm, which really after all is part of the secret of their strength. The Deplorable thing is that they never go at what is the essential, the vital part of their task. They always go off at once into details instead of going straight to their mark. And this is their ruin. But they and the mob understand one another. That makes them formidable. I must say a few words about this word grievance. Some of the convicts had been transported in connection with a grievance. These were the most excited among them, notably a certain Martinov, who had formerly served in the Hussars, an eager, restless, and choleric, but a worthy and truthful fellow. Another, Vasily Antonov, could work himself up into anger coolly and collectedly. He had a generally impudent expression, and a sarcastic smile, but he, too, was honest, and a man of his word, and of no little education. I won't enumerate, there were plenty of them. Petrov went about in a hurried way from one group to another. He spoke few words, but he was quite as highly excited as anyone there, for he was the first to spring out of the barrack when the others massed themselves in the courtyard. Our sergeant, who acted as sergeant major, came up very soon in quite a fright. The convicts got into rank, and politely begged him to tell the major that they wanted to speak with him and put him a few questions. Behind the sergeant came all the invalids, who ranked themselves in face of the convicts. What they asked the sergeant to do frightened the man out of his wits almost, but he dared not refuse to go and report to the major, for if the convicts mutinied, God only knows what might happen. All the men set over us showed themselves great poltroons in handling the prisoners. Then, even if nothing further worse happened, if the convicts thought better of it and dispersed, the sub-officer was still in duty bound to inform the authorities of what had been going on. Pale, and trembling with fright, he went headlong to the major, without even an effort to bring the convicts to reason. He saw that they were not minded to put up with any of his talk, no doubt. Without the least idea of what was going on, I went into rank myself. It was only later that I heard the earlier emotion, and some were ghostly pale. They were sternly silent, and seemed to be thinking of what they should say to the major. I observed that many of the convicts seemed to wonder at seeing me among them, but they turned their glances away from me. No doubt they thought it strange that I should come into the ranks with them, and join in their remonstrances, and could not quite believe it. Then they turned round to me again in a questioning sort of way. "What are you doing here?" said Vasily Antonov, in a loud, rude voice. He happened to be close to me, and a little way from the rest. The man had always hitherto been scrupulously polite to me. I looked at him in perplexity, trying to understand what he meant by it. I began to see that something extraordinary was up in our prison. "Yes, indeed, what are you about here?" "Go off into the barrack," said a young fellow, a soldier convict, whom I did not know till then, and who was a good, quiet lad. "This is none of your business." "Have we not fallen into rank?" I answered. "Aren't we going to be mustered?" "Why, he's come, too," cried one of them. "Iron nose, 7," said another. "Fly killer," added a third, with inexpressible contempt for me in his tone. This new nickname caused a general burst of laughter. These fellows are in clover everywhere. We are in prison, with hard labor. I rather fancy they get wheat bread and sucking pig, like great lords as they are. Don't you get your victuals by yourself? What are you doing here?" "Your place is not here," said Kulikov to me brusquely, taking me by the hand and leading me out of the ranks. He was himself very pale, his dark eyes sparkled with fire, he had bitten his under lip till the blood came. He wasn't one of those who expected the major without losing self-possession. I liked to look at Kulikov when he was in trying circumstances like these. Then he showed himself just what he was in his strong points and weak. He attitudinized, but he knew how to act, too. I think he would, tone which admitted of no reply. "We are here on business of our own, Alexander Petrovich, and you've got to keep out of it. Go where you like and wait till it is over. Here, your people are in the kitchens, go there. They're in hot quarters down there." I did in fact see our Poles at the open window of the kitchen, in company with a good many other convicts. I did not well know what to be at, but went there. Followed by laughter, insulting remarks, and that sort of muttered growling which is the prison substitute for the hissings and catcalls of the world of freedom. He doesn't like it at all. Chew, chew, chew. Seize him. I had never been so bitterly insulted since I was in the place. It was a very Painful moment, but just what was to be expected in the excessive excitement the men were laboring under. In the anteroom I met Dostoyevsky, a young nobleman of not much information, but of firm, generous character. The convicts accepted him. From the hatred they felt for the convicts of noble birth, they were almost fond of him. Every one of his gestures denoted the brave and energetic man. "What are you about, Goryanchikov?" he cried to me. "Come here, come here." "But what is it all about?" "They are going to make a formal complaint, don't you know it?" "It won't do. I'm a bit of good. Who'll pay any attention to convicts? They'll try to find out the ringleaders, and if we are among them they'll lay it all on us. Just remember what we have been transported for. They'll only get a whipping, but we shall be put regularly to trial. The Major detests us all, and will be only too happy to ruin us. All his sins will fall on our shoulders. The convicts will tie us hands and feet and sell us directly," added Dostoyevsky. "When we got into the kitchen, they'll never have mercy on us," added Dostoyevsky. Besides the nobles there were in the kitchen about 30 other prisoners who did not want to join in the general complaints, some because they were afraid, others because of their conviction that the whole proceeding would prove quite useless. Akim Akimich, who was a decided opponent of everything that savored of complaint, or that could interfere with discipline and the usual routine, waited with great phlegm to see the end of the business, about which he did not care a jot. He was perfectly convinced that the authorities would put it all down immediately. Isaiah Fomich's nose drooped visibly as he listened in a sort of frightened curiosity to what we said about the affair. He was much disturbed. With the Polish nobles were some inferior persons of the same nation, as well as some Russians. Timid, dull, silent fellows, who had not dared to join the rest, and who waited in a melancholy way to see what the issue would be. There were also some morose, discontented convicts, who remained in the kitchen, not because they were afraid, but that they thought this half-revolt an absurdity which could not succeed. It seemed to me that these were not a little disturbed, and their faces were quite unsteady. They saw clearly that they were in the right, and that the issue of the movement would be what they had foretold, but they had a sort of feeling that they were traitors who had sold their comrades to the Major. Jolkin, the long-headed Siberian peasant sent to hard labor for coining, the man who got Kulikov's town practice from him, was there also, as well as the old man of Starodub. None of the cooks had left their post, perhaps because they looked upon themselves as belonging specially to the authorities of the place, whom it would be unbecoming, therefore, to join in opposing. "For all that," said I to Dostoyevsky, "except these fellows, all the convicts are in it." And no doubt I said it in a way that showed misgivings. "I wonder what in the world we have to do with it," growled B. "We should have risked a good deal more than they had we gone with them, and why? Jahires say brigands. 8 Why, do you think that they'll bring themselves up to the scratch after all? I can't see what they want putting their heads in the lion's mouth, the fools." "It'll all come to nothing," said someone, an obstinate, sour-tempered old fellow. Almazov, who was with us too, agreed heartily in this. "Some 50 of them will get a good beating, and that's all the good they'll all get out of it." "Here's the Major," cried one. Everybody ran to the windows. The Major had come up, spectacles and all, looking as wicked as might be. Towering with passion, red as a turkey cock. He came on without a word, determined manner, right up to the line of the convicts. In conjunctures of this sort he showed uncommon pluck and presence of mind, but it ought not to be overlooked that he was nearly always half seas over. Just then his greasy cap, with its yellow border, and his tarnished silver epaulettes, gave him a Mephistophelic look in my excited fancy. Behind him came the quartermaster, Dyatlov, who was quite a personage in the establishment, for he was really at the bottom of all the authorities did. He was an exceedingly capable and cunning fellow, and wielded great influence with the Major. He was not by any means a bad sort of man, and the convicts were, in a general way, not ill-inclined towards him. Our sergeant followed him with 3 or 4 soldiers, no more. He had already had a tremendous wigging, and there was plenty more of the same to come, if he knew it. The convicts, who had remained uncovered, cap in hand, from the moment they sent for the Major, stiffened themselves, every man shifting his weight to the other leg. Then they remained motionless, and waited for the first word, or the first shout rather, to come from him. They had not long to wait. Before he had got more than one word out, the major began to shout at the top of his voice. He was beside himself with rage. We saw him from the windows running all along the line of convicts, dashing at them here and there with angry questions. As we were a pretty good distance off, we could not hear what he said or their replies. We only heard his shouts, or rather what seemed shouting, groaning, and grunting beautifully mingled. Scoundrels, mutineers, to the cat with ye whips and sticks. The ringleaders. You're one of the ringleaders, throwing himself on one of them. We did not hear the answer, but a minute after we saw this convict leave the ranks and make for the guardhouse. Another followed, then a third. I'll have you up, every man of you. Who's in the kitchen there? He bawled, as he saw us at the open windows. Here with all of you. Drive 'em all out, every man. Dyatlov, the quartermaster, came towards the kitchens. When we had told him that we were not complaining of any grievance, he returned, and reported, pleased. Never mind, bring 'em along here. We left the kitchen. I could not help feeling humiliation. All of us went along, with our heads down. Prokofiev, Jolkin too, and you, Almazov. Here, come here, all the lump of you, cried the major to us, with a gasp, but he was somewhat softened, his tone was even obliging. Ski, you're here too. Take down the names. Dyatlov, take down all the names, the grumblers in one list and the contented ones in another, all, without exception. You'll give me the list. I'll have you all before the committee of superintendents. Brigands. This word list told. We've nothing to complain of, cried one of the malcontents, in a half-strangled sort of voice. You've nothing to complain of. Who's that? Let all those who have nothing to complain of step out of the ranks. All of us, came from some others. The food is all right, then. You've been put up to it. Ringleaders. Mutineers, so much the worse for them. But, what do you mean by that? Came from a voice in the crowd. Where is the fellow that said that? Roared the major, throwing himself to where the voice came from. It was you, Rastorguev, you, to the guardhouse with you. Rastorguev, a young, chubby fellow of high stature, left the ranks and went with slow steps to the guardhouse. It was not he who had said it, but, as he was called out, he did not venture to contradict. You fellows are too fat, that's what makes you unruly, shouted the major. You wait, you hulking rascal, in 3 days you'd wait. I'll have it out with you all. Let all those who have nothing to complain of come out of the ranks, I say. We're not complaining of anything, your worship, said some of the convicts. With a sombre air, the rest preserved an obstinate silence. But the major wanted nothing further. It was his interest to stop the thing with as little friction as might be. Now I see. Nobody has anything to complain of, said he. I knew it, I saw it all. It's ringleaders, there are ringleaders, by God, he went on, speaking to Dyatlov. We must lay our hands on them, every man of them. And now, it is time to go to your work. Drummer, there, drummer, a roll. He told them off himself in small detachments. The convicts dispersed sadly, and silently, only too glad to get out of his sight. Immediately after the gangs went off, the major betook himself to the guardhouse, where he began to make his dispositions as to the ringleaders, but he did not push matters far. It was easy to see that he wanted to be done with the whole business as soon as possible. One of the men charged told us later that he had begged for forgiveness, and that the officer had let him go immediately. There can be no doubt that our major did not feel firm in the saddle. He had had a fright, I fancy, for a mutiny is always a ticklish thing, and although this complaint of the convicts about the food did not amount really to mutiny, only the major had been reported to about it, and the governor himself, yet it was an uncomfortable and dangerous affair. What gave him most anxiety was that the prisoners had been unanimous in their movement, so their discontent had to be got over somehow, at any price. The ringleaders were soon set free. Next day the food was passable, but this improvement did not last long. On the days ensuing the disturbance, the major went about the prison much more than usual, and always found something irregular to be stopped and punished. Our sergeant came and went in a puzzled, dazed sort of way, as if he could not get over his stupefaction at what had happened. As to the convicts, it took long for them to quiet down again, but their agitation seemed to wear quite a different character. They were restless and perplexed. Some went about with their heads down, without saying a word. Others discussed the event in a grumbling, helpless kind of way. A good many said biting things about their own proceedings as though they were quite out of conceit with themselves. "I say, pal, take and eat," said one. "Where's the mouse that was so ready to bell the cat? Let's think ourselves lucky that he did not have us all well beaten. It would be a good deal better if you thought more and chatted less." "What do you mean by lecturing me?" "No. Oh, you want putting to the right about. Who are you, I'd like to know?" "I'm a man." "What are you?" "A man. You're. I say, shut up, do. What's the good of all this row?" was the cry from all sides. On the evening of the day the mutiny took place, I met Petrov behind the barracks after the day's work. He was looking for me. As he came near me, I heard him exclaim something, which I didn't understand, in a muttering sort of way. Then he said no more, and walked by my side in a listless, mechanical fashion. "I say, Petrov, your fellows are not vexed with us, are they?" "Who's vexed?" he asked, as if coming to himself. "The convicts with us nobles." "Why should they be vexed?" "Well, because we did not back 'em up." "Oh, why should you have kicked up a dust?" he answered, as if trying to enter into my meaning. "You have a table to yourselves, you fellows." "Oh, well, there are some of you, not nobles, who don't eat the regulation food." "And who went in with you?" "We ought to back you up, we're in the same place, we ought to be comrades." "Oh, I say, are you our comrades?" he asked, with unfeigned astonishment. I looked at him. It was clear that he had not the least comprehension of my meaning, but I, on the other hand, entered only too thoroughly into his. I saw now, quite thoroughly, something of which I had before only a confused idea. What I had before guessed at was now sad certainty. It was forced on my perceptions that any sort of real fellowship between the convicts and myself could never be, not even were I to remain in the place as long as life should last. I was a convict of the special section, a creature forever apart. The expression of Petrov when he said, "Are we comrades, how can that be?" remains, and will always remain before my eyes. There was a look of such frank, naive surprise in it, such ingenuous astonishment that I could not help asking myself if there was not some lurking irony in the man, just a little spiteful mockery. Not at all, it was simply meant. I was not their comrade, and could not be, that was all. Go you to the right, we'll go to the left. Your business is yours, ours is ours. I really fancied that, after the mutiny, they would attack us mercilessly so far as they dared and could, and that our life would become a hell. But nothing of the sort happened. We did not hear the slightest reproach. There was not even an unpleasant allusion to what had happened. It was all simply passed over. They went on teasing us as before when opportunity served, no more. Nobody seemed to bear malice against those who would not join in, but remained in the kitchens, or against those who were the first to cry out that they had nothing to complain of. It was all passed over without a word, to my exceeding astonishment. Chapter 8. My companions. As will be understood, those to whom I was most drawn were people of my own sort, that is, those of noble birth, especially in the early days. But of the 3 ex-nobles in the place, who were Russians, I knew and spoke to but one, Akim Akimich. The other 2 were the spy A.N. and the supposed parricide. Even with Akim I never exchanged a word except when in extremity, in moments when the melancholy on me was simply unendurable, and when I thought I really never should have the chance of getting close to any other human being again. In the last chapter I have tried to show that the convicts were of different types, and tried to classify them, but when I think of Akim Akimich I don't know how to place him. He was quite sui generis, so far as I could observe, in that establishment. There may be, elsewhere, men like him, to whom it seemed as absolutely a matter of indifference whether he was a free man, or in jail at hard labor. At that place he stood alone in this curious impartiality of temperament. He had settled down in the jail as if he was going to pass his whole life, and didn't mind it at all. All his belongings, mattress, cushions, utensils, were so ordered as to give the impression that he was living in a furnished house of his own. There was nothing provisional, temporary, bivouac-like, about him, or his words, or his habits. He had a good many years still to spend in punishment, but I much doubt whether he ever gave a thought to the time when he would get out. He was entirely reconciled to his condition, not because he had made any effort to be so, but simply out of natural submissiveness. But, as far as his comfort went, it came to the same thing. He was not at all a bad fellow, and in the early days his advice and help were quite useful to me, but sometimes, I can't help saying it, his peculiarities deepened my natural melancholy until it became almost intolerable anguish. When I became desperate with silence and solitude of soul, I would get into talk with him. I wanted to hear, and reply to some words falling from a living soul, and the more filled with gall and hatred with all our surroundings they had been, the more would they have been in sympathy with my wretched mood. But he would just barely talk, quietly go on sizing his lanterns, and then begin to tell me some story as to how he had been at a review of troops in 18, that their general of division was so and so, that the maneuvering had been very pretty, that there had been a change in the skirmishers' system of signaling, and the like, all of it in level, imperturbable tones, like water falling drop by drop. He did not put any life into them even when he told me of a sharp affair in which he had been, in the Caucasus, for which his sword had got the decoration of the riband of St. Anne. The only difference was, that his voice became a little more measured and grave. He lowered his tones when he pronounced the name Street Anne, as though he were telling a great secret, and then, for 3 minutes at least, did not utter a word, but only looked solemn. During all that first year I had strange passages of feeling, in which I hated Akim Akimich with a bitter hatred, I am sure I cannot say why, moments when I would despairingly curse the fate which made him my next neighbor on my cambard, so close indeed that our heads nearly touched. An hour afterwards I bitterly reproached myself for such extravagance. It was, however, only during my first year of confinement that these violent feelings overpowered me. As time went on, I got used to Akim Akimich's singular character, and was ashamed of my former explosions. I don't remember that he and I ever got into anything like an open quarrel. Besides the 3 Russian nobles of whom I have spoken, there were 8 others there during my time, with some of whom I came to be on a footing of intimate friendship. Even the best of them were morbid in mind, exclusive, and intolerant to the very last degree. With 2 of them I was obliged to discontinue all spoken intercourse. There were only 3 who had any education, B. Ski, M. Ski, and the old man, J. Ski, who had formerly been a professor of mathematics, an excellent fellow, highly eccentric, and a very narrow mental horizon in spite of his learning. M. Ski and B. Ski were of a mold quite different from his. Between M. Ski and myself there was an excellent understanding from the first set off. He and I never once got into any sort of dispute. I respected him highly, but could never become sincerely attached to him, though I tried to. He was sour, embittered, and mistrustful, with much self-control. This was quite antipathetic to me. The man had a closed soul, closed to everybody, and he made you feel it. I felt it so strongly that perhaps I was wrong about it. After all, his character, I must say, was stamped with both nobleness and strength. His inveterate skepticism made him very prudent in his relations with everybody about him, and in conducting these he gave proof of remarkable tact and skill. Skeptic as he was, there was another and a reverse side in his nature, for in some things he was a profound and unalterable believer with faith and hope unshakable. In spite of his tact in dealing with men, he got into open hostilities with B. Ski and his friend T. Ski. The first of these, B. Ski, was a man of infirm health, of consumptive tendency, irascible, and of a weak, nervous system, but a good and generous man. His nervous irritability went so far that he was as capricious as a child. A temperament of that kind was too much for me there, so I soon saw as little of B. Ski as I could possibly help, though I never ceased to like him much. It was just the other way so far as M. Ski was concerned. With him I always was on easy terms, though I did not like him at all. When I edged away from B. Ski, I had to break also, more or less, with T. Ski, of whom I spoke in the last chapter, which I much regretted, for, though of little education, he had an excellent heart, a worthy, very spiritual man. He loved and respected B. Ski so much that those who broke with that friend of his, he regarded as his personal enemies. He quarreled with M. Ski on account of B. Ski, and they kept up the difference a long while. All these people were as bilious as They could be humoursome, mistrustful, the victims of a moral and physical supersensitiveness. It is not to be wondered at. Their position was trying indeed. Much more so than ours. They were all exiled, transported, for 10 or 12 years, and what made their sojourn in the prison most distressing to them was their rooted, ingrained prejudice, especially their unfortunate way of regarding the convicts, which they could not get over. In their eyes the unhappy fellows were mere wild beasts, without a single recognizable human quality. Everything in their previous career and their present circumstances combined to produce this unhappy feeling in them. Their life at the jail was perpetual torment to them. They were kindly and conversable with the Circassians, with the Tartars, with Isaiah Fomitch, but for the other prisoners they had nothing but contempt and aversion. The only one they had any real respect for was the aged old believer. For all this, during all the time I spent at the convict establishment, I never knew a single prisoner to reproach them with either their birth, or religious opinions, or convictions, as is so usual with our common people in their comical creature. Our convicts had and showed much more respect for the Polish nobles than for us Russians, but I don't think the Poles cared about the matter, or took any notice of the difference. I spoke just now of T-Ski, and have something more to say of him. When he had with his friend to leave the first place assigned to them as residents in their banishment to come to our fortress, he carried his friend B, nearly the whole way. B was of quite a weak frame, and in bad health, and became exhausted before half of the first march was accomplished. They had first been banished to Gorsk, where they lived in tolerable comfort. Life was much less hard there than in our fortress. But in consequence of a correspondence with the exiles in one of the other towns, a quite innocent exchange of letters, it was thought necessary to remove them to our jail to be under the more direct surveillance of the government. Until they came, M-Ski had been quite alone, and dreadful must have been his sufferings in that first year of his banishment. J. Ski was the old man always deep in prayer, of whom I spoke a little earlier. All the political convicts were quite young men, while J. Ski was at least 50 years old. He was a worthy, gentlemanlike person, if eccentric. T. Ski and B. Ski detested him, and never spoke to him. They insisted upon it that he was too obstinate and troublesome to put up with, and I was obliged to admit it was so. I believe that at a convict establishment, as in every place where people have to be together, whether they like it or not, people are more ready to quarrel with and detest one another than under other circumstances. Many causes contributed to the squabbles that were, unfortunately, always going on. J. Ski was really disagreeable and narrow-minded. Not one of those about him was on good terms with him. He and I did not come to a rupture, but we were never on a really friendly footing. I fancy that he was a strong mathematician. One day he explained to me in his half-Russian, half-Polish jargon, a system of astronomy of his own. I have been told that he had written a work upon the subject which the learned world had received with derision. I fancy his reasonings on some things had got twisted. He used to be on his knees praying for a whole day sometimes, which made the convicts respect him exceedingly during the remnant of life he had to pass there. He died under my eyes at the jail after a very trying illness. He had won the consideration of the prisoners, from the first moment of his coming in, on account of what had happened with the major and him. When they were brought afoot from Gorsk to our fortress, they were not shaved on the road at all. Their hair and beards had grown to great lengths when they were brought before the major. That worthy foamed like a madman. He was wild with indignation at such infraction of discipline, though it was none of their fault. My God, did you ever see anything like it? He roared. They are vagabonds. Brigands. J. Ski knew very little Russian, and fancied that he was asking them if they were brigands or vagabonds, so he answered, "We are political prisoners, not rogues and vagabonds." "So, you mean impudence, clod," howled the major. "To the guardhouse. With him, 100 strokes of the rod at once, this instant, I say." They gave the old man the punishment. He lay flat on the ground under the strokes without the slightest resistance, kept his hand in his teeth, and bore it all, without a murmur, and without moving a muscle. B. Ski and T. Ski arrived at the jail as this was all going on, and M. Ski was waiting for them at the principal gate. Knowing that they were just coming in, he threw himself on their neck, although he had never seen them before. Utterly disgusted at the way the major had received They told M.Ski all about the cruel business that had just occurred. M.Ski told me later that he was quite beside himself with rage when he heard it. I could not contain myself for passion, he said. I shook as though with ague. I waited for J-Ski at the great gate, for he would come straight that way from the guardhouse after his punishment. The gate was opened, and there I saw pass before me J-Ski, his lips all white and trembling, his face pale as death. He did not look at a single person, and passed through the groups of convicts assembled in the courtyard. They knew a noble had just been subjected to punishment, went into the barrack, went straight to his place, and, without a word, dropped down on his knees for prayer. The prisoners were surprised and even affected. When I saw this old man with white hairs, who had left behind him at home a wife and children, kneeling and praying after that scandalous treatment, I rushed away from the barrack, and for a couple of hours felt as if I had gone stark, staring, raving mad, or blind drunk. From that first moment the convict, not an instance of what frequently occurs in the treatment by the authorities of transported noblemen, Russian or Polish, and this isolated case affords no basis for passing judgment upon the treatment. My anecdote merely shows that you may light upon a bad man anywhere and everywhere. And if it happened that such a one is in absolute command of a jail, and if he happened to have a grudge against one of the prisoners, the lot of such a one will be indeed very far from enviable. But the administrative chiefs who regulate and supervise convict labor in Siberia, and from whom subordinates take their tone as well as their orders, are careful to exercise a discriminating treatment in the case of persons of noble birth, and, in some cases, grant them special indulgences as compared with the lot of convicts of lower condition. There are obvious reasons for this. These heads of departments are nobles themselves. They know that men of that class must not be driven to extremity. Cases have been known where nobles have refused to submit to corporal punishment, and flung themselves desperately on their tormentors with very grave and serious consequences indeed. Moreover, and this, I think, is the leading cause of the good treatment, some time ago, 35 years at least, there were transported to Siberia quite a crowd of noblemen. 9 these were of such correct and irreproachable demeanor, and held themselves so high, that the heads of departments fell into the way, which they never afterwards left, of regarding criminals of noble birth and ordinary convicts in quite a different manner, and men in lower place took their cue from them. Many of these, no doubt, were little pleased with that disposition in their superiors. Such persons were pleased enough when they could do exactly as they liked in the matter, but this did not often happen. They were kept well within bounds. I have reason to be satisfied of this, and I will say why. I was put in the second category, a classification of those condemned to hard labor, which was primarily and principally composed of convicts who had been serfs under military superintendents. Now this second category, or class, was much harder than the first of the mines or the third manufacturing work. It was harder, not only for the nobles but for the other convicts too, because the governing and administrative methods and personnel in it were wholly military, and were pretty much the same in type as those of the convict establishments in Russia. The men in official position were severer, the general treatment more rigorous than in the two, quite different in the other classes, at least so the convicts said, and there were those among them who had every reason to know. They would all have gladly gone off to the mines, which the law classified as the worst and last punishment. It was their constant dream and desire to do so. All those who had been in the Russian convict establishments spoke with horror of them, and declared that there was no hell like them, that Siberia was a paradise compared with confinement in the fortresses in Russia. If, then, it is the case that we nobles were treated with special consideration in the establishment I was confined in, which was under direct control of the Governor General, and administered entirely on military principles, there must have been some greater kindliness in the treatment of the convicts of the first and third category or class. I think I can speak with some authority about what went on throughout Siberia in these respects, and I based my views, as to this, upon all that I heard from convicts of these classes. We, in our prison, were under much more rigorous surveillance than was elsewhere practiced. We were favored with no sort of exemptions from the ordinary rules as regards work and confinement, and the wearing of chains. We could not do anything for ourselves to get immunity from the rules, for I, at least, knew quite well that, in the good old time which was quite of Yesterday, there had been so much intriguing to undermine the credit of officials, that the authorities were greatly afraid of informers, and that, as things stood, to show indulgence to a convict was regarded as a crime. Everybody, therefore, authorities and convicts alike, was in fear of what might happen. We of the nobles were thus quite down to the level of the other convicts. The only point we were favored in was in regard to corporal punishment, but I think that we should have had even that inflicted on us had we done anything for which it was prescribed, for equality as to punishment was strictly enjoined or practiced. What I mean is, that we were not wantonly, causelessly, mishandled like the other prisoners. When the governor got to know of the punishment inflicted on J.Ski, he was seriously angry with the major, and ordered him to be more careful for the future. The thing got very generally known. We learned also that the governor general, who had great confidence in our major, and who liked him because of his exact observance of legal bounds, and thought highly of his qualities in the service, gave him a sharp scolding, being much influenced by the slanderous things AF said about M, but the major could never get a fair pretext for doing so, however much he persecuted and set spies upon his proposed victim, so he had to deny himself that pleasure. The J.Ski affair became known all through the town, and public opinion condemned the major. Some persons reproached him openly for what he had done, and some even insulted him. The first occasion on which the man crossed my path may as well be mentioned. We had alarming things reported to us, to me and another nobleman under sentence, about the abominable character of this man, while we were still at Tobolsk. Men who had been sentenced a long while back to 25 years of the misery, nobles as we were, and who had visited us so kindly during our provisional sojourn in the first prison, had warned us what sort of man we were to be under. They had also promised to do all they could for us with their friends to see that he hurt us as little as possible. And, in fact, they did write to the 3 daughters of the governor general, who, I believe, interceded on our behalf with their father. But what could he do? No more, of course, than tell the major to be fair in applying the rules and regulations to our case. It was about 3 in the afternoon that my companion and myself arrived in the town. Our escort took us at once to our tyrant. We remained waiting for him in the antechamber while they went to find the next in command at the prison. As soon as the latter had come in, walked the major. We saw an inflamed scarlet face that boded no good, and affected us quite painfully. He seemed like a sort of spider about to throw itself on a poor fly, wriggling in its web. "What's your name, man?" said he to my companion. He spoke with a harsh, jerky voice, as if he wanted to overawe us. My friend gave his name. "And you?" said he, turning to me and glaring at me behind his spectacles. I gave mine. "Sergeant, take M to the prison, and let M be shaved at the guardhouse, civilian fashion, hair off half their skulls, and let M be put in irons tomorrow." "Why, what sort of cloaks have you got there?" said he brutally, when he saw the grey cloaks with yellow sewn at the back which they had given to us at Tobolsk. "Why, that's a new uniform, beggared, a new uniform. They're always getting up something or other. That's a Petersburg trick," he said, as he inspected us one after the other. "Got anything with them?" he said abruptly to the gendarme who escorted us. "They've got their own clothes, your worship," replied he, and the man carried arms, just as if on parade, not without a nervous tremor. Everybody knew the fellow, and was afraid of him. "Take their clothes away from them. They can't keep anything but their linen. Their white things. Take away all their colored things if they've got any, and sell them off at the next sale, and put the money to the prison account. A convict has no property," said he, looking severely at us. "Hark ye. Behave prettily. Don't let me have any complaining. If I do, cat o' nine tails. The smallest offense, and to the sticks you go." This way of receiving me, so different from anything I had ever known, made me nearly ill that night. It was a frightful thing to happen at the very moment of entering the infernal place. But I have already told that part of my story. Thus we had no sort of exemption or immunity from any of the miseries inflicted there, no lightening of our labors when with the other convicts, but friends tried to help us by getting us sent for 3 months, Besky and me, to the Bureau of the Engineers, to do copying work. This was done quietly, and as much as possible kept from being talked about or observed. This piece of kindness was done for us by the head engineers, during the short time that Lieutenant Colonel Zhikov was governor at our prison. This gentleman had command there only for 6 short months, for he soon went back to Russia. He really seemed to us all like an angel of goodness sent from heaven, and the feeling for him among the convicts was of the strongest kind. It was not mere love, it was something like adoration. I cannot help saying so. How he did it I don't know, but their hearts went out to him from the moment they first set eyes on him. He's more like a father than anything else, the prisoners kept continually saying during all the time he was there at the head of the engineering department. He was a brilliant, joyous fellow. He was of low stature, with a bold, confident expression, and he was all gracious kindness to the convicts, for whom he really did seem to entertain a fatherly sort of affection. How was it he was so fond of them? It is hard to say, but he seemed never to be able to pass a prisoner without a bit of pleasant talk and a little laughing and joking together. There was nothing that smacked of authority in his pleasantries, nothing that reminded them of his position over them. He behaved just as if he was one of themselves. In spite of this kind condescension, I don't remember any one of the convicts ever failing in respect to him or taking the slightest liberty. Quite the other way. The convict's face would light up in a wonderful, sudden way when he met the governor. It was odd to see how the face smiled all over, and the hand went to the cap, when the governor was seen in the distance making for the poor man. A word from him was regarded as a signal honor. There are some people like that, who know how to win all hearts. Zhikov had a bold, jaunty air, walked with long strides, holding himself very straight. A regular eagle, the convicts used to call him. He could not do much to lighten their lot materially, for his office was that of superintending the engineering work, which had to be done in ways and quantities, settled absolutely and unalterably by the regulations. But if he happened to come across a gang of convicts who had actually got through their work, he allowed them to go back to quarters before beat of drum, without waiting for the regulation moment. The prisoners loved him for the confidence he showed in them, and because of his aversion for all mean, trifling interferences with them, which are so irritating when prison superiors are addicted to that sort of thing. I am absolutely certain that if he had lost 1,000 rubles in notes, there was not a thief in the prison, however hardened, who would not have brought them to him, if the man lit on them. I am sure of it. How the prisoners all felt for him, and with him when they learned that he was at daggers drawn with our detested major. That came about a month after his arrival. Their delight knew no bounds. The major had formerly served with him in the same detachment, so, when they met, after a long separation, they were at first boon companions, but the intimacy could not and did not last. They came to blows figuratively, and Zhikov became the major's sworn enemy. Some would have it that it was more than figuratively, that they came to actual fisticuffs, a likely thing enough as far as the major was concerned, for the man had no objection to a scrimmage. When the convicts heard of the quarrel they really could not contain their delight. Old Eight Eyes and the commandant get on finely together, but the others are bad. Those who believed in the fight were mighty curious to know which of the two had had the worst of it, and got a good drubbing. If it had been proved there had been no fighting, our convicts, I think, would have been bitterly disappointed. The commandant gave him fits, you may bet your life on it, said they. He's a little, but as bold as a lion. The other one got into a blue funk, and hid under the bed from him. But Zhikov went away only too soon, and keenly was he regretted in the prison. Our engineers were all most excellent fellows. We had 3 or 4 fresh batches of them while I was there. Our eagles never remain very long with us, said the prisoners, especially when they are good and kind fellows. It was this Zhikov who sent Bisky and myself to work in his bureau, for he was partial to exiled nobles. When he left, our condition was still fairly endurable, for there was another engineer there who showed us much sympathy and friendship. We copied reports for some time, and our handwriting was getting to be very good, when an order came from the authorities that we were to be sent back to hard labor as before. Some spiteful person had been at work. At bottom we were rather pleased, for we were quite tired of copying. For 2 whole years I worked in company with Bisky, all the time in the shops. And many a gossip did we have about our hopes for the future and our notions and convictions. Good Ski had a very odd mind, which worked in a strange, exceptional way. There are some people of great intelligence who indulge in paradox unconscionably, but when they have undergone great and constant sufferings for their ideas and made great sacrifices for them, you can't drive their notions out of their heads, and it is cruel to try it. When you objected something to Ski's propositions, he was really hurt, and gave you a violent answer. He was, perhaps, more in the right than I was as to some things wherein we differed, but we were obliged to give one another up, very much to my regret, for we had many thoughts in common. As years went on, Ski became more and more sombre and melancholy. He became a prey to despair. During the earliest part of my imprisonment he was communicative enough, and let us see what was going on in him. When I arrived at the prison he had just finished his second year. At first he took a lively interest in the news I brought, for he knew nothing of what had been going on in the outer world. He put questions to me, listened eagerly, showed emotion, but, bit by bit, his reserve grew on him and there was no getting at his thoughts. The glowing coals were all covered up with ashes. Yet it was plain that his temper grew sourer and sourer. Je hais ces brigands, he would say, speaking of convicts I had got to know something of. I never could make him see any good in them. He really did not seem to fully enter into the meaning of anything I said on their behalf, though he would sometimes seem to agree in a listless sort of way. Next day it was just as before. Je hais ces brigands. We used often to speak French with him, so one of the overseers of the works, the soldier, Draniknikov, used always to call us aides. Chirurgians, God knows why. Ski never seemed to shake off his usual apathy. Except when he spoke of his mother. She is old and infirm, he said, she loves me better than anything in the world, and I don't even know if she's still living. If she learns that I've been whipped. Ski was not a noble, and had been whipped before he was transported. When the recollection of this came up in his mind he gnashed his teeth, and could not look anybody in the face. In the latest days of his imprisonment he used to walk to and fro, quite alone for the most part. One day, at noon, he was summoned to the governor, who received him with a smile on his lips. "Well, Ski, what were your dreams last night?" asked the governor. Said Ski to me later. When he said that to me a shudder ran through me. I felt struck at the heart. His answer was, "I dreamed that I had a letter from my mother." "Better than that, better," replied the governor. "You are free, your mother has petitioned the emperor, and he has granted her prayer. Here's her letter, and the order for your dismissal. You are to leave the jail without delay." He came to us pale, scarcely able to believe in his good fortune. We congratulated him. He pressed our hands with his own, which were quite cold, and trembled violently. Many of the convicts wished him joy. They were really glad to see his happiness. He settled in Siberia, establishing himself in our town, where a little after that, they gave him a place. He used often to come to the jail to bring us news, and tell us all that was going on, as often as he could talk with us. It was political news that interested him chiefly. Besides the 4 Poles, the political convicts of whom I spoke just now, there were 2 others of that nation, who were sentenced for very short periods. They had not much education, but were good, simple, straightforward fellows. There was another, a Chokuski, quite a colorless person. One more I must mention, being a man well on in years, who impressed us all very unfavorably indeed. I don't know what he had been sentenced for, although he used to tell us some story or other about it pretty frequently. He was a person of a vulgar, mean type, with the coarse manner of an enriched shopkeeper. He was quite without education, and seemed to take interest in nothing except what concerned his trade, which was that of a painter, a sort of scene painter he was. He showed a good deal of talent in his work, and the authorities of the prison soon came to know about his abilities, so he got employment all through the town in decorating walls and ceilings. In 2 years, he beautified the rooms of nearly all the prison officials, who remunerated him handsomely, so he lived pretty comfortably. He was sent to work with 3 other prisoners, 2 of whom learned the business thoroughly. One of these, T.J. Wasky, painted nearly as well as in himself. Our major, who had rooms in one of the government buildings, sent for B in, and gave him a commission to decorate the walls and ceilings there, which he did so effectively, that the suite of rooms of the Governor General were quite put out of countenance by those of the major. The house itself was a ramshackle old place, while the interior, thanks to B in, was as gay as a palace. Our worthy major was hugely delighted, went about rubbing his hands, and told everybody that he should look out for a wife at once. A fellow can't remain single when he lives in a place like that. He was quite serious about it. The major's satisfaction with B in and his assistants went on increasing. They occupied a month in the work at the major's house. During those memorable days the major seemed to get into a different frame of mind about us, and began to be quite kind to us political prisoners. One day he sent for J. Ski. J. Ski, said he, I've done you wrong. I had you beaten for nothing. I'm very sorry. J. Ski answered that he understood perfectly. Do you understand? I, who am set over you, I have sent for you to ask your pardon. You can hardly realize it, I suppose. What are you to me, fellow? A worm, less than a crawling worm. You're a convict, while I, by God's grace, 11 am a major. Major, do you understand? J. Ski answered that he quite well understood it all. Well, I want to be friends with you. But can you appreciate what I'm doing? Can you feel the greatness of soul I'm showing? Feel and appreciate it. Just think. I, the major, etc., etc. J. Ski told me of this scene. There was, then, some human feeling left in this drunken, unruly, and tormenting brute. Allowing for the man's notions of things, and feeble faculties, one cannot deny that this was a generous proceeding on his part. Perhaps he was a little less drunk than usual, perhaps more, who can tell? The major's glorious idea of marrying came to nothing. The rooms got all their bravery, but the wife was not forthcoming. Instead of going to the altar in that agreeable way, he was pulled up before the authorities and sent to trial. He received orders to send in his resignation. Some of his old sins had found him out, it seems, things done when he had been superintendent of police in our town. This crushing blow came down upon him without notice, quite suddenly. All the convicts were greatly rejoiced when they heard the great news. It was high day and holiday all through the jail. The story went abroad that the major sobbed, and cried, and howled like an old woman. But he was helpless in the matter. He was obliged to leave his place, sell his 2 grey horses, and everything he had in the world, and he fell into complete destitution. We came across him occasionally afterwards in civilian, threadbare clothes, and wearing a cap with a cockade. He glanced at us convicts as spitefully and maliciously as you please. But without his major's uniform, all the man's glory was gone. While placed over us, he gave himself the airs of a being higher than human, who had got into coat and breeches. Now it was all over. He looked like the lackey he was, and a disgraced lackey to boot. With fellows of this sort, the uniform is the only saving grace. That gone, all. Chapter 9. The Escape. A little while after the major resigned, our prison was subjected to a thorough reorganization. The hard labor hitherto inflicted, and the other regulations, were abolished, and a place put upon the footing of the military convict establishments of Russia. As a result of this, prisoners of the second category were no longer sent there. This class was, for the future, to be composed of prisoners who were regarded as still on the military footing, that is to say, men who, in spite of sentence, did not forfeit forever their civic status. They were soldiers still, but had undergone corporal punishment. They were sentenced for comparatively short periods, 6 years at most, when they had served their time, or in case of pardon, they went into the ranks again, as before. Men guilty of a second offense were sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment. Up to the time I speak of, we had a section of soldier prisoners among us, but only because they did not know where else to dispose of them. Now the place was to be occupied by soldiers exclusively. As to the civilian convicts, who were stripped of all civic rights, branded, cropped, and shaven, these were to remain in the fortress to finish their time, but as no fresh prisoners of this class were to come in, and those there would get their discharge successively, at the end of 10 years there would be no civilian convicts left in the place, according to the arrangements. The line of division between the classes of prisoners there was maintained. From time to time there Came in other military criminals of high position, sent to our place for security, before being forwarded to eastern Siberia, for the more aggravated penalties that awaited them there. There was no change in our general way of life. The work we had to do and the discipline observed were the same as before, but the administrative system was entirely altered, and made more complex. An officer, commandant of companies, was assigned to be at the head of the prison. He had under his orders 4 subaltern officers who mounted guard by turns. The invalids were superseded by 12 non-commissioned officers, and an arsenal superintendent. The convicts were divided into sections of 10, and corporals chosen among them. The power of these over the others was, as may be supposed, nominal. As might be expected, Akimich got this promotion. All these new arrangements were confided to the governor to carry out, who remained in superior command over the whole establishment. The changes did not go further than this. At first the convicts were not a little excited by this movement, and discussed their new guardians a good deal among themselves, trying to make out what sort of fellows they were, but when they saw that everything went on pretty much as usual they quieted down, and things resumed their ordinary course. We had got rid of the major, and that was something. Everybody took fresh breath and fresh courage. The fear that was in all hearts grew less. We had some assurance that in case of need we could go to our superiors and lodge our complaint, and that a man could not be punished without cause, and would not, unless by mistake. Brandy was brought in as before, although we had subaltern officers now, where invalids were before. These subalterns were all worthy, careful men, who knew their place and business. There were some among them who had the idea that they might give themselves grand airs, and treat us like common soldiers, but they soon gave it up and behaved like the others. Those who did not seem to be well able to get into their heads what the ways of our prison really were, had sharp lessons about it from the convicts themselves, which led to some lively scenes. One sub-officer was confronted with brandy, which was of course too much for him. When he was sober again we had a little explanation with him. We pointed out that he had been drinking with the prisoners, and that, accordingly, etc., he became quite tractable. The end of it was that the subalterns closed their eyes to the brandy business. They went to market for us, just as the invalids used to, and brought the prisoners white bread, meat, anything that could be got in without too much risk. So I never could understand why they had gone to the trouble of turning the place into a military prison. The change was made 2 years before I left the place. I had 2 years to bear of it still. I see little use in recording all I saw and went through later at the convict establishment day by day. If I were to tell it all the daily and hourly occurrences, whether I have done so others must judge. I cannot pronounce upon my own work, but I think I may well draw it to a close. As I move among these recollections of a dreadful past, the old suffering comes up again and all but strangles me. Besides, I cannot be sure of my memory as to all I saw in these last years, for the faculty seems blunted as regards the later compared with the earlier period of my imprisonment. There is a good deal I am sure I have quite forgotten. But I remember only too well how very, very slow these last 2 years were, how very sad, how the days seemed as if they never would come to evening, something like water falling drop by drop. I remember, too, that I was filled with a mighty longing for my resurrection from that grave which gave me strength to bear up, to wait, and to hope. And so I got to be hardened and enduring. I lived on expectation. I counted every passing day. If there were 1,000 more of them to pass at the prison, I found satisfaction in thinking that one of them was gone, and only 999 to come. I remember, too, that though I had round me 100 persons in like case, I felt myself more and more solitary, and though the solitude was awful I came to love it. Isolated thus among the convict crowd I went over all my earlier life, analyzing its events and thoughts minutely. I passed my former doings in review, and sometimes was pitiless in condemnation of myself. Sometimes I went so far as to be grateful to fate for the privilege of such loneliness. For only that could have caused me so severely to scrutinize my past, so searchingly to examine its inner and outer life. What strong and strange new germs of hope came in those memorable hours up in my soul. I weighed and decided all sorts of issues. I entered into a compact with myself to avoid the errors of former years, and the rocks on which I had been wrecked. I laid down a program for my future, and vowed that I would stick to it. I had a sort of blind and complete conviction that, once away from that place, I should be able to carry out everything I made my mind up to. I looked for my freedom with transports of eager desire. I wanted to try my strength in a renewed struggle with life. Sometimes I was clutched, as by fangs, by an impatience which rose to fever heat. It is painful to go back to these things, most painful. Nobody, I know, can care much about it at all except myself. But I write because I think people will understand, and because there are those who have been, those who yet will be, like myself, condemned, imprisoned, cut off from life, in the flower of their age, and in the full possession of all their strength. Interesting, for I must not close them too abruptly. What shall it be? Well, it may occur to some to ask whether it was quite impossible to escape from the jail, and if during the time I spent there no attempt of the kind was made. I have already said that a prisoner who has got through 2 or 3 years thinks a good deal of it, and, as a rule, concludes that it is best to finish his time without running more risks, so that he may get his settlement, on the land or otherwise, when set at liberty. But those who reckon in this way are convicts sentenced for comparatively short times. Those who have many years to serve are always ready to run some chances. For all that the attempts at escape were quite infrequent. Whether that was attributable to the want of spirit in the convicts, the severity of the military discipline enforced, or, after all, to the situation of the town, little favorable to escapes, for it was in the midst of the open steppe, I really cannot say. All these motives no doubt contributed to give pause. It was difficult enough to get out of the prison at all. In my time 2 convicts tried it. They were criminals of importance. When our major had been got rid of, A.V., the spy, was quite alone with nobody to back him up. He was still quite young, but his character grew in force with every year. He was a bold, self-asserting fellow, of considerable intelligence. I think if they had set him at liberty he would have gone on spying and getting money in every sort of shameful way, but I don't think he would have let himself be caught. Again, he would have turned his experiences as a convict to far too much good for that. One trick he practiced was that of forging passports, at least so I heard from some of the convicts. I think this fellow was ready to risk everything for a change. In his position, circumstances gave me the opportunity of getting to the bottom of this man's disposition and seeing how ugly it was. He was simply revolting in his cold, deep wickedness, and my disgust with him was more than I could get over. I do believe that if he wanted a drink of brandy, and could only have got it by killing someone, he would not have hesitated one moment if it was pretty certain the crime would not come out. He had learned there, in that jail, to look on everything in the coolest calculating way. It was on him that the choice of Kulikov, of the special section, fell, as we are to see. I have spoken, rich, abounding life, even when old age has got hold of them. I should have been a good deal surprised if Kulikov had not tried to escape, but he did. Which of the two, Kulikov and A.V., had the greater influence over the other I really cannot say. They were a goodly couple, and suited each other to a hair, so they soon became as thick as possible. I fancy that Kulikov reckoned on A.V. to forge a passport for him. Besides, the latter was of the noble class, belonged to good society, a circumstance out of which a good deal could be made if they managed to get back into Russia. Heaven only knows what compacts they made, or what plans and hopes they formed. If they got as far as Russia they would at all events leave behind them Siberia and vagabondage. Kulikov was a versatile man, capable of playing many a part on the stage of life, and had plenty of ability to go upon whatever direction his efforts took. To such persons the jail is strangulation and suffocation. So the two set about plotting their escape. But to get away without a soldier to act as escort was impossible, so a soldier had to be one. In one of the battalions stationed at our fortress was a Pole of middle life, an energetic fellow worthy of a better fate, serious, courageous. When he arrived first in Siberia, quite young, he had deserted, for he could not stand his sufferings from nostalgia. He was captured and whipped. During 2 years he formed part of the disciplinary companies to which offenders are sent. Then he rejoined his battalion, and, showing himself zealous in the service, had been rewarded by promotion to the rank of corporal. He had a good deal of self-love, and spoke like a man who had no small conceit of himself. I took particular notice of the man sometimes when he was among the soldiers, who had charge of us, for the Poles had spoken to me about him, and I got the idea that his longing for his native country had taken the form of a chill, fixed, deadly hatred for those who kept him away from it. He was the sort of man to stick at nothing, and Kulikov showed that his scent was good when he pitched on this man to be an accomplice in his flight. This corporal's name was Kola. Kulikov and he settled their plans and fixed the day. It was the month of June, the hottest of the year. The climate of our town and neighborhood was pretty equable, especially in summer, which is a very good thing for tramps and vagabonds. 2. Make off far after leaving the fortress was quite out of the question, it being situated on rising ground and in uncovered country, for the Kulikov had taken care some time before to prepare a den of some sort. I don't know whether his worthy friends in that part of the town were in the secret. It may be presumed they were, though there is no evidence. That year, however, a young woman who led a gay life and was very pretty, settled down in a nook of that same part of the city, near the county. This young person attracted a good deal of notice, and her career promised to be something quite remarkable. Her nickname was Fire and Flame. I think that she and the fugitives concerted the plans of escape together, for Kulikov had lavished a good deal of attention and money on her for more than a year. When the gangs were formed each morning, the two fellows, Kulikov and A.V., managed to get themselves sent out with the convict Chilkin, whose trade was that of stove maker and plasterer, to do up the empty barracks when the soldiers went into camp. A.V. and Kulikov were to help in carrying the necessary materials. Kola got himself put into the escort on the occasion, as the rules required 3 soldiers to act as escort for 2 prisoners. They gave him a young recruit whom he was doing corporal's duty upon, drilling and training him. Our fugitives must have exercised a great deal of influence over Kola to deceive him, to cast his lot in with them, serious, intelligent, and reflective man as he was, with so few more years of service to pass in the army. They arrived at the barracks about 6 o'clock in the morning. There was nobody with them. After having worked about an hour, Kulikov and A.V. told Chilkin that they were going to the workshop to see someone and fetch a tool they wanted. They had to go carefully to work with Chilkin, and speak in as natural a tone as they could. The man was from Moscow, by trade a stove maker, sharp and cunning, keen-sighted, not talkative, fragile in appearance, with little flesh on his bones. He was the sort of person who might have been expected to pass his life in honest working dress, in some Moscow shop, yet here he was in the special section, after many wanderings and transfers among the most formidable military criminals, so fate had ordered. What had he done to deserve such severe punishment? I had not the least idea. He never showed the least resentment or sour feeling, and went on in a quiet, inoffensive way. Now and then he got as drunk as a lord, but, apart from that, his conduct was perfectly good. Of course he was not in the secret, so he had to be thrown off the scent. Kulikov told him, with a wink, that they were going to get some brandy, which had been hidden the day before in the workshop, which suited Chilkin's book perfectly. He had not the least notion of what was up, and remained alone with the young recruit, while Kulikov, A.V., and Kola betook themselves to the suburbs of the town. Half an hour passed. The men did not come back. Chilkin began to think, and the truth dawned upon him. He remembered that Kulikov had not seemed at all like himself, that he had seen him whispering and winking to A.V. He was sure of that, and the whole thing seemed suspicious to him. Kola's behavior had struck him, too. When he went off with the 2 convicts, the corporal had given the recruit orders what he was to do in his absence, which he had never known him do before. The more Chilkin thought over the matter, the less he liked it. Time went on. The convicts did not return. His anxiety was great, for he saw that the authorities would suspect him of connivance with the fugitives, so that his own skin was in danger. If he made any delay in giving information of what had occurred, suspicion of himself would grow into conviction that he knew what the men intended when they left him, and he would be dealt with as their accomplice. There was no time to lose. It came into his mind, then, that Kulikov and A.V. had become markedly intimate for some time, and that they had been often seen laying their heads together behind the barracks, by themselves. He remembered, too, that he had more than once fancied that they were up to something together. He looked attentively at the soldier with him as escort. The fellow was yawning. leaning on his gun and scratching his nose in the most innocent manner imaginable, so Chilkin did not think it necessary to speak of his anxieties to this man. He told him simply to come with him to the engineers' workshops. His object was to ask if anybody there had seen his companions, but nobody there had, so Chilkin's suspicions grew stronger and stronger. If only he could think that they had gone to get drunk and have a spree in the outskirts of the town, as Kulikov often did. No, thought Chilkin, that was not so. They would have told him, for there was no need to make a mystery of that. Chilkin left his work, and went straight back to the jail. It was about 9 o'clock when he reached the sergeant major, to whom he mentioned his suspicions. That measures were taken. The governor general was communicated with. As the convicts in question were persons of importance, it might be expected that the matter would be seriously viewed at St. Petersburg. A.V. was classed among political prisoners, by a somewhat random official proceeding, it would seem. Kulikov was a convict of the special section, that is to say, as a criminal of the blackest dye, and, what was worse, was an exildier. It was then brought to notice that according to the regulations each convict of the special section ought to have 2 soldiers assigned as escort when he went to work. The regulations had not been observed as to this, so that everybody was exposed to serious trouble. Expresses were sent off to all the district offices of the municipality, and all the little neighboring towns, to warn the authorities of the escape of the 2 convicts, and a full description furnished of their persons. Cossacks were sent out to hunt them up, letters sent to the authorities of all adjoining governmental districts. And everybody was frightened to death. The excitement was quite as great all through the prison, as the convicts returned from work. They heard the tremendous news, which spread rapidly from man to man. All received it with deep, though secret satisfaction. Their emotion was as natural as it was great. The affair broke the monotony of their lives, and gave them something to think of, but, above all, it was an escape, and as such, something to sympathize with deeply, and stirred fibers in the poor fellows which had long been without any exciting stimulus. Something like hope and a disposition to confront their fate set their hearts beating, for the incident seemed to show that their hard lot was not hopelessly unchangeable. Well, you see they've got off in spite of them. Why shouldn't we? The thought came into every man's mind, and made him stiffen his back and look at his neighbors in a defiant sort of way. All the convicts seemed to grow an inch taller on the strength of it, and to look down a bit upon the sub-officers. The heads of the place soon came running up, as you may imagine. The governor now arrived in person. We fellows looked at 'em all with some assurance, with a touch of contempt, and with a very set expression of face, as though to say, "Well, you there, we can get out of your clutches when we've a mind to." All the men were quite sure there would be a general searching of everything and everybody, so everything that was at all contraband was carefully hidden, for the authorities would want to show that precious wisdom of theirs which may be reckoned on after the event. The expectation was verified. There was a mighty turning of everything upside down and topsy-turvy, a general rummage, with the discovery of exactly nothing, as they might have known. When the time came for going out to work after dinner, the usual escorts were doubled. When night came, the officers and sub-officers on service came pouncing on us at every moment to see if we were off our guard, and if anything could be got out of us. The lists were gone over once more than the usual number of times, which extra mustering only gave more trouble for nothing. We were hunted out of the courtyard that our names might be gone through again. Then, when in barrack, they reckoned us up another time, as if they never could be done with the exercise. The convicts were not at all disturbed by all this bustling absurdity. They put on a very unconcerned demeanor, and, as is always the case in such a conjuncture, behaved in the prettiest manner all that evening and night. "We won't give them any handle anyhow," was the general feeling. The question with the authorities was whether some among us were not in complicity with those who had got away, so a careful watch was kept over our doings, and a careful ear for our conversations, but nothing came of it. Not such fools, those fellows, as to leave anybody behind who was in the secret. When you go at that sort of thing you lie low and play low. Kulikov and A verses know enough to have covered up their tracks. They've done the trick in first-rate style, keeping things to themselves. They've mizzled the rascals. Clever chaps, those. They could get through shut doors. The glory of Kulikov and A verses had grown 100 cubits higher than it was. Everybody was proud of them. Their exploit, it was felt, would be handed down to the most distant posterity, and outlive the jail itself. Rattling fellows, those, said one. Can't get at any other time the man to whom anything of that sort was said would have replied angrily enough, and defended himself. Now the observation was met with modest silence. True enough, was said. Everybody's not a Kulikov or an AV, you've got to show what you're made of before you've a right to speak. I say, pals, after all, why do we remain in the place, struck in a prisoner? Seated by the kitchen window, he spoke drawlingly, but the man, you could see, enjoyed it all. He slowly rubbed his cheek with the palm of his hand. Why do we stop? It's no life at all, we've been buried, though we're alive and kicking. Now isn't it so? Oh, curse it, you can't get out of prison as easy as shaking off an old boot. I tell you it sticks to your calves. What's the good of pulling a long face over it? But, look here, there is Kulikov now, began one of the most eager, a mere lad. Kulikov, exclaimed another, looking askance at the young fellow. Kulikov. They don't turn out Kulikovs by the dozen. And AV, pals, there's a lad for you. He'll get Kulikov just where he wants him, as often as he wants him. He's up to everything, he is. I wonder how far they've got. That's what I want to know, said one. Then the talk went off into details. Had they got far from the town? What direction did they go off in? Which gave them the best chance? Then they discussed distances, and as there were convicts who knew the neighborhood well, these were attentively listened to. Next, they talked over the inhabitants of the neighboring villages, of whom they seemed to think as badly as possible. There was nobody in the neighborhood, the convicts believed, who would hesitate at all as to the course to be pursued. Nothing would induce them to help the runaways. Quite the other way, these people would hunt them down. If you only knew what bad these Siberians are as bad can be. They think nothing of killing a man. Oh, well, our fellows. Yes, that's it, they may come off second best. Our fellows are as plucky can be. Well, if we live long enough, we shall hear something about them soon. Well, now, what do you think? Do you think they really will get clean away? I am sure, as I live, that they'll never be caught, said one of the most excited, giving the table a great blow with his fist. That's as things turn out. I'll tell you what, friends, said Skowaratov, if I once got out, I'd stake my life. They'd never get me again. You. Everybody burst out laughing. They would hardly condescend to listen to him, but Skowaratov was not to be put down. I tell you I'd stake my life on it, with great energy. Why, I made my mind up to that long ago. I'd find means of going through a keyhole rather than let 'em lay hands on me. Oh, don't you fear, when your belly got empty you'd just go creeping to a peasant and ask him for a morsel of something. Fresh laughter. I ask him for victuals. You're a liar. Hold your jaw, can't you? We know what you were sent here for. You and your Uncle Vasha killed some peasant for bewitching your cattle. 12. More laughter. The more serious among them seemed very angry and indignant. You're a liar, cried Skowaratov. It is Mikitka who told you that. I wasn't in that, at all, it was Uncle Vasha. Don't you mix my name up in it. I'm a Moscow man, and I've been on the tramp ever since. This after me. Have pity on me, Lord, out of thy great goodness. And he used to make me say with him, they've taken me up and brought me to the police station. Out of thy great goodness, and the like. I tell you that went on when I was quite a little fellow. All laughed heartily again. That was what Skowaratov wanted. He liked playing clown. Soon the talk became serious again, especially among the older men and those who knew a good deal about escapes. Those among the younger convicts who could keep themselves quiet enough to listen seemed highly delighted. A great crowd was assembled in and about the kitchen. There were none of the warders about, so everybody could give vent to his feelings in talk or otherwise. One man I noticed who was particularly enjoying himself, a Tartar, a little fellow with high cheekbones, and a remarkably droll face. His name was Mametka. He could scarcely speak Russian at all, but it was odd to see the way he craned his neck forward into the crowd, and the childish delight he showed. Well, Mametka, my lad, Yakshi. Yakshi, Yakshi, said Memetka as well as he could, shaking his grotesque head. Yakshi. They'll never catch them, eh? Ike, 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 and Memetka waggled his head and threw his arms about. You're a liar, then, and I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, that's it, Yakshi, answered poor Memetka. All right, good, Yakshi it is. Skoritov gave him a thump on the head, which sent his cap down over his eyes, and went out in high glee, and Memetka was quite chapfallen. For a week or so a very tight hand was kept on everybody in the jail, and the whole neighborhood was repeatedly and carefully searched. How they managed it I cannot tell, but the prisoners always seemed to know all about the measures taken by the authorities for recovering the runaways. For some days, according to all we heard, things went very favorably for them. No traces whatever of them could be found. Our convicts made very light of all the authorities were about, and were quite at their ease about their friends, and kept saying that nothing would ever be found out about them. All the peasants roundabout were roused, we were told, and watching all the likely places, woods, ravines, etc. Stuff and nonsense, said our fellows, who had a grin on their faces most of the time. They're hidden at somebody's place who's a friend. That's certain. They're not the fellows to chance things, they've made all sure. The general idea was, in fact, that they were still concealed in the suburbs of the town, in a cellar, waiting till the hue and cry was over, and for their hair to grow, that they would remain there perhaps 6 months at least, and then quietly go off. All the prisoners were in the most fanciful and romantic state of mind about the things. Suddenly, 8 days after the escape, a rumor spread that the authorities were on their track. This rumor was at first treated with contempt, but towards evening there seemed to be more in it. The convicts became much excited. Next morning it was said in the town that the runaways had been caught, and were being brought back. After dinner there were further details. The story was that they had been seized at a hamlet, 70 versts away from the town. At last we had fully confirmed tidings. The sergeant major positively asserted, immediately after an interview with the major, that they would be brought into the guardhouse that very night. They were taken, there could be no doubt of it. It is difficult to convey an adequate idea of the way the convicts were affected by the news. At first their rage was great, then they were deeply dejected. Then they began to be bitter and sarcastic, pouring all their scorn, not on the authorities, but on the runaways who had been such fools as to get caught. A few began this, then nearly all joined, except a small number of the more serious, thoughtful ones, who held their tongues, and seemed to regard the thoughtless fellows with great contempt. Poor Kulikov and A verses were now just as heartily abused as they had been glorified before. The men seemed to take a delight in running them down, as though in being caught they had done something wantonly offensive to their mates. It was said, with high contempt, that the fellows had probably got hungry and couldn't discovered and followed up. They were ascertained to have got into a wood, which was surrounded, so that the fugitives had no recourse but to give themselves up. They were brought in that night, tied hands and feet, under armed escort. All the convicts ran hastily to the palisades to see what would be done with them, but they saw nothing except the carriages of the governor and the major, which were waiting in front of the guardhouse. The fugitives were ironed and locked up separately, their punishment being adjourned till the next day. The prisoners began all to sympathize with the unhappy fellows when they heard how they had been taken, and learned that they could not help themselves, and the anxiety about the issue was keen. They'll get 1,000 at least. 1,000, is it? I tell you they'll have it till the life is beaten out of them. AV may get off with 1,000, but the other they'll kill. Why, he's in the special section. Single quote. They were wrong. A.V. was sentenced to 500 strokes, his previous good conduct told in his favor, and this was his first prison offense. Kulikov, I believe, had 1,500. The punishment, upon the whole, was mild rather than severe. The two men showed good sense and feeling, for they gave nobody's name as having helped them, and positively declared that they had made straight for the woods without going into anybody's house. I was very sorry for Kulikov, to say nothing of the heavy beating he got. He had thrown away all his chances of having his lot as a prisoner lightened. Later he was sent to another convict establishment. A.V. did not get all he was sentenced to. The physicians interfered, and he was let off. But as soon as he was safe in the hospital he began blowing his trumpet again, and said he would stick at nothing now, and that they should soon see what he would do. Kulikov was not changed a bit, as decorous as ever, and gave himself just the same airs as ever, manner or words to show that he had had such an adventure. But the convicts looked on him quite differently. He seemed to have come down a good deal in their estimation, and now to be on their own level every way, instead of being a superior creature. So it was that poor Kulikov's star paled. Success is everything in this world. Chapter 10. Freedom. This incident occurred during my last year of imprisonment. My recollection of what occurred this last year is as keen as of the events of the first years, but I have gone into detail enough. In spite of my impatience to be out, this year was the least trying of all the years I spent there. I had now many friends and acquaintances among the convicts, who had by this time made up their minds very much in my favor. Many of them, indeed, had come to feel a sincere and genuine affection for me. The soldier who was assigned to accompany my friend and myself, simultaneously discharged out of the prison, very nearly cried when the time for leaving came, and when we were at last in full freedom, staying in the rooms of the government building placed at our disposal for the month we still spent in the town, this man came nearly every day to see us. But there were some men whom I could never soften or win any regard from, God knows why, and who showed just the same hard aversion for me at the last as at the first, something we could not get over stood between us. I had more indulgences during the last year. I found among the military functionaries of our town old acquaintances, and even some old schoolfellows, and the renewal of these relations helped me. Thanks to them I got permission to have some money, to write to my family, and even to have some books. For some years, I had not had a single volume, and words would fail to tell the strange, deep emotion and excitement which the first book I read at the jail caused me. I began to devour it at night, when the doors were closed, and read it till the break of day. It was a number of a review, and it seemed to me like a messenger from the other world. As I read, my life before the prison days seemed to rise up before me in sharp definition, as of some existence independent of my own, which another soul had had. Then I tried to get some clear idea of my relation to current events and things, whether my arrears of knowledge and experience were too great to make up, whether the men and women out of doors had lived and gone through many things, and great during the time I was away from them, and great was my desire to thoroughly understand what was now going on, now that I could know something about it all at last. All the words I read were as palpable things, which I wanted rather to feel sensibly than get mere meaning out of. I tried to see more in the text than could be there. I imagined some mysterious meanings that must be in them, and tried at every page to see allusions to the past, with which my mind was familiar, whether they were there or not. At every turn of the leaf I sought for traces of what had deeply moved people before the days of my bondage, and deep was my dejection when it was forced on my mind that a new state of things had arisen, a new life, among my kind, which was alien to my knowledge and my sentiments. I felt as if I was a straggler, left behind and lost in the onward march of mankind. Yes, there were indeed arrears, if the word is not too weak. For the truth is, that another generation had come up, and I knew it not, and it knew not me. At the foot of one article one saw the name of one who had been dear to me. With what avidity I flung myself on that paper. But the other names were nearly all new to me. New workers had come upon the scene, and I was eager to know their doings and themselves. It made me feel nearly desperate to have so few books, and to know how hard it would be to get more. At an earlier date, in the old Major's time, it was a dangerous thing indeed to bring books into the jail. If one was found when the whole place was searched, as was regularly done, great was the disturbance, and no efforts were spared to find out how they got in, and who had helped in the offense. I did not want to be subjected to insulting scrutiny, and, if I had, it would have been useless. I had to live without books, and did, shut up in myself, tormenting myself with many a question and problem on which I had no means of throwing any light. But I can never tell it all. It was in winter that I came in, so in winter I was to leave, on the anniversary day. Oh, with what impatience did I look forward to the thrice-blessed winter! How gladly did I see the summer die out, the leaves turn yellow on the trees, the grass turn dry over the wide steppe. Summer is gone at last, the winds of autumn howl and groan, the first snow falls in whirling flakes. The winter, so long, long prayed for, is come, come at last. Oh, how the heart beats with the thought that freedom was really, at last, close at hand. Yet it was strange, as the time of times, the day of days, grew nearer and nearer, so did my soul grow quieter and quieter. I was annoyed at myself, reproached myself even with being cold, indifferent. Many of the convicts, you leave us poor devils behind. Well, Mutanov, have you long to wait still? I asked the man who spoke. Oh, good Lord, I've 7 years of it yet to weary through. Then the man sighed with a faraway, wandering look, as if he was gazing into those intolerable days to come. Yes, many of my companions congratulated me in a way that showed they really felt what they said. I saw, too, that there was more disposition to meet me as man to man. They drew nearer to me as I was to leave them. The halo of freedom began to surround me, and caring for that they cared more for me. It was in this spirit they bade me farewell. K. Szniski, a young Polish noble, a sweet and amiable person, was very fond, about this time, of walking in the courtyard with me. The stifling nights in the barracks did him much harm, so he tried his best to keep his health by getting all the exercise and fresh air he could. I am looking forward impatiently to the day when you will be set free, he said, with a smile one day, for when you go I shall realize that I have just 1 year more of it to undergo. Need I say what I can yet not help saying, that freedom in idea always seemed to us who were there something more free than it ever can be in reality. That was because our fancy was always dwelling upon it. Prisoners always exaggerate when they think of freedom and look on a free man. We did certainly. The poorest servant of one of the officers there seemed a sort of king to us, everything we could imagine in a free man, compared with ourselves at least. He had no irons on his limbs, his head was not shaven, he could go where and when he liked, with no soldiers to watch and escort him. The day before I was set free, as night fell I went for the last time all through and all round the prison. How many 1,000 times had I made the circuit of those palisades during those 10 years? There, at the rear of the barracks, had I gone to and fro during the whole of that first year, a solitary, despairing man. I remember how I used to reckon up the days I had still to pass there. Thousands. God, how long ago it seemed. There's the corner where the poor prisoned eagle wasted away. Petrov used often to thoughts as well as myself, and there was always a strange, inexplicable sort of wondering look on the man's face. How many a mental farewell did I take of the black, squared beams in our barracks. Ah, me. How much joyless youth, how much strength for which use there was none, was buried, lost in those walls, youth and strength of which the world might surely have made some use. For I must speak my thoughts as to this. The hapless fellows there were perhaps the strongest, and, in one way or another, the most gifted of our people. There was all that strength of body and of mind lost, hopelessly lost. Whose fault is that? Yes, whose fault is that? The next day, at an early hour, before the men were mustered for work, I went through all the barracks to bid the men a last farewell. Many a vigorous, horny hand was held out to me with right goodwill. Some grasped and shook my hand as though all their hearts went with the act, but these were the more generous souls. Most of the poor fellows seemed so much to feel that, for them, I was already a man, changed by what was coming, that they could feel scarce anything else. They knew that I had friends in the town, that I was going away at once to gentlemen, that I should sit at their table as their equal. This the poor fellows felt, and, although they did their best as they took my hand, that hand could not be the hand of an equal. No, I, too, was a gentleman now. Some turned their backs on me, and made no reply to my parting words. I think, too, that I saw looks of aversion on some faces. The drum beat, all the convicts went to their work, and I was left to myself. Souchelov had got up before everybody that morning, and now set himself tremblingly to the task of getting ready for me a last cup of tea. Poor Souchelov! How he cried when I gave him my clothes, my shirts, my trouser straps, and some money. "'Tain't that," he said, and he bit his trembling lips. "It is that I am going to lose you, Alexander Petrovich. What shall I do without you?" There was Akim Akimich, too. Him, also, I bade farewell. Your turn to go will come soon, I pray, said I. Ah, no. 10 minutes after the convicts had gone out, my companion and myself left the jail forever. We went to the blacksmith shop, where our irons were struck off. We had no armed escort, we went there attended by a single sub-officer. It was convicts who struck off our irons in the engineer's workshop. I let him do it for my friend first, then went to the anvil myself. The smiths made me turn round, seized my leg, and stretched it on the anvil. Then they went about the business methodically, as though they wanted to make a very neat job of it indeed. The rivet, man, turn the rivet first, I heard the master smith say. There, so. So. Now, a stroke of the hammer. The irons fell. I lifted them up. Some strange impulse made me long to have them in my hands for one last time. I couldn't realize that, only a moment before, they had been on my limbs. Goodbye, 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 said the convicts in their broken voices, but they seemed pleased as they said it. Yes, farewell, liberty, new life.